Really half bottle of wine I drank. I promise. And it says I'm live. Hello and welcome to the Pirate Fish. My name is Patrick, and I'm going to be your host, just like I am every single time someone's on this channel, because it's my channel. I listened to my peaceful meditations playlist again today. The scenery has changed back to normal because I am not foot soaking right now. And I'm basically going to finish up what I started the other day, yesterday, I guess. And I'm going to do the remaining 3 decks. Don't know what's going to come out. To be fair, to be honest, I'm like half a bottle. I don't know if it's less than half a bottle or a little more than half a bottle of wine down. So if you don't like messages that are given after alcohol is consumed, then click off. But I'm a Pisces, so so I'm getting into my Piscean energies. That's what us Pisces are known for, substance abuse. It's because of Neptune and fantasies and illusions and stuff like that, right? Let's see. All right, good. This will be the first bag. I'm just checking to make sure. This will be the second one that I have. So the ones that are already used yesterday, I tied up. Oh no. Oh. How did this happen? Oops. Oh no, this one is tied. Okay, all right. So this one goes up. None of these are tied, so this will be first, second, and then third. All right. I don't want to use the ones already used, so I had to make sure that that wasn't the case. And I was going to shuffle these first. I think I will go ahead and do that. I'll set these to the side. I'll pull up my cheat sheet when I need it. And this will be interesting. I have the title card in the deck now, so I am not exactly sure how that is going to operate with things. And I might treat it as a double in the I Ching if it comes out for an I Ching. Honestly, if it comes out for an I Ching, then there probably won't be an I Ching. I don't know how that card is going to work in this deck, but I went in there last time. I'm actually, yeah, that's why I'm shuffling this now. So instead of doing the I Ching at the end, I'm going to do the I Ching after I finish the bag and before I move on to the next one. Because then, you know, it'll be a little bit more consistent. Or that's just how I'm feeling doing it today. So that's how I'm going to do it today. Archangel of Healing, the Grotesque, and the Outlaw all came out. That's the King of Chalices, the Five of Chalices, and the Hangman energy, which is interesting because this is what Scorpio, Pisces, or Neptune / just water, right? Yeah, water. Scorpio, water. Lots of Scorpionic energy. Pluto is retrograde right now. I don't think anything is in Scorpio. Let me check. The moon is in Aries, and it's about to be conjunct my Venus, but I think this time I'm going to be chill. I think so. I feel fairly calm. But let me see. Yeah, usually or not usually, but it's been the case in the past that, oh, the moon. Okay. All right. Yeah, Scorpio is empty. The ascendant is in Scorpio right now. So the ascendant can be about appearances, but it's also about the way that we sort of, it's the way our energy is perceived. But if our energy is perceived a certain way, then it's like we're putting it out in a way that filters through the collective consciousness to get it to appear to be a certain way. I don't know. But with the Archangel of Healing, the Five of Cups, and this Hangman, I feel like this speaks to, this is deep emotional healing or an opportunity for deep emotional healing. Because with this Hangman and this Five of Cups, I'm almost getting this as like blockages that you didn't even know were blockages. And then this Archangel of Healing is coming in, maybe to illuminate it to you, maybe not. But maybe to heal it. And once these things get healed, it's like you're going to be able to move in ways that you never would have even imagined. And then it may take you to heights that you never thought you would have reached. right? Because whenever you have anything like that that's so deep and so unhealed, especially when you're unaware of it, it creates lots of false dead ends. Excuse me. And lots of like beware signs that aren't actually like beware signs, but they appear to be that way. And then you won't even necessarily know why, because it's just things kind of sort of playing subconsciously in the background. Look at this. Oh, that title card at the top of the deck. I see you. I see you. Look, you still up top. Okay, all right. Well, if you still up top after this, I'll stop shuffling and then I'll roll these dice. Yep, okay. Bottom of the deck before we start is the Erudite, the Hermit. So if you didn't know, you're probably gonna go deep enough to find it, and either one of two things is gonna happen. Either you're gonna find it, be scared, and block it out, or one second. Either you're gonna find it, be scared, block it out, forget about it, or you're gonna address it, heal it, move on. But like I said yesterday, once you know you're responsible, right? Once the information is made, ooh, and we're starting with the sacral today. I didn't show any of the dice yesterday. The most sacral. They're sacral, but they're also kind of gray. So hopefully we're not creating from gray spaces, because that would not be great. Let me move this a little bit more. Hopefully, I know it's a little bit of TMI. I'm actually gonna get these timestamps as I go through, because I know it's probably gonna be a longer video. Last time I wasn't necessarily I didn't necessarily know what I was gonna do, so I didn't start keeping timestamps to prepare. So this time I will, and I can't even remember what I was just about to say. Give me 1 second to do this though. The dice are already on the table. I set them down. I'm gonna take them. I'm not gonna roll them. I'm gonna take them as they are. I'll say bag 1. Bag 2. Barely slept last night. I went to bed late, woke up early. It was tragic. Then I woke up every hour after that, and I'm like, why can I not sleep? It wasn't that bad. It hasn't been that bad since like mid to late January, or it was like around the January eclipse season, maybe, when I was like sleeping 3 hours at the most. But then if I went back to sleep, I could get 3 more hours, which was better than, getting like 1 or 2. And I guess I'm feeling it today. Today's a rest day. I was going to work. And then I was like, I could record what Capricorn and Sagittarius. I'm not going to do that when I'm a bottle deep. It's not a whole bottle. It's like half the bottle. The top of the bottle is tapered. So technically, if it's half the bottle, it's more than half the bottle, because the volume at the top of the bottle is lesser than the volume at the bottom of the bottle. But anyway, it's not about my activities. This is about whatever this is about. And I was going to say something else, but I don't remember what. Catch that replay, LOL. I feel like I was going to say something, but I don't remember. Oh, well. Okay. My full cheat sheet up. We're going to be starting. The numbers on the table are 2 3s, 3 3s, 4 3s, 10, and 19. No, this is 40. Why did I say 19? Oh, wait. This was 19, but I accidentally touched it and it moved to 1. 19 is the sun, 1 is the fool. So these are like a gray-ish area, but it's related to the sacral space, and the sacral space is the seat of creation, and creation through intimacy. Now, intimacy, this is very, scorpionic energy, right? Sacral chakra is It has to be related to Scorpio because reproductive system. Um, but this is a transformation through a unification, right? And it could be a unification of forces to create something brand new. Now, I won't think about it too deeply, but let's just go. I think everything is a 3 except this 19 and this 40. So 3, 3, 3, 3. You may be seeing lots of threes. 33, 33. And then 40 and 19. 19 is the sun again. And 40 is 36, 7, 8, 9, 40. This is the 5 of Earth again. This is the 5 of realms. So it's essences, realms, zones, and souls. I like zones instead of spaces better. The 5 of realms. Okay. All right. I mean, I would say just check it out. Check out the section from yesterday, but I already erased the thing on my thing because I used it last night to finish my homework. I used it after yesterday, but I'll go through it again. It's fine. So let's start here. Here we have air. We have Gemini. We have the solar plexus. We have the solar plexus again. And then it's the 5 of realms and the sun. So in a way, we have the solar plexus 3 times. So you could definitely be seeing the number 3 all over the place. Because the sun is here. The solar plexus is like the solar plexus. It's like a sun, right? It's like your personal sun. So it's kind of like the light that you shine in the world. And the way you shine is by the things that you do, right? It isn't necessarily the things that you say. It's more so the things that you do. The solar plexus is also tied to our sense of sustenance. So, I mean, maybe not drinking substances like any kind of alcohol or putting other substances in your body, but oh well. Um, but this is about receiving and transmitting loosely. And what is it to receive in the space of the solar plexus, right? It's almost like the sacral is an innately feminine energy and the solar plexus is an innately masculine, just as the throat may be innately masculine and the third eye be innately feminine because feminine energy is more perceptive and receptive and masculine energy is more expressive, right? Now, there may be a call to focus on the present moment because we have both the feminine and the masculine sides of the solar plexus here. The masculine side is more forward thinking, more future forward. The feminine side is more in the past. Honestly, it could potentially be the case that someone's solar plexus is coming into balance. So if your solar plexus is balanced and online, congratulations on that. Actually, I'm going to do it. Even though I didn't pull out this deck for anybody else, it's fine. I may not use it again after this, but I want to see what's on both sides of the solar portal. And the only deck that I have that is like the solar plexus is the Magical Dimensions, Oracle Cards, and Activators. And I'm going to do this as they are, just like I read the dice as they were when they fell on the table. Did not expect all those threes, though. Breakthrough almost fell on the floor, but we have it. It's fine. Solar portal. The first portal I come across is the throat portal. Yep. Solar portal. Solar portal. And then there's the third eye portal, the throat and the third eye. And here's the root portal. Here's the sacral portal. Is this going to be the last one? Crown portal's next. Nope, here it is, the solar portal. Oh, wow. Okay. So, give me one moment to put these back and I'll get back to you. I didn't I didn't mark the time. I forgot to mark the time for the timestamp. Oh my gosh. All I did was type up like bag number 1, bag number 2, bag number 3, but then I didn't put the timestamp on there. So I'm gonna say it's about 8 minutes or so, and then I'll go back and fix it later. Because I know it was like 6 something when I started, or when I looked at the clock before. Um, I'll say 7:30. That may be closer. Okay. So the cards that came out, and I've been seeing this card a lot. We have Gaian Awakening and Exploration. Exploration is number 15. It speaks to boldness, unknown, and limitless. And then number 17, Gaian Awakening, is preparing, relocation, and ascension. The solar portal is number 36. It's being centered, balanced. No, sorry, being centered, balancing power, and manipulation. Manipulation when out of balance. Can you see those? Exploration, Gaian Awakening, 15 and 17. I do want to see where 16 is. Might as well. And then I already have 19 over here, so I'm going to check and see what number 18 is. Because I guess I just go with stuff sometimes. I was watching Moulin Rouge yesterday, and The Hills Are Alive with the Sound of Music just came to mind. Here's 18. And then let's look for 16. Oh, this thing is about to fall out my ear. And here's 16. Okay. Interestingly enough, both of these came out with different chakras. So I'm going to take that as a sign that, hey, maybe I was supposed to look through these. The hills are alive with the sound of music. I love Moulin Rouge. It is one of my favorite movies. I cried the first like 10 times I saw it, and now I cry every other time. And yesterday, I drank the first half of the bottle of wine. And I wanted to cry at the beginning of the movie because it's like, dude starts the movie like, this is a story about me and my love, and she's dead. So, spoilers if you watch 2 minutes of the movie, somebody dies. I'm sorry. Spoiler alert. If you don't want to hear anymore, then skip forward like 25 seconds or 10 seconds. But in the beginning of the movie, she's talking about her dreams and she's like working so hard and she's doing this and doing that to make ends meet. And she's like, if I do this, I'm finally going to have my dream. And I was just like, wow, just knowing how the movie ends. I mean, it's a gorgeous movie. I still love it. But that's why I was like, wow, I'm starting to get so emotional already because I know how this ends. Oh, okay. Oh, well, of course, this is number 16. So number 16 is forgiveness, the card that I've been seeing all the time. I don't know how I didn't know that. But flanking forgiveness, number 16, are the promise and the sacral portal. And yesterday I talked about the sacral portal being the space from which we create. It's almost like the background. It's the sky around the sun, right? It's like the ozone around the earth. And then the sun is what brings in the light that warms up the planet, gives the planet life. But depending on the atmosphere and depending on the greenhouse gases, it's like, the atmosphere is what limits the amount of sunlight that comes in. And then the greenhouse gases are what affect its ability to leave. And so if the ozone or if the atmosphere is extra thin, then we get a lot of heat. And if the greenhouse gases are high, then all of that energy gets trapped and it cooks the planet, right? Um, and I talked about that yesterday, but today the the sacral portal is coming out, which is the sacral chakra. She calls them portals instead of chakras. They're the same thing. I'm assuming you get that. Maybe not. Maybe you don't know what a chakra is. A chakra is an energy center in the body. We have 7 major ones. There's a lot more. Um, the seven major ones, and there's an eighth one that's like outside the body. I honestly don't know too much about the eighth one. Um, and it's not for like lack of information, it's for lack of a desire to find it, right? Like I'd rather it come online naturally and then just discover what it is myself, you know what I mean? Or maybe I'll finally get some information and I'll be like, oh, it's this. Like, that's happened before. Anyway, we have the promise and the sacred portal. This is giving me consecration vibes, honestly. Um, is that what they call it? It's like maybe it's not consecrate. It is still consecration, but another. It's like not officiating. What do they say after someone like after a couple gets married and then they go on their honeymoon and they're like, we're gonna blank our marriage, and by that they mean that they're gonna like engage in intimate activities. I think it starts with a C, but I can't remember the word right now. Um, but this is still an energy of consecration, and to consecrate something is to make it holy. And I feel like every time I come across the word consecration, it's related to a physical space. Like we're going to consecrate this space, we're going to consecrate these grounds. And then we have the five of realms over here. And the five of realms, when you speak of consecration, I feel like that's more so you being so in line and in tune and whatever I mean, Gaian Awakening is right here, right? There it is right there. Gaian Awakening came out on this side. We get three chakras. Ooh! Forgot about those. Okay. But anyway, so it's like you become so with the five of realms, it's almost as if instead of consecrating the ground around you. Hey Miyoshi, after today, no more. You might as well binge today, dear, until tomorrow. Um, but it's like this is an energy of like you, because like I said, whenever I find is it consummate? The word consummate popped into my head, and it is the word consummate. But I was like, it's not consummate, consummating, consummation. Oh, I got luck with the Ace of Swords. All right, we're going on a wild goose chase. It's not a wild goose chase. Sometimes these lead to something deeper, and they wouldn't come to me if I weren't. Oh, here we go. Ooh, okay, Aquarius, nice. Oh wow, oh wow, okay. This is a lot. It's good though. It's a good lot. Listening in, okay. Like I said, I am like half a bottle deep. The bottle's already finished. But I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this, but I'm gonna have to go to the restroom. So I'm gonna mute my mic and I'll be back. So luckily the restroom isn't too far from my room. So I wish I was on OBS because then I could just like put up an image or something. I don't know. An idle screen. I'm back. My mama needed me to microwave something. I obliged because I'm not gonna say no. So I was in the bathroom, right? And I'm looking at the star card, and then I've recently found out how much I love Billie Eilish. Um, and Ilo Milo or Ilo Milo, I don't know how to pronounce it. But the line that's like, it's towards the beginning of the song where she's like, I told you not to get too close to stars because you'll never get a love like ours or something like that. I don't know. Thank you. I told you not to get too close to stars. You're never gonna get a love like ours. Where did you go? Should know, 'cause it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So show me the way home. Even. Okay, so picking back up where I left off. The star card, I guess I didn't say anything. So consummating a marriage, right? That it was consummate. Um, but anyway, back to the consecration. It's like once you become so holy in yourself, then the very ground, like no matter where you go, the ground will be made holy because it's like, humans are a certain percentage of water. And if all of your water is holy, then that's holy water on the grounds, even though, your fluids aren't on the ground, hopefully. But it just consecrates the space around you. And so this Five of Realms is actually different than the Five of Realms yesterday because with all of this solar plexus energy, it's like the solar plexus is naturally masculine aligned. And so I'm almost getting this feeling of like if you tap into that's a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. I'm gonna try to I'll just say it because if I don't say it, I'll forget. I'm probably gonna forget a lot of this stuff. So if I could communicate with you telepathically, you'd have all of this because there's a lot of layers to this. I'm getting it in a lot of different ways. But it's like if the solar plexus is innately masculine, then to tap into the feminine side of the solar plexus is to tap into your ability to be perceived, right? Scorpio in the ascendant. Oh my gosh. Okay. See it all it lines up. It lines up. It lines up. Sometimes Scorpio on the ascendant. I was like, I don't know what that ascendant energy is. So it's like tapping into the feminine side of the solar plexus is almost tapping into the ability to influence how it's perceived beyond just your actions, right? Because you can act or you can do all day long, but you can't really influence. It's not that you should influence, but you can't you have no say over how your actions are perceived by other people. But with this feminine side, it's almost connecting to a deeper, more subconscious rooted slash connected part of that. And so it's an ability to, in some ways, influence how you are perceived, but influence how you're perceived in the way that is like, it is very difficult to misconstrue what it is that you're doing. Del Rey is a Scorpio ascendant. Oh, snap. I know another Scorpio ascendant. I got Scorpio on my descendant, so uh, that's a trap. You know what? You know what's funny about Scorpio being on my descendant is like there's a certain type of like vibe that I am like so attracted to for some reason. I just like love it. And if I think about that person, if I had to like characterize their rising by a zodiac sign, because the rising a lot of times is how we look. Like I'm built like Taurus tough, right? I'm built like a Taurus. And not just because I'm fat. But if I had to characterize, I mean, I have a few different honestly, I have a non-type. Um, it's like I can sort of physically be attracted to anybody and everybody, But what really attracts me to a person is like the personality. And if the personality isn't there, then it's like, oh, I'd rather not, right? Because gorgeous people, physically attractive people, aesthetically pleasing by traditional standards of beauty people are a dime a dozen, right? And once you've seen, I don't know, for me, it was like once I went to college and I saw like different kinds of people, then I was like, okay, so like stereotypically attractive people aren't a rarity or a commodity. So like what like it that doesn't matter to me. Not to say that I'm not attracted to it, but it's a very surface level attraction that doesn't hold for me. But anyway, if I had to like one of the things that I really like, if I had to give that a zodiac rising, it would be Scorpio rising. And it's just like mysterious, honestly. And this isn't everybody that I've been attracted to again, because I'm a huge personality person. But you agree. Yeah, that's why, like, yeah. But it's like sometimes low key, it's like fair skin with like really dark features, like really dark hair, really dark eyebrows, kind of sort of like goth, but not to that extreme, right? Like you don't have to powder your face and dye your hair black, right? Um, at least in, I guess, in a certain flesh tone, because again, I'm attracted to lots of different kinds of people. But yeah, that's pretty much Scorpio rising, in my opinion, because it just looks like a little dark and mysterious and like brooding and kind of moody. And I'm like, oh. Anyway, so back to this. This ain't about me. But Scorpio rising. Why was I talking about? Because of the feminine aspect of this. So yeah, it's an ability to, maybe it's for like your light to shine so bright that it burns through any filter or any false perception that would come in and disrupt the image, right? Excuse me. And so that's interesting. But on the flanking forgiveness is a promise and this sacral portal. So again, that's like consecrating a marriage. That's something being kept holy. But let me read these. The promise is number 38. The sacral portal is number 34. Promise is soulmates, attraction, and partnership. Sacral portal is creativity, intimacy, and inhibition. So, I mean, we got soulmates, attraction, partnership, and intimacy. This sounds hot. This hot. Why is forgiveness sitting in between such hot energy? Right? Your ascendant is third decan Scorpio. Okay. I was like, what? So that means, yeah. I know. Okay. That's a lot of Scorpio energy in your chart. You like, I ain't got no Scorpio. Let me stop. Okay, so yeah, this is about. Oh, this is so interesting. For some reason on this channel, I got a bunch of a lot of like more Christian content, and I'm kind of sort of digging it. But what I did not expect to find was a message from someone who identifies as a Christian who seems fairly devout, almost kind of sort of in a way, talking about the journey. And I'm not going to say what journey, I'll just say the journey, the capital T journey where the F is silent. um, and she's like talking about downloads and like, it's just the lingo more than anything because, you know, God drops a word in your spirit all the time, right? But and she was talking about how like you'll recognize your partner and stuff, and she was talking about the story of Isaac and Rebecca, and already in a space of like I've kind of sort of been in a space of preparation for at least a good like year and a half now, and I didn't even realize what I was being prepared for or who I was being prepared for because the way I was in the past, I don't think I would have had the patience. I would have been done a long time ago, if I'm being completely honest. And I just would have been like, I can't deal with this. Um, but not only that, but also just like different things, really, really, really random and weird thoughts that I would get, that I would begin to entertain. And it was like stuff that I never, it was wild. But at first, it was like, I'm a fairly reserved person. Yeah, right. Ooh, me too, girl. Me too. I'm a fairly reserved person, but for some reason, let me look at my dream journal because I think I'm gonna see the date I put this in here because I'm pretty sure I put it in here. And it was so random and so weird. It may have been around my birthday last year, um, but I had a dream about somebody that I was interested in, and not like consciously interested in, but in the dream I was. And the person was of like, it's not that he's necessarily like the hugest celebrity, but he's someone who has a following. And I'm a fairly reserved person. And so that dream, even though it didn't really, I mean, the dude is cute. Um, so it's not like it was completely like, unfounded or ungrounded. But I didn't really have any like real interest in him because, um, but after that dream, I was like, well, would I be able to like be with someone who has a presence? And it just got me to thinking about it. And now I'm like, oh, that's what that was about. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. I want to see if I can find this real quick. I don't want to take too long because this is going to be longer. You know what? This ain't about me. This ain't about me. But she was talking about how, like, you'll be prepared in ways and, like, God will tell you things about your person or your partner and stuff like this and stuff like that. And then I thought about it because I was already thinking about it. And I was like, wow, like, low key in a way, like, kind of, sort of, yeah. There were things that I was already beginning to like think about and question and wonder and like ask myself and like honestly to sort of the exposure to the question was enough to get me to prepare for it. And now I'm like, wow, like so that really did end up being a thing later on. Um but yeah, that's what she was talking about. And I was like, what? I'm gonna grab this water. You know what? I'm actually not gonna grab a water because I'm already going to the bathroom. So I'm not clearing my throat. I'm gonna just clarify throat chakra right now. I'm not clearing my throat. Go out if you want to. I'm gonna keep talking. Um, and so yeah, with this promise and with this cycle, it's almost this energy of like, and honestly, for me, it's like I don't think I've talked about it on this channel, but I felt the person come before I even met the person, and it was so weird because it happened in a time where I was meditating a lot. I did a 7-day meditation challenge from the Heart of Inspiration. She was like, I have a 7-day meditation challenge playlist up on my channel. Do it. I did it. I meditated at all different times throughout the day. That's when I found out that for me, meditating at the beginning of the day works a lot better than at the end of the day. Um, but I think it was after that week. It was after the eclipse, the first eclipse in July. And I wasn't even in meditation. I was just like, I was kind of sort of in it, but not super deep in it. And I was doing something I don't remember. Maybe I was like pulling cards or something. And I just felt like someone coming towards me. And I'm like, this is interesting and this is weird because I had my sacred space has 4 levels to it now. The 4th level unlocked recently. I haven't explored it too much, but it has. um, but at that point, I was only at the 1st level. And I had never been approached by anybody in that space, especially when I'm not like And it, like, a lot of times, like, it's just like saying a prayer before you do a reading. It's like, Holy Spirits, angels, guides, guardians, protectors, recorders, those who seat at whatever, blah 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 blah. Be here with me now. Give me these messages and blah 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 blah. Right? It's very much that vibe, but it was like mentally just doing it in this space. So I'd never been approached before, and there's this person, and I'm hearing footsteps, and I see just like legs, feet walking down the hallway, and I'm like, what is this? So I'm like trying to rush the person into the space so I can actually see who it is. And I had to do that like 3 times, right? I guess third time's the charm. Who knows? We'll see. Because after the first time, the person was still walking, and I tried to do it again, and they're still walking. I'm like, oh my gosh, like what is happening? And I did it again, and then the person was in the space. And at that point, so these spaces that I have is just like a mental space, right? It's like you use your imagination to create this space in your mind, and then you associate a function with that space, right? And so then whenever you mentally go to that space, it's almost like setting the intention of the prayer and setting the intention of everything else into that space itself. So it's kind of sort of a shortcut to get there, because like a lot of the framework that builds out the intention is built into that space. So if I mentally go to that space, like that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm here for, right? I don't go to work to play tennis, and I don't go to the gym to, I don't know, buy groceries, right? You go to a place for a specific purpose. And for me, that's just kind of sort of how it ended up working out until those spaces started elevating. Because once those spaces evolved, then I'm like, well, I have this new space and I don't know what the purpose is. But anyway, at that time I had left mentally, like I left a piece of myself in that space, so that like, so it was to get accommodated and accustomed to it without mentally having to like go in and start fresh all the time. So it was like a piece of me and a part of me is always there. And maybe I think after I started doing that, whenever I get like random like downloads or whatever, they'd be a little clearer, because a piece of me is always in that space connected, right? That's just how it came to me. And then it was after a week of being in that space, trying to be in that space mentally. Um, blah blah blah. I'm rambling at this point. I am so sorry. I done went to the bathroom. I said this started at 6 minutes. It is what it is. I'm not gonna apologize anymore. Um, but that, so there was a piece of me already in that space, and then the person came, and the piece of me in that space knew that person on such a deep and intimate level that I didn't even understand. Because, like I said, I was like reading or I was doing something. And then it's like I peeked into that space and they were like catching up on lost time. And I remember just like talking to that piece of me. And I'm like, who is this? What is going on? Like, what's happening? And that piece of me was literally like, when you meet this person, you'll know. Like, when you meet this person, you'll know, and it'll make sense. And after, it's like it makes sense. All I can say is it makes sense. Um, but that was before I really got into like twin flame anything. A lot of what I heard about, oh, well, I said it now instead of the journey where the T is silent. At that point, I didn't really know about twin flame anything. Everything that I knew about the twin flame journey was from some readers who would be like, the twin flame journey is like super karmic. A lot of times it's people justifying karmic behaviors to get into situations and then create more karma using the justification that this is a twin flame, right? And so all I heard about the twin flame journey was like the negative aspects of it. I did, I said it. All I heard was the negative aspects of it. And it left like a bad taste in my mouth because I was like, ew, that doesn't sound great. But then I was like, well, if I, for myself, try to dig into what I feel like this energy would be, I think by that point, I may have watched, it may have been before I watched a video, or maybe I like watched one or two videos just about like what it is. And to me, it was like, okay, for me personally, some of this resonates, some of this makes sense, some of this doesn't. And then the more I got into it and the more I watched and the more I found out, personally, again, for me, I was like, okay, so this to me feels like a karmic sideshow along the road to an actual relationship where it's like, you're going to an actual destination where the truth of that energy is, but along the way are all of these detours and like, come see the world's biggest ball of yarn, right? All of these like exit sideshows that people kind of sort of get caught in, and then they get stuck in these karmic cycles. Um, yeah, I heard the ugly parts first. Like all I was exposed to was the ugly parts in the beginning. Um, that's it. And then I had to, for myself, determine what the decent or good parts would be, right? But then that also led me to defining what that dynamic would be like for me instead of trusting someone else's definition of what it is. And another thing that a lot of people do is like once they come upon the concept of it, it seems like people take a relationship from the past and try to fit it into what that is when it's like it's possible that you haven't even met your person yet. But if you convince yourself that you have, and especially if you're talking about the super karmic sideshow variety of it, and then, now people are saying that a lot of people are going to be finding out that they're not actually twins. And it's because, they bought into the story and not the true vibration of what it actually is. Also because it requires a lot of, at least in my opinion, or the version that I'm on, it requires a lot of growth and a lot of healing of some really, really difficult things that it's easy to run away from. Um, but yeah, it's like this karmic sideshow thing that people get lost in. And then to me, it felt like super opportunistic on the side of maybe an energy that isn't, on the side of an energy that is actively invested in people not evolving and growing, right? But yeah. And when, like, ultimately, honestly, at the end of the day, it's like some of those things, like, if you had enough self love, self worth, and self appreciation, you would be able to more clearly recognize when someone, when someone's love isn't actually love, right? When someone's love may be them like manipulating you. Like if someone is rationing their love and affection to keep you baited on a hook and to keep you doing whatever it is, then that's probably not actual love. Maybe it is. I don't know. But, in my opinion, it's like maybe not. um, but anyway, so yeah, I felt this person coming before. And even when I met this person, or when I came upon this person, it was so random. And then now I'm even thinking about it like, how did that even happen? Like it was literally one. I'm not gonna go into the whole thing, but it was like I came across something by chance that I didn't even too much entertain really. And it was a whole bunch of stuff I wasn't even paying attention to. But it's like every time I did pay attention, like the same person was there. And I can be very, very, very dense, especially in the past. Before I developed I had to go through several cycles of like, I'm going to trust my intuition this week to reach the point where I am now, where I could be less dense. But back then, I was like, who is this person? Then I saw that person again, and it's like, I'm not even like, first of all, why do I keep distracting or deflecting my attention over here when I'm not even paying attention to this? But every time I do, this person is there. what is that about? And then I was like, okay, if I see this person one more time, I'll check them out. And of course I did. And then I went to check that person out. And something about that whole situation, and by that situation, I guess I mean that person, felt very familiar to me. Now, familiar people are something that I encounter and have encountered for a very long time. And usually it's random people. It's like, wow, like, do I know you from somewhere? I never say that, right? But I'm just like, I think I'm like, wow, you look familiar. You feel familiar to me. And I know I don't know you, but I feel like I do. Um, but for some reason that time I just couldn't, like, I couldn't let it go. I was like, this person feels way too familiar. There's something here. And then, I mean, it turned into like me actually meeting that person and talking to that person and blah, 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 blah. And there were so many, again, like just synchronicities around that, like different details and aspects of that person where I'm like, what is happening? But ultimately, at the end of the day, like the person was cool. Um, but yeah, a lot of that happened before I even really had a knowledge or knowing or understanding of what that was. Because again, a lot of what I heard about it was like, honestly, it was like, people call people their twin flames and then they try to go in and break up relationships, or they do this, or people enter relationships with abusers and they call their abusers their twin flames and they use the journey as justification for staying in these situations that aren't great for them. And then once I got the vocabulary to understand, okay, this, like, people are getting stuck and staying in karmic situations under the name of this dynamic, and they're creating more and more and more karma in the situation. Now, again, some people heal karmic relationships and they turn into whatever they turn into, but that was my exposure to it. Right. And so, of course, initially when I was like, you know what, I feel like there may be some like credence to this. Cause when I think about it, some aspects of this ring true for me. I don't know what or why, but some of it resonates, especially the higher aspects of it. Right. And then they were like, it wasn't necessarily too well received, but you know, at the same time, I don't feel the need to go and convince people of what I believe, and so I just keep believing what I believe, and then I proceed in the way that I proceed in, because hashtag look up Sabian symbols, SABIANSYMBOLS. I am a. It's like a man walking down a narrow path, sun, with two cobblers sitting at a table, moon, and a fully decorated Christmas tree rising, right? There isn't necessarily a lot of deviation in my path. In the Sabian symbols for my sun, moon, or rising, there isn't a lot of wiggle room. Like for me, it's very narrow. Um, and also, I just kind of sort of happened to find eight. Wait, eight? What? Eight? What? What? Eight? Eight? Did I say eight? What? Oh, right. Oh, eight. What's eight? Um, and I'm also pretty fortunate at just like, I know I've talked about the story of my friend Emily at the fountain, right? I woke up randomly at 3 o'clock in the morning. I decided to take a walk on campus, and then I found one of my best friends crying at the fountain. And she was like, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, "I just randomly woke up in the middle of the night and decided to walk here, and I walked here, and here you are." Like I have those types of encounters all over the place. I have those types of encounters like all the time. And so for me, it's not random or weird that I just all of a sudden, just after feeling someone come to me, managed to happen to come upon and stumble across this person. And because of everything I had done prior, which was all the tests of trusting my intuition, I didn't let it go, right? Because before I probably would have let it go. I'm like, that person looks familiar, but oh well, right? I'm not necessarily the type of person who's like, oh, let me come and talk to you, right? I guess I'm glad I didn't let that go. But anyway, coming into the sacral and the promise, she was talking about how like you'll know your person sometimes. And she was like, and she even said, like, I feel like a lot of the females, feminines, have been like getting information on like who the person is, or we're getting information. And she was like, now I feel like a lot of the males or masculines are getting that information. And so, I mean, isn't that what they say about the journey? Typically, it's the feminine who knows before the masculine. Um, but anyway, this is giving me those vibes. But forgiveness being the key player here, and I feel like this forgiveness is important, maybe because of situations in the past that looked promising, or because there's some sacral chakra healing that needs to be done, or maybe both. Um, but that, I mean, that's a whole roundabout spiel about talking about this, right? Now, I went looking for the Ace of Swords because the Ace of Swords, Sacred Cinnabar, is the consummating in the SKT. And I was talking about, this is somebody consummating their marriage. Interestingly enough, we have the Star card, the healer, which was like, be careful not to get too close to stars. They're never going to give you love like ours. I mean, Billie Eilish has just been in my head, honestly. But yeah, I mean, people say a lot of stuff, but I mean, it's possible. I wouldn't discount that. But maybe in some ways, like both people knew, or and like honestly, some of it was like stuff like that. Part of it is stuff like that's very that, but another part of it is me being able to reflect on my past and look at the projection that I've been on. Like, because when I look at the projection, when I look at my journey, and again, I'm not going to clear my throat. So if my throat wants to go out, it can go out. And then it doesn't go out. It's so annoying sometimes. I mean, yeah, people don't want to grow up sometimes. And it's not growing up. It's some people don't want to settle down. Especially like that's typical man, stereotypical man. It's like, oh, I'm still young. I still want to party. I still want to have fun. I'm not ready to settle down yet. So I wouldn't be surprised. Um, but anyway, like we have the star and the four of wands surrounding the sacred cinnabar, the consummating. So I mean, four of wands is the four of wands, right? Be careful not to get too close to stars. They're never gonna give you love like ours. Where did you go? Should know, because it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So show me the way home. So we have the sacred portal come out, and now we have the root portal. So the bottom two chakras. We have chakra number 1, number 2, and number 3. The root, the sacral. The root and the sacral came out in these cards, and then the solar plexus came out twice in the dice. Twice in the dice. Hey. Ooh. We have the root portal and we have trust. Trust in this galactic guidance card. You could be a star seed because this is the premier star seed card in this deck. I'll go ahead and read it. That was about forgiveness. This is about the star seeds, I guess. I don't know. Galactic guidance is star family assistance and cooperation. Again, number 18. The root portal is number 33. Vitality, stability, and survival, and then fearful when out of balance. And trust is number 42. Overcoming doubts, insecurities, and patience. So fear and doubt are heavy here. Fear and doubt are very, 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 very heavy energies over here. And then we have forgiveness over here with the promise of some kind of intimacy, right? And again, like I said, is like maybe there were like promising situations that didn't end up working out in the past. that you need to forgive yourself for and forgive other people for, or maybe there's some sacral chakra issues that you need to forgive yourself for or for other people for. And then we have the fury, the doubt, the fury. We have the worry, the fear, the doubt, and the insecurity over here. But also, it's telling you to trust, and also it's giving you this root healing. But the biggest thing over here is cooperation. Galactic guidance and cooperation to me says this is nothing that you're going to be given, right? Your root isn't going to heal itself. Your worries and your doubts and your insecurities, they're not going to address themselves. This is a very, very, very active process that you are supported in, but you ultimately need to step up and do it yourself at the end of the day. And this is one space where a lot of people may find themselves getting tripped up, because when things get too dark, they tend to seek coping mechanisms. They go to a coping mechanism instead of like facing the darkness. And going to a coping mechanism is completely 100% fine. It's like no tea, no shade, no like whatever, 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 right? But at the same time, like these are things that actually need to be healed and addressed if you are to come into these spaces and all of what they are, right? Because it's like if your root and your sacral aren't aligned, you have the solar plexus here twice. You're going to be incapable of aligned action. And if you can't act in an aligned manner, then even if you find yourself in a favorable situation, it's going to fall apart. And you're probably going to do something that causes it to fall apart, because the solar plexus is about your actions. And it also speaks to sustenance. So again, we have this opportunity for maybe some substance abuse to come in, where instead of you facing whatever it is that you need to face, you turn to means and ways and methods to fill a void. And I think the solar plexus is actually situated around a void or inside of a void. I can't remember. But there is like a void space, and the solar plexus is like pretty close to it. Um, it would be kind of sort of how, like, on the tree of life, you have the heart, Tiferet, but there's also a void. There's like a null in the tree of life at the same time, right? It kind of sort of be like that. Exploration just came out again. Bottom of the deck is transformation and exploration. I believe I've gotten these two before. Um, but it's like, if you're afraid, you're not going to go exploring. And it's almost like there are gatekeepers to this. Some of those and a lot of the gatekeepers to this are gatekeepers on the self, right? And so it's going to be like, you're going to have to do this amount of healing. You're going to have to face this amount of fear. You're going to have to be comfortable going into the unknown. You're going to have this amount of trust to more. I mean, you don't have to have the trust, but having the trust helps you more comfortably navigate the unknown and helps you take the winding roundabout road when you need to take the winding roundabout road. Trusting and knowing that you'll still get to your destination in the end, right? Trusting that you're not out of the race. You're just simply along your path to get to what is honestly the starting line, right? It's like everything up until now was a pre-qualifier. The race hasn't even actually started yet. Like, people are still arriving to the race. It hasn't begun. So don't get complacent. Don't get comfortable, because like the race ain't even started yet. It was all pre-qualifiers. And so, I mean, we may have some late entries. Healer, it just, I didn't even finish shuffling the cards and it just tried to flip over. So yeah, the other things on this table. So again, we have 4 3s, a 19, and a 40. The 40 is the 5 of realms. And again, I feel like that's the space of you being so holy in yourself that it consecrates the ground that you're on. And so this 5 of realms is very different than the 5 of realms yesterday, because the 5 of realms yesterday was all about you being in this in-between space. You're teeter-tottering. And I watched Eureka yesterday after I finished my homework. I watched an episode of Eureka, and the episode when they were in the submarine on the thing tipped above the trench came on, and that's exactly what I was talking about, right? And so he made the bottom of the ship. He made the ship bottom heavy so that the genius could go and try to like fire the probes forward to create enough of a push that would get them to move back, right? But while she was like, he was like, and he was moving all the stuff to the back. The genius was the lady. Um, she was like, the ship has been fine for literally minutes. Another couple of minutes while I do this is not going to cause this thing to move over. And right after she said that, the thing began to tip over. And like that was the energy yesterday. Ooh, the captor with the tower at the bottom of the deck. This is prison break energy. Ooh, I love that. That's jailbreak. The captor is actually in reverse. And the tower's in reverse. The whole deck was in reverse. But so whatever this tower already happened. So for some folks, for whatever this is, this tower moment already happened. So I don't know if there's necessarily going to be too much another tower that comes in and teaches you what you were already supposed to have learned. It's like the lesson has already been taught. Now it's time for the test, and we're not reteach you the lesson in the middle of the test. So if you need to, like it's an open book test, you can go back and reference your notes if you need, but I'm not going to come around and teach you again. So if you need notes, hopefully you took good notes the first time. Because it's like now we're in a space where whatever energies were held captive are going to be in a space to be made free with the captor in reverse, Eight of Swords. With all of these planets in retrograde, a lot of the heavier planets are retrograde too, like Pluto, Saturn, both retrograde. Uranus is not retrograde, but Uranus isn't necessarily a heavy energy when it comes to restriction, right? Uranus is actually kind of sort of a good energy for getting out of restriction. Um, but I feel like that tower already happened. And so, like, you should already know what it is that you need to do to move forward. If you don't, check your notes. Um, so here is air. Air is the space of the mind. We also have Gemini, which is again the space of the mind. Gemini North Node. Right now, I think the Gemini North Node with the South Node in Sagittarius is more of the energy of like action. We're like prioritize action over planning. And it's not to go in completely blind, but it's also at the same time to not get so caught up in trying to rationalize or come up with the best possible method of attack that you end up in analysis paralysis. Because if you're in analysis paralysis and you don't actually do anything, you're not going to move. Right. And I know I love the hangman energy, but at the same time, the hangman, like I said yesterday, it's like if in your hangman energy, you can't move the world around you, like there's a difference between moving the world around you and like the world moving around you. Because the world moving around you is you being stuck and everything else is on play. You moving the world around you is like, oh, I don't want to put up nothing but no information on it. You see this, right? Let's say you're here, right? You moving the world around you is when my finger stays here, but I move the cardboard. So if you look at it from a certain vantage point, it would appear that my finger is moving and the cardboard is still like this is chariot, right? This is chariot energy. This is hangman energy. They kind of look the same, but you can tell that a hangman and it's when it's aligned, right? Or maybe in a higher vibration and a higher potentiality of what that energy could be. The hangman moves the world around him so it looks as if the hangman is moving, right? But if your hangman is just stuck, right? I don't know how to illustrate like the difference between the world moving around you and you moving the world around you, but the world moving around you is like stuck, right? That's like if everything outside of this, because this is your path, if everything outside of this is moving, but you're just like here. Anyway, I don't know. it's time to move. Now, either be you can be a good hangman and move the world around you, or like don't be stuck. What was I talking about? Where was I going? We got the double solar. Yes. So I feel like with the Sag South Node, there's this potentiality to get caught up in theology, to get caught up in philosophy, to get caught up in a plan, and now is a time of action. Like Mercury is a very, very active planet. Jupiter is an extremely still planet, but it's also expansive, right? And so it's like Jupiter is it's almost like a mental expansion. It's like you use your imagination and you use the internet to travel around the world like cyberly, and you never actually move, but you can explore the whole world from the comfort of your computer, right? But with like Gemini North Node, it's like, no, it's time to actually go out and live and experience. You don't want to get stuck in trying to do whatever because right now Jupiter is retrograde. So if you're acting like a Sagittarius with Jupiter retrograde, it's probably not the time to be acting like a Sagittarius. It's probably time to start actually doing things because, that's what Mercury is about. It is the magician. Jupiter is the wheel of fortune. The magician makes things happen. If you're waiting for the wheel of fortune to turn itself, you may be waiting for a minute. You may be waiting for 18 months or roughly, 18, 17 and a half months because we're sitting at South Node Sagittarius right now. So temperance, alchemy, the wheel of fortune, that's not working. Right now, it's all about the magician and the lovers. That's making a choice, making a decision with the lovers, and then actually acting on it with the magician. Like the time for planning and plotting is over, right? But I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's your life, so you can do whatever you want. Um, but yeah, the Five of Realms is that in between space. It's a world between worlds. It's like you can peer into the world that you want, and then you can also like look into the world that you don't want, and you're in this in between space. Honestly, with the five, with all of these planets retrograde, it's going to be easier to be stuck in the world that you're already in. So again, now is a time of action. Whatever that tower moment is, that tower moment was, it already happened, probably. And I don't know if you're necessarily going to get a liberating tower that comes in and frees you. Um, what else is here? Air and Gemini, which I just talked about. And then the last thing on here is the Sun card, right? That's not the Sun card, it's the Sun energy. And the Sun energy is all about bringers of the dawn. That's what just came into my mind. Bringers of the dawn. It's the stars who will shine so bright at night that the universe, the world, God, the angels, spirits, they're going to come and like give you this just like helium injection. I believe it's helium. No, it's hydrogen. It should be hydrogen, right? Because helium is stable. What is the sun burn? Is there helium on the sun or is it all hydrogen? The universe is coming to give you a gas injection that will power up your star. It's going to make you shine even brighter. That could turn you into this sun energy, right? And again, the sun, the 19 kept trying to flip to the one, and the one is the magician. So it's about doing. With the solar plexus twice, it's all about doing. There's so much action. Three is a catalytic number. Three is a number of change, and it's a number of action. Now, a catalyst is something that changes something else, but it in and of itself is not changed. And so this is us going out to make changes in the world without being changed by the world. And at the same time, it's undoing with all of the Archangel of Healing, the Archangel of Healing, with all the cards that came out. I was like, this is a lot of Scorpio energy. With all that Scorpionic energy, this is about undoing. With Pluto retrograde, it's about undoing all of the ways that you've been damaged and changed by the world and coming back into your truer sense of self and shining your authentic light. The Sun card is bringing an element of authenticity of self, but this authenticity of self is going to require you to burn through the filters and the shades and the lenses that like the blindfold, burn through the blindfold, basically. I'm not gonna keep going with this. I'm gonna give this 3 shuffles a cut. Oops, there's that Wheel of Fortune with the Tower card now. So, not to say that tower moments won't happen, because I feel like good towers are definitely possible and bad towers are also possible. But I feel like the teaching towers have already happened. It's like you should know enough now to have you well on your way. But it just comes down to whether or not you do whatever it is that you need to do. I'll give this 2 more, and then I'll pull the card at the top and the bottom for the I Ching, and then I'll move on to the second bag. I'll give it 1 more cut. Where's my ex roomie? I ain't pulled cards for him in a minute. I remember he was like, pull some cards, Pat. Top of the deck is the Champion, 6 of Wands. Love that energy. Bottom of the deck is the 2 of Cups, the joined one, right? Man, this ain't no pick-a-pile, but this is like kind of sort of really TFB. Bottom of the deck is the Lovers. This Lovers was under that 2 of Cups. Wow. And I'm going to pull this as an overall. And under the Lovers is this Chariot. So like I said, now is a time for action. And with this Lovers, now is a time for choice. And there's an opportunity to be very, very, very victorious and fulfilled. Like, love that energy. Love that energy a lot. But like I said, this is all about choice. And this is about hard choices, right? It's like the champion isn't the champion because she makes the easy choices, right? Geniuses aren't geniuses because they know what 1 + 1 is and because they know what 2 + 2 is. Like, maybe if you're a newborn, that makes you a genius, but we're not newborns anymore. The people who make the hard choices, and the hard choices being those related to deeper healing and stepping outside of your comfort zone, and honestly facing the things that have kept you prisoner, bound, and captive for this long. The people who choose movement and who choose progression with that Chariot, those are the decisions and those are the people who are going to be the most rewarded right now. And again, like, there's a lot of solar plexus energy here. There's a lot of 3 energy here. Did I finish talking about a catalyst? 3 is a very catalytic number, right? Let's say the 2 people come together to have a baby. The father isn't changed at all. The mother is changed for a certain period of time, and then she has the ability to go back. And then they bring into the world a new baby. So over a long enough time scale, neither person is changed, but they have created a new life. And that's what 3 is. That's what a catalyst is. Something that causes change, but it in and of itself is not changed. So it's time for us to be catalysts for this. And for us to really be a catalyst, it's like first we have to undo all of the ways that we've been changed and all the ways that we've been negatively affected. Because if we're operating from a space of being negatively affected, that is us operating from a lesser authenticity, because we're not operating from the truth of ourselves. We're operating from the person and the people that we've become because of the situations that have happened to us in our lives, right? And like, it may fly. I don't know. I don't know who I'm reading for. I just feel like it ain't gonna fly. Seppi, I need to send you a message. Okay, I'm gonna read this I Ching now. It's not easy, but someone's gotta do it. So this is the 2 of Cups at the top and the 6 of Scepters at the bottom. That is Wind over thunder. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Wind over thunder. Oh, goodness. There's wind and there's thunder. Wind over thunder is burgeoning. Number 42. I've read this before because I called it burgoyning. And Siri was like, that's burgeon, not burgoyne. I was like, what? I always thought that was burgoyning. Siri's like, nah, bruh. That's one of the things about like being self-educated in some ways. In some ways, like when you teach yourself to read, or when Hooked on Phonics teaches you how to, whenever you read a word instead of hearing somebody say a word, then you may not know if it's like based in like German or French, or if it's pronounced the way that other words aren't pronounced because English, right? That looked like a moon. Ming E. I saw that yesterday. Darkening the light. Darkening of the light. 42, was it? Increase, burgeoning, and on the ascent. This is E. Let's see. Whoa, hold up. Upper trigram. No, this is backwards. I got this backwards. Never mind. I'm going to read it anyway. To keep your good fortune, you must give it away freely. Note, however, that your window of opportunity will not be open for long. The time for increase and ascent is now. That's just the last like 3 sentences. Again, that was a wrong entry, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. Wait, it was wind over thunder. Wind. Upper trigram is wind. Bottom trigram is thunder. How? Hold up. Yeah, this is wind over thunder. That should be right. I don't understand where the disconnect is. Maybe I read it wrong. This is, yeah, no, this is a typo. Because that is not, that's all earth energy. That is not wind. Yeah, okay. So this is correct though. Now I'm wondering if I did it right in the past. Goodness. So, a state of increase and expansion. Opportunities come knocking. In those opportunities, the sage will discern the benevolent from the malevolent and will incorporate the positive into the endeavor and quickly eliminate the negative. When you gain, you must share your gains. If you do not use your means to benefit others, your own end will be ominous. To keep your good fortune, you must give it away freely. Note, however, that your window of opportunity will not be open for long. The time for increase and ascent is now. So again, and that I feel like that's sort of speaking to the space of if you are not like if you're still affected by things that people did to you and that by things that people said to you or people who made you feel this way or that way or whatever type of way, I feel like that's gonna cloud your discernment. And honestly, like a lack, I don't want to say a lack, but a need for further healing sometimes can be like if you know that you need to do more healing, just expect for your discernment to be off. Because if you're approached by something good, you may say it's like boring, it's too good to be true, it's this, it's that, right? If you're approached by something bad and you're used to bad, you're going to be comfortable with it. That's the energy of like girls who stereotypically girls who always go after the bad boy and then they always get their heart broken and then they wonder like why are all guys like this, and it's like, well, why do you constantly go after the same type of guy? And they say that to do the same thing with an expectation of something different is insanity. And so like ultimately at the end of the day, you know that those dudes aren't good for you, but whatever healing you need to do to come into a greater sense of self-worth that isn't being done is what's keeping you going after these dudes. And whenever you get a good dude, then it's like, oh, right? And then the dudes who are like, girls never go for the good guy and blah, 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 blah. Like a lot of times those guys aren't even good guys, right? They're just maybe like less stereotypically attractive. Like they don't fit the standard of beauty as much, but those will be some of the most entitled, some of the most toxic dudes you'll ever meet because of that sense of entitlement. And it's like, you're not a good guy. Like, and then why are you going after girls who don't like, like you? Like, why don't you find someone who likes you? Either way, it's a space that needs to be healed. And if you're attracting from a space that isn't healed, it's going to mess up your discernment. It just messes with your discernment, honestly, because if your intuition and the spirit is telling you to do something that's outside of your comfort zone, I don't have to keep talking about it. I've talked about it enough. It is what it is. Oh, we got the green dice now. These are the heart dice. We have 2 more 3s. Oh my gosh. We're dealing with both sides of the solar plexus chakra again. Both sides. Oh, let me do my timestamp. I'll say 128. Where my phone at? It's already been 1 hour and 28 minutes, and I still got one more bag to do. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's crazy. Why do I always take so long to make these videos? Oh my gosh. Can you ramble less and work more? Let me stop. Okay. I started the last one. It's been 1 hour since I started the last bag. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So the feminine and the masculine side of the solar plexus came up again. And now I'm going to say something that I forgot to say last time. So again, the feminine side is all about the past. The masculine side is about the future. And I feel like I know, like it seemed like the messages over here were a little, maybe it seemed like the messages were a little harsh. But this done right gives you like this 2 of Cups and the 6 of Pentacles, the 6 of Wands, like being victorious when it comes to this situation. And you like the Lovers and the Chariot at the bottom of the deck, like that's actual movement. And so I feel like with this is all about being in the now moment and operating in the now moment. Being too future forward, that's the energy in the space of anxiety. Being too focused on the past is the space, typically the space of like sinking more into depression, right? Now you could always flip those. You can be anxious about making other mistakes or making mistakes that you already made, and you can be depressed about your future, right? But on a certain level, the energy of anxiety is like more future focused. It's like, if this happens, then like, it's trying to plot for every contingency, and usually it's focused on like worst case scenarios. Now, depression is kind of sort of the same, but a lot of times what fuels depression will be mistakes and things that we've already sort of made in the past that come in and make that worse, right? Typically, at least with I like my experience with anxiety is a lot. It's extremely less than my experience with depression, but that's how I feel those energies. But this is all about being in the now moment. And then of course Aquarian energy comes out again. Aquarian energy has been coming out a lot with these. It came out twice yesterday. And here it is again. 24. 24 would be it's like the 3 of Essences, I believe. I'll have to look it up. This ain't 24, it's 23. It was 23. Where'd the 3 go? I'll look at 24 too, just to see what that was. These things always be trying to switch numbers. Number 7, which is the Chariot. And then number 3, again, which is that airspace. So we have 333 again. We had 3333 last time. 3s are popping for some reason. This is all about catalysis. Is catalysis the word I want? Catalyst, catalysis. Maybe. It might be. It might be. I'm gonna look and see what this 23 and 24 is. 23 might be the ace. Ace of essences. Might be. Oh, excuse me. Where's my app? 23 is, yeah. 23 is the 2. 24 is the 3. So we're talking about the 2 of essences, which is 2 of water energy. And the 2 of cups literally just came out. So we're affirming that 2 of cups. The 2 of essences is all about the duality of self and accepting the duality of self, right? The duality of self is, it can be broken down into like good and bad, light and dark. It's just all of the sort of different ways that we're polarized within ourselves, but it's also, 2 is a unifying number, especially like the 2 of cups is all about, not all about, but it can be a reconciliation energy, right? Can also speak to like soulmates, stuff like that. But the 2 of essences, and it's honestly, it's giving me this vibe right here. Abyssus abyssum est. The depths of me speak to the depths of you, and the depths of you speak to the depths of me. This is about if it's related to another person, but let's leave another person out of this. This is about reconciling the dualities and polarities within oneself. This is about you aligning with your higher self, and your higher self being your truer essence, right? Um, for the suit of essences, I feel it like there's this process of dissolution and then reassembly, right? It's like you dissolve, you isolate all of your pieces, and then you bring it back together. But while it's dissolved, it's like the parts that aren't you get left in the water, while the parts that are you come together. And so this is very, very, very early in that, right? If I talk about it as a journey. And so if the ace is the beginning or the recognition, if the ace is it being whole, then this is the space. I wouldn't even necessarily say it's like healing the shadow yet. I would just say like this is the space of being face to face with it. And I feel like there's this call to look at the pain of the shadow, to look at the pain that it holds and that it's held on to, and to begin to heal it and to begin to reconcile it. And with the double sun, or with the double solar plexus here, again, and maybe that's why I forgot last time, but that's like, if you take away your worries for the future, if you take away your regrets from the past, and if you look at who you are now and what you can do right now, what you've done right now, and what you're doing right now. But if you look at it from both sides without blame or shame or worry, what's the affirmation of the solar plexus? I am my own master, right? So that affirmation is all about putting you in charge of like your life. Because I remember, dude, and I've talked about it at least on my legacy channel. When I was in the meditation class, it was a Sahaja Yoga meditation class, and at the end of the class, we learned how to balance other people's chakras. And so we were balancing this dude's chakras, and he was telling me to feel out like how his system was flowing, and I was like, I think it's like the center of the palm is correlated with the solar plexus, or it might be the area around it. I can't remember which it is. That's the only part I was bad at. I never I still have the papers where it did all the correspondences, but I never looked at it myself. Um, hold up one second. But I never looked at it myself, so that's funny. Um, but anyway, he was like, yeah, his solar plexus chakra is unbalanced. That means he's not the master of himself. And we're literally standing right behind this dude, and I'm trying not to laugh. But like it was only us three in the room, so but nobody else there. But still, at the same time, I'm like, wow, like we're literally standing right behind him. But I mean, if it's true, it's true. And a lot of times, when we aren't our own master, we're getting caught up in what other people expect of us, what other people think we should be doing. We get caught up in what we think we should be doing because of what we've been led to think we should be doing. And a lot of times, when you're led to think you should be doing something else, either A, you're not going to find fulfillment in it, or B, you're always going to feel like you're behind, right? But the affirmation there is like, I am my own master, right? I am the person in charge. I am the person in the seat of my own life. And then the chariot energy comes out. Aquarian energy comes out, which is again about sort of like social, or not again, but Aquarian energy could be the space of social pressures, right? Aquarius rules the 11th house, and the 11th house is all about broader social contacts. It's about your standing in society in some ways, right? And with this air here, I'm feeling this is a sense of contention. So ultimately, at the end of the day, somebody isn't their own master, or maybe someone is becoming their own master. And and you becoming your own master, you are naturally healing and reconciling the light and the shadow within you. Because to be in that chariot energy, it requires that you have both in balance, right? Let me see if I can. Oh, it's literally right here at the top of the deck. You see these two sphinxes, right? Now, if the deck was colored, one of them would be white and one of them would be black. The chariot energy is all about reconciling the light and the shadow, getting them on the same page so you can move forward. Behind this chariot is the Eight of Swords. You got to rescue yourself, like the Cheetah Girl said. What else is down here? Aquarius and the three, I feel like that's social pressures. Maybe it's influenced your mind and your thinking. Maybe you're convinced that you want to do stuff that you actually don't want to do. Number 7 is that chariot. Number 23 is that two of essences. Number 24 that it tries to flip to is the three of essences. And the three of essences can be the space of, oh, the three of essences can be the space of the birth of the inner child, the rebirth of the inner child, right? Where the two of essences is like mommy and daddy sort of coming together and reconciling their differences, coming together. Then the three of essences would be the birth of that inner child. And once the inner child is born, from the four of essences till whatever number of essences, that's when you really get full into that dissolution or dissolving, right? Because it's like before you recognize your light, your dark, and your inner child, if you were to break yourself apart, there could be things that are part of your dark that you would associate as like, that's not me. Or there could be parts of your light where you'd say, that's not me. Or there could be parts of your inner child where you say, that's not me, right? That's why it's important for you to get to know those aspects of yourself before you cast them out. Because if you cast them out, it's like you're creating more shadows, essentially. Um, but yeah, I feel like this one was fairly short and fairly straightforward. I mean, a lot of the double solar plexus stuff I already said. Um, But yeah, I feel like, I mean, here it's all about getting back to self, discovering what it is that you want outside of what society and family and whoever else expects of you. And with Aquarius opposing Leo, I feel like I just feel like there's an extra oppressive energy here, um, or was an extra oppressive energy. Maybe you're coming out of this and you are like integrating your light and shadow, and maybe you've already given birth to your inner child, right? Where you can recognize who that is as a separate entity from the light and the dark. And it's not an entity; it's just a separate part of you. That, in some ways, it's like the inner child is where the light and the dark sort of play without partition in some ways, but it's also a lesser evolved part of it, right? It's like the child is still the child, but the adults and the grown-ups are still the adults and the grown-ups, and you got all of them. Excuse me. It's almost like the inner child is who you are before that separation takes place. Almost. For some people, because, some people have rougher childhoods, and I don't know. Um, but yeah, I feel like this is pretty much it. This one was like fairly short. But yeah, with that being opposed to Leo, with that Aquarian energy being opposed to Leo, I feel like that could speak to um, the restriction of self-expression, and then the limitation on your creativity that results from that. Could be potentially, but it's time to break that. And also with this space of air, this could be you thinking that other people think certain things that they may not necessarily think. And it's like, you may, it's like if it's a teen movie, a coming of age movie where, somebody talks to their mom and they're like, I don't want to do this and I don't want to do that. And, I'm not, you can't live your life vicariously through me. And then one of the parents is like, honey, like all we've ever wanted was for you to be happy. Like, we never wanted you to do these things that you didn't want to do. We thought that you enjoyed it. That's why we encouraged you so hard to do them. And then they're like, what? And you're like, yeah, like we thought you liked this. Like if you would have told us, like we would have stopped pushing. And so there's also, I guess, an element of like, these do not want to shuffle. There's this element of like, you may be fighting harder than you need to get some things done. All right, I'm gonna give this a 3 cut, and then I'll take the top and bottom and we'll eaching it up. Top of the deck, the Journeyman, 8 of Orbs. Bottom of the deck, the Sacred Water, Ace of Cups. Okay, I'm. This is a journey for sure. I'm gonna shuffle, see if anything wants to fall out. I'll give it 7. Oh, this card. Oh, 2 cards. These 2 cards jumped up, flipped. They like I was shuffling, right? They jumped up, flipped over, and went back. And so now they're like this. I was like, wow, that was interesting. They got tricks. I believe that's it. Oh no. Oh no, that's the title card. I was like, oh no, there's one more. No, that's the title card. Bottom of the deck is the Archangel of Mysteries. The angel who illuminates the shadow. The angel who illuminates the shadow. Interesting. And so we have the Ace of Swords and the Corruptor. This is all about cutting out corruption. If you have a vice, it's all about cutting out those vices. These 7 cups, the animals in the 7 cups represent the 7 deadly sins. We have. I'm gonna try to remember. Our greed and envy are different, right? Greed, envy, lust, pride, sloth, gluttony, and wrath. I believe that's it. It's all about addressing vices. There's some toxic behavior that you need to cut out because it's like without this being cut out, it's making non options look like options. And those non options could be, what is this, Venus and Scorpio? Ooh, this is Venus and Scorpio energy. Ooh, Venus was just in Taurus too. Um, let's see. But yeah, and that's about cutting out things. It's like there are some options that look like non-options, and these non-option options may be things related to what other people think you should be doing, or what you think you should be doing because what other people tell you should be doing. When honestly, this Eight of Pentacles, this Eight of Orbs into the Sacred Water, this is giving me vibes of like you connecting to your truest and deepest self. This Ace of Cups is the original spiritual deprivation tank, right? Spiritual sensory deprivation tank. And I first felt the spiritual sensory deprivation tank as like that element of like you're getting thrown into these purifying waters. The essence of who you are is being broken apart so you can look at pieces in more observable you can look at yourself in more observable pieces where you can fully analyze and look at them and then decide what's you or decide realize what's you and integrate it and then leave everything else to get flushed when the tank is flushed and then you come back together, right? Your ear rang when you said cut out seven vices, cut out vices, seven deadly sins. So do it. Ace of Swords here. Cut them out. I don't know what it is. Maybe potentially Venus and Scorpio. I mean, Venus and Scorpio was hot. Venus and Scorpio was like, ooh, oh. Venus and Scorpio have you whipped up, tied up, chained up somewhere, and then she might forget about you because that's her thing. She's like, "Oh, I forgot you were in here," and then you're like, oh, "Can we do this again next Tuesday?" Oh, well, hey, Scorpionic energy is also it can be kind of sort of insatiable a little bit. So it's interesting because Taurus is also insatiable, but in different ways. It can be insatiable in different ways than Scorpio can be. Like Taurus eats a lot and Scorpio sleeps a lot, if you know what I mean. Not all the time, but not all Tauruses are all Scorpios, but one eat a lot, the other sleep a lot. One eat around, one sleep around. Hey, let me stop. I'm sorry. I am sorry. But this is the energy of knowing oneself intimately. And honestly, it's like there are some patterns of thought that I had, and still, it's not that I struggle with them, but I entertain the idea. I go back and forth of what I thought I would be and what I thought, like what the future initially looked like to me, right? And I was doing an Akashic Records reading for myself, and it came out that my path may potentially go in a different direction that I wasn't necessarily accounting for in the beginning and I wasn't necessarily comfortable with for reasons. But it's almost like now I find myself reevaluating in some ways, right? And then I also had to look at it and analyze, okay, like, is this something that I'm not comfortable with because I'm not comfortable with it? Or is this something that I'm not comfortable with because societally I shouldn't be comfortable with it? Is this something that I told myself not to be comfortable with because of reasons related to things outside of me? And there's almost this sort of same energy. Because again, the double solar plexus speaks to an element of greater authenticity. And at first I thought that energy came out with the sun, but this energy is actually coming out with the solar plexus popping up twice. Right. And it's almost like you can't really act in alignment with yourself if you don't know who you are. You know what I mean? And again, that two of chalices energy is all about reconciling aspects of the self, but in a higher aspect, it could be getting who you are to align with your higher self, right? Getting you to enter the space of doing the things that you know that you should be doing, maybe the more difficult things that are harder to do or more difficult to do that you're sort of maybe you're scared of, but once you are so aligned and once you trust so much, It's not that it necessarily makes it any easier, but it's like this is something that I know I have to do to move forward. Okay. I'm going to read the I Ching now, and then I might take another nap. Excuse me. Must be androids. I'm so tired, y'all. I've been like all this not sleep is starting to wear on me. Double everything. I mean, we have 4 threes first. Now we got 3 threes. I got one more bag after this, and it's gonna be 333. Gemini Moon on the 22nd. Houseway. I told you it's like these new moons have been so early in the cycle. I'm almost wondering if they're actually void of course, or like how close they are to being void of course when the moon is new. And what does a new moon that's void of course actually mean? Because it's like people use the new moon for manifestation, but if the moon is void of course, then is it backed by anything? For anybody doing like new moon, full moon rituals, like have the new moons been doing anything, or are they so void of course that the power is almost weakened? Like I don't do them, so I don't know. But I guess I could look it up, but maybe not. Well, yeah, because the sun will be like 2 degrees Gemini maybe on the 22nd. And if it's like really early on the 22nd, it might be like 1. It'll be like between 1 and 3 degrees. I don't know. Them new moons like, ah, ha, ha, this why y'all manifestations ain't working. It's time for y'all to level up. Y'all don't need me no more. It is. What am I doing? I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting the I Ching. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting the I Ching. I'm sorry. I just got a message. So this is again. We have more cups on the top. So the Ace of Chalices on the top, the Eight of Orbs on the bottom. That is the Mountain on the bottom and Heaven on the top. Finally, the wind or heaven in a place where it's supposed to be. Fine. Like yesterday, the mountain and the earth was on top of everything. I'm like, heaven over the mountain, or the mountain over heaven, earth over the wind. What kind of planet are we living on? Now we got heaven over the mountain. Heaven over the mountain is number 33, retreats. Okay. Heaven over the mountain is number 33, retreat. This is going to be interesting. Let me make sure, though. Let me make sure. Upper trigram, heaven. No. Heaven and. Oh, that's 34. I was like, hello? I think I read the last one backwards. Sorry. What is. 1 second. 1 second. Maybe it's me. Because it's showing Maybelline. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, so we're gonna redo both of the I Chings, and I'm gonna have to 155. Is that 155? Yeah, 155.50. Let me put this note on here because I read the wrong I Ching, y'all. I was like, this is wrong. It was me. Blame it on the alcohol in my system. I'm sorry, y'all. So then I'll say 156.20. And I'm actually going to read the I Ching for the last one first, and then I'll read the I Ching for this one because I made a mistake. I made a oops. So, wait, it's the 1 and the 2. So that's water and wind. Water is 1, wind is 2. 6 of scepters is thunder. So that's going to be wind over thunder, and then this is going to be water over the mountain. So wind over. It's not thunder. Yeah. Wind over thunder is number. Hold up. Wind over thunder. Yeah. Wind over thunder, number 42. That's right. So the last one was right. And then it was water over the mountain. Water over the mountain is number 39, impasse. Okay. So the last one was actually correct. I thought I did it right. Ooh, excuse me. Let me make sure. Upper trigram is water. Yes. Lower trigram is mountain. Yes. Okay. All right. So the I Ching here is an impasse and difficulties. This is Jian energy. Jian energy is the character of Jian. It says water seeks movement while the mountain seeks to remain still. An impasse. Difficulties encountered. The sage changes insight to cultivate virtue. It is a time for inner reflection, self awareness, and personal development. Peril above, peril below. When wise counsel has been sought, when wise counsel has been sought out, it will be auspicious to proceed with your endeavor. Adversity and troubles, take caution, but the ending will be well. When you hit the worst point, you cannot go at it alone. Seek out support and counsel when you are uncertain. Wait, what's this about? Give me 1 second. Okay, so maybe I projected y'all a little further than y'all actually are. It's fine. So I guess I'm going to go back to the storyline where we're still reconciling the differences between our light and our shadow. And so, since we're still reconciling the differences between our light and our shadow, we aren't yet chariot ready to move. Because when they're not on the same page, it's like any movement will be not necessarily forward movement. With the solar plexus, maybe somebody is suffering with depression and anxiety. You got both of them. Too worried about the future, too busy focused on the past to make any aligned action now that will move you forward, right? I thought it was like, hey, you got the future and the past, so maybe you're sitting at the present. I can be hopeful. I'm a Pisces. Aquarian energy is right here. Aquarius is the star I was hoping. So yeah. So I guess this is someone who ain't. Maybe you haven't cut out these vices yet. Maybe you're going to be coming to this space where you can realize what actions you've been taking that are actually along like vice levels, right? Maybe it's time to cut something out because you holding on to something is corrupting what it is that the corruptor, it's corrupting what it is that you actually want, and it's corrupting it by way of just like um, by keeping you bound to the things that you have been bound to in the past. It's like you're too far in your own head to make any rational decisions right now. I guess I don't want to really say it that way, but too busy worried about the future and focused on the path to make decisions that will move you forward in a way that actually moves you forward, right? During hours that you're not even normally hungry. Well, excuse me, the solar plexus speaks to sustenance, right? And it's sustenance beyond just like food in your belly. So maybe you're seeking some kind of mental, emotional, or spiritual sustenance that you're not like being fulfilled in, right? Emotionally unfulfilled, spiritually unfulfilled, mentally unfulfilled in some way where it's trying to like call out to you, like, feed me. But I mean, it may not necessarily say me versus you. I mean, I don't think this is I don't think this is a me versus you energy. This is honestly, this feels like a you versus you because this is the chariot. And the chariot energy isn't necessarily like other people in your way. If you have a chariot that can't move, it's because the charioteer can't get the horses under control. It's because the horses are acting up and he can't get them to both go in the same direction. So this is a us versus us thing. And it's not, hopefully we'll be coming out of the space of a versus and it's in us reconciling with us type of thing. Because if you approach this in a combative space, I pulled myself out of me. Well, that's not gonna work. You got to put yourself back together. you you can't do anything. You only got one horse, so you're a chariot with one horse. You need both of the horses to move forward. Me versus you. But yeah, if you approach it from a combative space, it's only gonna perpetrate combative energy, right? If you fight it, it's gonna fight back, and then you'll never get to make any movement forward. But um, so then I guess this is a need to slow down and to go inside. So this is an energy of self-mastery. But this is self-mastery through love and self-mastery guided by spirit. This is how I talk to myself. Um, what is that relationship like? Is that like a good and healthy relationship? Is that a working relationship or is it not? Because if that's how you talk to yourself, I mean, I can kind of talk to other people that way, but I can't talk to myself that way because I know that I won't cooperate with myself if I talk to myself like that. So for me, it wouldn't work, but for other people, it might. I don't know. Um, so yeah, maybe it'd be best to not make any, or to maybe not make a lot of movement right now if you can't get your horses aligned, because it's like, let's say you try to move and there's a winding, twisting road, and you need your horses to turn the corner so that you don't go off, so you don't go careening off of the cliff. But if you can't get both of your horses on the same page, then like I don't know. Maybe it'll turn into Apollo's chariot and you'll like fly, right? Maybe your horses will turn into reindeer and they'll pull your sleigh like Santa and you'll be fine. Maybe not. You never looked at it that way though. You can be blunt. Yeah. But when we talk to ourselves, we also have to like realize and recognize what we respond to. Because I know what I don't respond to, and so I'm not going to talk to myself in a way that I won't respond. Because, like, even if I'm upset, right? Because it is like if you're having a different, whatever, another perspective. Okay, but yeah, that's what this is. So the cards say maybe don't make a lot of moves, seek wise counsel. This is an impasse. Sometimes moments of pause and break and reflection are important. Too harsh with me. Oh, I know a lot of people are harsh on themselves. It's not pretty. And the purple bag is going to be last again. The purple bag always comes out at the end. Those were actually the green dice, and the dice are related to the heart space, right? Maybe related to how we feel about a certain thing or a certain situation. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, that was interesting. So, what was the first one? It wasn't use gentle force. What was it? I don't even remember. I don't remember. Okay, 24. Oh my gosh, we literally just had 23 that tried to roll into a 24. So this is the story. Just like yesterday, it all ended up being a story. Yesterday was the story of the Scholar of Souls. Today, we're starting at the Five of Realms, into the Two of Essences, into the Three of Essences. So I guess this is actually so like a lot of that stuff I was just talking about, like you've done this and you've done that. Now we move from the Two of Essences to the Three of Essences. So we are introducing our inner child, which is nice. That's progression. How many threes we got? No threes. What? No threes. No threes. Oh, wow. Not a single three. We have number 13, number 8, number 12, 24, and 2 and 4. No repeating numbers by themselves, right? I guess 12 is a 3, but 23 seems to be my number today. 23 is the number of the two chalices over here. So where do I start? I mean, I already talked about the 24. Let's start with the 24. The 24 is the Three of Essences, which is all about the inner child. The inner child comes about when your light and your dark give birth. The mother is the dark, the father is the light, and that's because the dark is more receptive, it's the more intuitive necessarily because it's in the dark, the moon. And then the father, the light, the expressive is the masculine. And then together they make the inner child. But at the same time, the light and the dark themselves are not changed for the creation of the inner child, right? And the inner child, after it is born, is no longer affected by the progression or the evolution of the light or the dark, right? That's why your dark could get darker, but your inner child sort of remains the same, and your light can get lighter, but your inner child sort of remains the same, right? It speaks to an element of innocence, but like an incorruptible innocence. It's an innocence that won't be changed. And that could be another reason why you need all three working together, right? Because, like, operating in the space of your inner child is great, but, sometimes we got to be smart. Or not smart, we have to be aware of the situations that we're in, and not aware of the situations that we're in the space of hiding, but aware of the situations that we're in the space of, sometimes some things are appropriate and sometimes some things are not appropriate. That could also be the element of learning healthy boundaries, right? Because let's say you have a kid that is super nice and gives to everything, and the kid goes up to a dog like a vicious dog to give the dog a treat, and the dog bites the kid's hand when it tries to get the treat from the kid, and then the kid is crying, right? You need to teach the kid, okay, that dog over there is a little, you might want to throw the treat at that dog because it's got a big mouth. um, Wait, what? You wanted your hair done on the 20th, but she said 23. Oh, snap. 23 is a 5. 5 is the number of change. So there we have the inner child. Here we have 13. 13 is death and transformation. 8 is the crown. 2 is the sacral. 12 is Pisces. 4 is fire. We had lots of fours yesterday. Lots of fire yesterday. What'd you say? So being a life path 3, does that make me a big walking inner child model? Um, I don't know. If it resonates for you that way, maybe. But maybe instead of it making you a model for that, it might be a focus for you, right? Because it's like you gotta do it before you can be a model of it. So maybe once you like do it, I mean, I guess I don't know if you have or if you haven't, but it's like, once you've come up with the way to do it, maybe you'd be able to have some sort of like blueprint or insight into the situation to help other people do it. But I don't know if it would necessarily mean that like you're born into that, because sometimes a life path is something that you're meant to strive to do in that lifetime. It isn't necessarily something that you're born with, right? Or maybe it is something that you're born with. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be something you're born with if it's your life path, because the path speaks to the journey, speaks to the destiny. Like by the end of your lifetime, that's something that you should have done, right? You're still working on it. Okay. But also, like three is a catalytic number in itself, right? So that could also be, it's like, I mean, and that's related to the inner child, but that's you being put in a lot of different situations, maybe, but you not being changed by them, or reaching the point where you're not changed by the things that happen around you, where you can remain the same even in the space of external stimuli. But then, whenever you want to create and whenever you want to enact change, it's for you to be able to create that change without you being changed in yourself either. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know much about life paths, honestly. I know I'm a life path 7, and it's a very spiritual life path, and that's all I know. I know life path 1s are leaders, but they may not be natural born leaders. They may have to come into it. Your destiny number is 5. I mean, if you start talking about destiny numbers, I mean, I ain't looked into them that deeply. I know what mine is, but I don't know necessarily what it means. I wouldn't know how to break it down if that's what you're asking, but it's however you feel it. Excuse me. And I haven't really been in a space to think about it too much, you know? But yeah, with this 24, it's all about giving birth to that inner child and give your inner child some space to play. Then we come into the 2 and the 8, which is the sacral and the crown. This is interesting because the sacral and the crown, neither do I yet. The sacral and the crown encompasses, like, it's almost like the sacral and the crown encompass everything that we're aware of and everything that it's more within our power to control. When you get down to the root, like the root, it's like you can be aware of it, but it like root work, like root chakra work, may be some of the hardest work that you do, like even harder than the heart healing, because it's like you have to go to your very foundation and you have to build off of that and you have to analyze there. Now a lot of times doing work in the root will naturally, because the chakras flow upwards and then I guess they also flow down, they go up and down, right? But a lot of times, what we do, or what it's in our power to do, is we go from the ground up. And so, before you even work on the heart, before you're even talking about the throat or the third eye, your root, your sacral, and your solar plexus should be aligned. Because again, it's the Kundalini energy sits at the seat of the sacral and it rises to the crown. It's a bottom up approach. So, if you're trying to open your heart, but your root isn't great, it's like you can make progress, but you're gonna have to readdress it at some point. And if you're trying to clear your throat or work on your throat, right? It's like if your root and your solar plexus and your heart and your sacral aren't right, it's like you can do some work there, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's not going to be as clear as it could be. Um, but with this inner child, speaking to innocence, the root chakra, Muhadlara, I think it's Muhadlara. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but Muhadlara, I think, is the root. And in Sahaja Yoga and maybe some other systems, it's related to our sense of innocence. And it is that inner child. And then we have the inner child coming out in the three of essences, right? It's like, I guess with the ace of essences, first, it's for you to know yourself. With the 2, then it's for you to know your shadow. With the 3, it's for you to know your inner child. Assuming yourself is your light. I mean, I haven't written it out yet. So right now, until it's written out, it's how I feel it in the moment. As soon as I finish up the schoolwork, I'm gonna write these out. Then I'm gonna put them up in a deck, and I can't wait to use them and get them. I need to reach out to my buddy and ask him if he has any resources. But I don't know. If my buddy comes across this video, uh, maybe he can shoot me a resource where I can go to get a deck made, right? But I still want to write it all up before I even get that far anyway, because I want to know the energy that I'm going for before I try to build an image around it. Um, so yeah, the sense of innocence is already there, and now we're coming into this Kundalini energy, which is the divine mother energy within us, which is, I guess, kind of sort of pure raw creative power, right? And this 8 crown is actually the masculine side of the crown. Yes, it's actually the masculine side of the crown. And I kind of sort of code this more as transmitting than receiving. I think with the crown, a lot of like the default of the crown, at least for us, is the reception, right? Like my crown is open, I'm receiving downloads, I'm receiving communication. That's the 7. The 8 is the transmittance. It's transmitting from the crown, right? Now, if you're transmitting from the crown, you got to make sure you're transmitting to an open receiver because, and like that's the thing about, I'm not going to get into it, never mind. I can't go too deep into it because I didn't finish looking into the chakras when I was supposed to. Like so many different things kept coming up, and I got to get the schoolwork done. But there's a lot more than 7 chakras, okay? And maybe once I find out what the 8th chakra actually is, then that can be the 8th chakra. But for now, it's transmitting from the crown. Um, Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look and see if this is a word. I wanna look and see if this is a word. Word. I didn't even timestamp this. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna say 2 hours because I forgot. I'll have to go back and fix it. Goodness. Actually, I'll say 2:10 because about 2 hours is when I was reading the I Ching. Okay. I'm trying to see what I can find off of this because a word just popped into my mind. But besides an Italian painter, then this dude was born in Bologna. Oscar Myers has a way with Bollogna. Oh, who the freak is this? Let's see if this gives me anything. What the what? So I found the definition of what this word is, but I don't know. And it's Rennie. Yeah, Rennie. He's an Italian painter. Of, relating to, or resembling twilight, dim and indistinct. Or is that crepuscular? Crisp, brittle, larger, bulky, but wait, what? Oh, God, my goodness. A combining form meaning kidney, used in the formation of compound words. Reniform. Combining form of kidneys. Oh, like renal. Okay. Relating to the kidneys purify the blood? No, that's the liver. What do kidneys do? I never took anatomy, okay? I was in an anatomy class, but then I dropped it because they had a lab and my eyes were going. And I was like, you know what? I ain't got time to be straining my eyes. And the anatomy class without the lab was already full. So, hey Siri, what do kidneys do? I think they also purify the body in some way. What do you mean? What do you mean? Kidneys aren't the liver, but they also do something with purifying something, right? Like the liver does liquids and do the kidneys do something else? I don't know. Kidney function. Here we go. Your kidneys remove waste and extra fluid from your body. Your kidneys also remove acid that is produced by the cells of your body and maintain a healthy balance of water, salts, and minerals such as sodium, calcium, phosphorus, and potassium in your blood. So they do purify the blood. Okay, so like I wasn't completely off. Like, yeah, like I know I'm not like that dumb, right? So renal artery. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. So for some reason the kidneys came out, which is all about purifying stuff. Let me turn my meditation music back on because it went off. Sorry, give me one moment. This is important. So the kidneys. Purification. We got the inner child. And again, I said that the three is the space before you begin to really dissolve and break apart because it's important for you to know your light, your dark, and your inner child when you're determining whether something is you or something isn't you. Right. It's almost like there are these stages to healing, but this is you getting to know who you are in your truest essence. And again, the essence of a person is different than the soul of a person because I need to dig further into it. But upon initial whatever, I'm feeling the essence of the person as who you are in a soul level, filtered through this specific incarnation, through this specific experience, right? Now, let's say you've had 50 different lifetimes, 50 different past lives, and you've done 50 different things in every single one of them, right? Discovering who you are or coming to your essence would be you going to the relevant lives, right? Let's say that you want to be a painter or a musician. You want to be a creative, right? So you go to your painter past lives, your musician past life, a sculptor past life, this past life, that past life. Maybe there's a past life where you were really good friends with someone who was successful, right? And all these different ways that the soul is and grows and expands. But um, one second, y'all. I'm sorry. Millennial break. Oh, ooh, ooh. I don't know why that. Why did that song keep popping into my mind? What was I even talking about? I shouldn't have took that millennial break because I already forgot. What was I talking about? Kidneys, the renals. What was I talking about? I forgot. The two of the three dissolving. I wanted to because I played the game. I rented it and I played like the first few minutes. Like there was the falsy and the lassie, and then the people who were the people. Um, what was I talking about? The kidneys purify the blood. I'm gonna have to try to find it, y'all. Whatever I was talking about is probably lost. I apologize. I should know by now that I can't just be distracting myself because the train will leave the station and I will be in the restroom. Forgetting why I'm in the restroom when I was probably in the restroom because I needed to use the restroom. But then I'm like, why am I in here? The young native girl that could foresee the future. I I'm in a video. Okay. I'm sorry. It's really interesting. I will do that. She reincarnated every timeline. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I was talking about. Essences versus souls. That's how I'm feeling the essence. It's like you are this infinitely expansive spark of conscious energy, but that's your soul, right? Your essence is kind of sort of how you channel that in this lifetime. And that's the only way I can really sort of differentiate between the two. Mr. Anderson. One second. So yeah, I had to try to consolidate the difference between the two, and I was like, because it's like in its purest essence, this is what it is. I know there's a difference between an essence and a soul. It's essence and its soul because it's like, and I initially said it's like, excuse me, the essence. It's like if you break something apart and then you reassemble it, the minute you get that thing, that's its essence, right? But the soul can't be broken apart. The soul is the indivisible part of you that can't be separated, segmented, or anything. But the essence of something, it's like, what is the tracest, faintest amount of this where it maintains all of its properties, right? Like the smallest fractal, maybe. I don't know. It's something like that. Now you have to listen to her theme song. Why am I talking about that? Because the inner child is the innocence, right? And so once you do that inner child healing, that's step number one. Oh, maybe this is speaking to like an upgrade to your chakra system, right? Because it's like once you do that inner child healing, then you get to rebalance your chakras all over again. But from that healed space, they're able to come into a higher functionality because there's an increased amount of energetic flow between them. Okay, that's where we're going. It takes me a while sometimes, but I get there eventually. I get there eventually. You'll find the part where they explained it. Okay. And then number 13 is the death. There's the transformation energy. Number 12 is Pisces. We got 12 and 13. And then number 4, wherever number 4 went, here it is. Number 4 is fire. And so death is all about transformation. That's 8th house energy. Pisces is 12th house energy. There's this 12 and 8 We have the sacral and the crown. The sacral would be Scorpio. Hey, Clarinda. Hi. Welcome to the Hierophant. To the Hierophant. I do a bunch of just random off the wall stuff over here. Yeah, I just randomly one day felt like I wanted to make a new channel. I wanted to change my name, but since my channel is a legacy channel, like I had that channel before Google acquired YouTube, so I couldn't change my name. So I was just like, I'll just make a new channel. So that's what I did, and I've been over here ever since. Um, so Pisces would be the space of the inner child, and then the eighth house Scorpio would be the space of like the essence. Because I'm getting this like collective subconscious vibe versus individual subconscious vibe between the 12 and the 8. But this also speaks to transformation. But transformation on what level? I mean, I guess I did say that, like once you heal your inner child, then any chakra healing that you've done, you're probably going to have to go back and reinforce. Probably. Because the inner child speaks to the root. And again, the chakra system, a lot of times when it comes to healing, it's a bottom up approach. So if you're only focusing on your like third eye chakra because you want your third eye to be open, but your heart isn't open and your sacral is busted and your root is just completely decayed and falling apart, then you're going to have limited healing capabilities. My brain is starting to go. It's starting to go. Bottom of the deck is the Seven of Swords. You'd be cheating yourself if you did it that way. But anyway, it's like once you do this inner child healing, you're going to have to start over from the ground up. And once your root is solid, whenever you go back and you reheal with the ones under it being aligned, it may like upgrade in functionality. It may level up. It may just get to spinning in a way that it didn't completely spin before. Because again, with these energy centers being aligned, it's like once the energy flows up, the flow of that energy then mingles with the flow of the energy center there. So when you have it, the flow coming in, flowing with the flow, it speeds it up, right? It's like if you're flying a kite and a gust of wind comes behind, it's going to like push your kite, right? Very much that energy. Oof, I mean, now we're talking about zodiac. The zodiac I got over here is Pisces. They say Pisces is the feet, but Pisces might be the space of the eighth chakra. Who knows? It's probably like the crown because it's connected to the collective subconscious. And then here again is death, which is transformation. And then we also have this fire energy here. The fire is an element of expression. Mm. This is a very, very deep and profound level of healing because, number one, it involves the inner child. But with this death energy connected to Pisces, connected to fire being an element of purification, the element of purification coming in to reinforce the transformation with that death energy, right? Maybe you're stuck in the esoteric right now. Esoteric is the bottom up. Interesting. I mean, it's like that's just because it's like. I mean, that's how the chakras work, though. Um, and the human, at least from the way that we do it, it works from the bottom up. And so, like, I guess chakras are like innately esoteric, but And I guess I feel like I guess I don't too much see people talk about that, which is interesting because people will be like, make sure you work on your throat chakra, work on your heart chakra. But if your chakras below that aren't balanced either, it's like it's better to start from the bottom and work your way up. But um, inner child issues again, they keep coming up. Like you said, you think it's done, but nope, lol. I mean, I feel like I don't want to say I feel like inner child healing is never done, but um, I'm sorry. I just got really happy randomly for some reason. Um, I'm sorry. Where was I? So yeah, this is very, very deep and very profound because it's like from the energy of Pisces connected to the collective subconscious, to the energy of death and transformation associated with Scorpio, to the element of fire, which is all about expression. This is very like, and then I forgot that we have the elevated crown energy here, which is about transmitting. It's about transmitting. Now, if you know what the eighth chakra is, take it to be the eighth chakra. I don't know what it is yet. So for now, until this is further established, I get it as transmitting from the crown. But this is like level up upon level up. This is level up beyond level up. And this is the purple set of dice. The purple set of dice are like the truth, like universal truths. I know that sounds very grand, but that's kind of sort of what these do. Um, I'm actually maybe I'll just get right into the I Ching because it's like there's something here. I'm gonna be real honest. I kind of don't get it, and I don't think it's for me to get right now because this is it's a space that has to be experienced because it is so unique for every individual. And honestly, if I'm being completely honest, I feel like this is a level of healing that a lot of people don't do anyway. Um, not to put it out there like that, but it's just like very, very, very. It's like the method behind it isn't particular to a certain person necessarily, but the outcome will be very individual because, again, it's related to the essence of who you are. And then there's this element of soul integration with it from the fire energy. And then with that, like the double crown, like what? But also, this comes from the seat of the sacral. Bottom of the deck is the Reaper. Top of the deck is the Six of Cups. Scorpio energy. Scorpio energy. Lots of Scorpio energy. Scorpio energy has been very heavy today for some reason. What y'all talking about? What can be done? Yeah, times are. I mean, I can't complain much at all, but times are interesting in places. Don't think about it, be about it. Just popped into my mind. And it's interesting because this is the one space where we don't have any solar plexus energy. But with the two, I feel like this speaks to a deep level of intimacy with the self. Oh, that's interesting. I don't want to put myself out there like that, but I had this dream. I had a dream maybe a week and a half ago. And in this dream, it was a very, very, very like supernaturally type of dream, which was very interesting. But in one part of the dream, there were like these mimics who would like turn into other people, right? And it's coming to my mind because I just said like this is a level of like self intimacy. And so there were these mimics who would turn into other people. And I came upon myself and I was like, I wonder what I'm like. I was like, I wonder what that experience is like, and I'll probably never get this opportunity again. So, might as well go for it, right? Like, I ain't got to go into detail, but things didn't get too far. But it was just interesting that that happened. Um, Oof. I'm saying prayers for both of y'all's. But yeah, it's tough times. Excuse me. I'm gonna give this 3 more shuffles, a cut, 1 shuffle, a cut, and then we'll see what this last one is. This video is already so long. That was a good shuffle. Ooh. Oh, wow. No. Well, yeah, I'm going to do it anyway. So the top of the deck before I give this next shuffle is the Mind Your Business card. And I was getting lots of Mind Your Business energy. So it's interesting that the card was at the top. But I do have 1 more shuffle and another cut to do. So we'll see if it comes back up at the top. No, it's not because I'm going to. Darn it. Mind your business. Top of the deck is the Vagabond, 5 of Cups. Seen that lately. Bottom of the deck is the Holy See. Did I get both of these yesterday? Hold on, wait. I'm gonna look at the. And look, there's that. There's the Stronghold of the Flame with the salamander. And I was like, the tale continues. The tale resumes. I'm gonna look at the thumbnail I took yesterday because it might have been these cards. Excuse me. I was like, wait, what was I doing? No, it was the Initiate in the Holy See. Okay, this is different. The Initiate was about beginning. This is about walking away. With the hands, they got natural remedies. I'm going for the bottle of water. I got the bottle of water, so I'm probably going to have to use the restroom, but it's fine. And it's gone. Excuse me. I decided to drink the whole bottle at once because why not, right? This is 2 5s. This is interesting. I'm almost done with this, and then I feel like I'll chat a little bit. Oh snap! Oh snap! Okay, what is this about? Bottom of the deck. Pull it. The Seeker. Seek and ye shall find. When the student is ready, the master appears. Wow, I just heard when the master is ready, the student appears. Oof. Somebody might be coming into a space of teaching here pretty soon, which is very interesting. When the master is ready, the student appears. What's at the top of the deck? Oh, wow. Here's the Stronghold of the Veil page of orbs. Excuse me, bottom of the deck is the Stronghold of the Grail, the Veil and the Grail page of cups. From the feminine realms of earth and water come these pages. That's interesting. Oh, wow. That's messages on messages. Oh, back to holistic healing. Oh, I'm starting to sweat now. Oh, it's so warm back here, y'all. It's so warm back here. So the Seeker is here, clarifying the situation. Is this a return? I think this is a return. This is giving me the village vibes from the Kim Kransvold on Archetype. Because in the village is all about setting out and leaving your comfort zone, going to explore the world. But the village is also about the return to the village, right? Where you come back with your stories and with what you've seen, where you bring the world to the village so that the village can grow. Because that's kind of sort of the only way the village really expands. It's from the people who venture out and then come back. Um, when the master is ready, the student appears. I feel like there's something karmic here, Loki. Oh, goodness. Why am I starting to get so sweaty? Is it the water? Now that I have liquid in my body is like, oh, yeah, something to sweat. There's this like low key karmic vibe. It's like the karmic school of hard knocks. But honestly, it most feels like, okay, maybe that's the karmic. It's the holy see. All right. The karmic is the holy see. You may have a Taurus karmic. Let me stop. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Um, this almost feels like a return to something that may have been a little restrictive and oppressive in the past. Now, this isn't a devil energy, it's a holy see energy, but both the devil and the holy see. It's interesting because the holy see is like the priest and the devil is like the devil, but they can both be restrictive, right? Can be restrictive. But this is almost an energy of like returning to an institution, returning to something structured after a period of separation. And the seeker is here. And again, the village vibes came out. So it's almost the energy, I guess it would be closer to the energy of like someone born and raised in the church and then they go and they leave the church, right? They live life, they have experiences, they have a certain experience that leads them closer to God, and then they go back to the church, right? It's like it's time to go back to church or something. Um, are you gonna be heading out, Clarinda? Oh wow! Oh, you can't drink water that way. I was really thirsty, so yes, yes. I forgot that you're working. Ooh, you sent me that picture. I was like, oh my gosh. So Clarinda just does it all, doesn't she? Anything you need, Clarinda can hook you up. Hopefully, it's not too hot today. Well, it might be, but hopefully, it's fairly cool. Hopefully, you can catch a cool breeze from the window or something like that. I don't know if you're baking today, or did you do all the baking yesterday? All right, well, I'll see you around. We have two fives here. Are there any other fives on the table? I mean, these are all threes. No, these are the only fives on the table. Excuse me. And another interesting thing is, last time we had cups and earth. The first time we had cups and fire. The cups were coming out at the bottom of the deck, but now the cups are at the top of the deck, and at the bottom of the deck is the Holy See. And this is an element of seeking. Um, it's like seek and you shall find, right? You have not because you ask not. When the master is ready, the student appears. When the student is ready, the master appears. Whenever you're ready for this thing, it will find you. And if it has found you, you are ready. Oh, yes, yes. Even if you don't feel like you're ready, even if you think you're not qualified, if it finds you, you are ready because it can't find you before. One cake baked. And ganache the Kylo helmet cake. Ooh, good luck. Ganache. Ooh, you're cutting layers. That means there's cake scraps. Maybe one day I'll be there to get some cake scraps. Not maybe. One day I'll be there to get some cake scraps. Because the seeker is here. So the seeker is here, which means somebody went looking for something. But only one of those rosebuds have bloomed. Like the other two rosebuds haven't bloomed yet. You see that? But you're seeking, you're asking, and like there's the hands of God right there. Here's the glyph for Uranus, I believe. Uranus is in Taurus right now. Uranus and Taurus right now. So Taurus season is almost over, but hey, maybe it ain't too late for things to shake up. Because Uranus is going to be in Taurus for a minute, maybe until 2023. I think until 2023, but I can't remember. I honestly don't remember. Um, hey Siri, when does Uranus go into Gemini? What you mean there's something wrong, Siri? Uranus and Taurus is all about busting up the foundation, checking up our sense of worth and our sense of value. Because when our sense of worth and value shifts, then the things that we attract and manifest shifts. Yes. And so somebody was seeking something, and they found something, and I don't know if they like it. Okay. See, put the pieces together. I'm not gonna say what just came to my mind because honestly, it's not because I don't want to say it. It's because I don't want to say it. Uh, somebody was seeking something. Someone found what they were seeking. Somebody probably wasn't ready for it. That's why we have the Five of Cups here. Now somebody is going to be Five of Cupsing back. Okay, so it's like somebody was seeking something and they found what they were seeking, because when the student is ready, the master appears. When the master is ready, the student appears. Seek and ye shall find. If you have found it, thou hast probably sought it, or sought after it, right? But there's this element of a freak out. Oh, let me take the picture before I forget. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me one moment. Gotta take the thumbnail. Thumbnail. Okay. Little by little was a little cat dog. Cat dog. Go make those pinnacles. Yes. Someone saw it, found. Maybe what they found wasn't what they thought they were seeking. Maybe what they found was more than what they thought they were seeking. Came into the truth of what it was that they were seeking after they walked away from it. And now it's like this person this person knocked over these cups. Potentially. These could be cups that we knocked over because we were presented with an opportunity that we didn't yet think we were ready for. Maybe potentially, or maybe it's coming up. Maybe this is something to be aware of. Maybe you are seeking something right now and it's about to come back to you. And when it comes back to you, or when it comes to you for the first time, it's going to be important that you do this. Because again, Uranus and Taurus, that's about drastic shifts and maybe your self-worth. But it's like somebody knocked these cups over and then they're like, wow, those cups are on the ground. Well, I still got these two cups. All right, bye. And then these cups are like, bruh, like, wait, what? Like you just knocked us over. Like, what do you mean? Like you literally just did it like 2 seconds ago. And now like they're already gone. And now they're coming back with the flower all droopy, like, yeah, them two cups wasn't what I wanted. And now I gotta come back and try to pick these up. Blood, sweat, and tears is what somebody put into this, and somebody just threw it all away. But the Hierophant always wins in the end. Let me stop. Somebody is returning to something. Maybe it felt oppressive in the past. And it might not have been oppressive because it was like the karmic lesson of hard knocks. There was a lesson learned. Maybe, yes. But may not even come back home. There were lessons to be learned, but I don't think this was like karmic. Because again, this is like a Taurus karmic, not a Capricorn karmic, right? This is a Hierophant restrictive, not necessarily a devil restrictive. So maybe this Hierophant restrictive because the Hierophant is an energy of commitment. And so even when it's not commitment, right, in certain religious elements and sectors, it can be the space of like, you can't do this and you can't do that and you can't do something else. Because in this body, in this building, in this place, in this space, those things are not permitted. And maybe somebody was like, I still want to do these things, so I'm going to go and do it. And it's like, okay, you got it out of your system now. Now it's time to come back. Okay. And I feel like the virtue of whatever this person, because look, you see, we have the single flower here that the grotesque is holding right there in reverence to these fallen cups. And then you see the single bloomed rose there. There are two more roses that have not yet bloomed. And I feel like that speaks to the potential of whatever this is, given some TLC, right? It's a flower. You got to take care of it. It's a plant. It's alive. And I think the Hierophant is the energy of like giving this thing the TLC that it needs to grow and flourish. I feel like there's also an energy of mourning here. Like something needed to be mourned before. It sounds a little morbid, but it feels like someone leaving flowers at a grave that they may not be able to revisit for a long time, if ever, right? It's almost like the last trip to the cemetery to drop these flowers off before you then turn around and move forward. Because the spaces that you were seeking, whatever you were seeking, and before weren't conducive to getting all three of those roses to bud and to blossom, right? That's why you only got one out of three. It's like that place in that space would have, it's like it barely had enough nutrients to get one of those to blossom. It wouldn't have been able to get all three to blossom. Um, and I feel like someone like knows and understands that. So if you've been feeling relocation, it may be time to relocate. If you've been feeling a move, it may be time to move. Again, the death card is here with Piscean energy. So that could be a drastic move, right? I don't know. This is coming out last. And if all of these are linked in some way that they weren't necessarily linked yesterday, because I did a better job of linking them all yesterday. 3 hours. Oh my gosh. Um, but if all of these are linked, this is almost it's an energy of like someone has made themselves holy. Someone has made themselves sacred. Someone has consecrated themselves. And because they have consecrated themselves, the ground that they walk on is consecrated beneath them. And so it's like they interact with this institution on a level that they didn't before. It's like I'm seeing like this person, every step they take, they leave a footprint of light and they enter this sacred space. It's a church in the vision. But when they enter the church, it's like this pool of light just like radiates out from the church. It's something about this church, something about whatever this is that amplifies that consecration, and it increases things. It increases things. Okay. I didn't pull any Wisdom of Lord Ganesha cards. Right? I don't know either. I'm just like, what? It's already been 3 hours. Maybe it's because I don't plan on it. So I'm not surprised, but I'm just like, really? Because the last one was only like two something. And I'm like, this one shouldn't have been longer because I already knew what I was doing. I guess I remembered more. Girl. Oof. It is what it is. It's fine. So this is going to be the Holy See and the Five of Chalices. That is water over. No, that's the mountain over water. The mountain over water. Did we get that yesterday? Here's the mountain. Is this water? No, that's not water. Mountain over water is number 4. Inexperience. Maybe someone was a little inexperienced. I mean, we do have the seeker here. Someone seeking experience is literally what the seeker is about. So let me make sure I got it right. Yep, and yep. Okay. So, inexperience and naivete. This is Mung. You are focused on the wrong inquiry. Divination does not seek out the inexperienced fool. The inexperienced fool seeks out divination. I've gotten this before. I've gotten this before. The mind your business card. I was getting mind your business energy, but I didn't want to just be like, this is some mind your business stuff. But like I said, it's like it's gonna be unique for anyone who's on this because it is related to the essence of who you are. So I'll start from the top, but man, you are focused on the wrong inquiry. Divination does not seek out the inexperienced fool. The inexperienced fool seeks out divination. The divination here shall give no further information, unless the inexperienced fool can return with proper sincerity. You must find the right teacher to learn the lesson. No, sorry. You must find the right teacher to learn the right attitude. Be aware of your inexperience. Ignorance is pervasive, yet to err is not evil. It is naivete and the result of inexperience. Do not seek out divination again until you have mastered the teaching. So when it popped to my mind, when the student is ready, the master appears. I guess if the master ain't there, that means the student ain't ready. If you haven't found it yet, maybe I don't know. Man, it's like, oof, right? I'm like, oof, oh, that's harsh. Like the cards ain't looking for you, you looking for the cards. I'm like, okay, well, all right, well, I was gonna be like, I'm gonna pull a Wisdom of Lord Ganesha card from this after this before I read the I Ching. I was like, I'm gonna pull a Wisdom of Lord Ganesha because this feels like, we could use some deeper wisdom. But after that, I'm gonna just leave it alone. Yes, ma'am, or sir. Ooh, ouch. Yeah, that's that. I kind of want to don't. I kind of don't want to leave. So this is gonna be the end. I'm gonna say the end is like roughly approximately 3 hours and 7 minutes, and this will be extra stuff, whatever extra stuff is. I don't know. Okay, all right. One more thing. So this brings to mind, Mr. Chairman, please tell Miyoshi about those cards I found. Yeah, Clorinda found. She said she got some cards like 20 years ago from a psychic, and she just found them, and they're I Ching cards. So they're just like straight up I Ching, and some of them can be harsh. Some of them are really harsh, but she pulled some for me, and the number one card like kept coming out. And then I got the one, and then the two card came out when she was going to pull two cards, and so I was like, "Call me Mr. Chairman," because the one card kept coming out, and so now she calls me Mr. Chairman sometimes, and it makes me laugh every time. Um, it makes me laugh every time. But yeah, and she pulled some cards. Those cards were like, I think she found her cards honestly because she pulled some cards for Zaya, and it gave like literally his exact situation. And she was like, wow. I was like, yeah, so it looks like you found your deck, or at least one of them. But a lot of them can be kind of harsh. But, it's kind of sort of, it is what it is sometimes at the same time. Oof. They said the inexperienced fool does not, whatever. They said don't come back till you get more experience. But see, the thing about that is, well, it said the right teacher will teach you the right attitude. So that speaks to not being in the correct space, right? And a lot of this, I mean, everything that came out was sacral or solar plexus, sorry. Everything that came out today was solar plexus. And then the root came out and the sacral came out. And the root and the sacral are everything below the solar plexus. And then I started talking about how if you don't address the chakras below the chakra you're trying to heal, then the healing that you're going to get from that chakra is going to be limited because it's a system that kind of sort of depends and relies on it like working together, right? Just like a plant or an assembly line or anything else, the complete functioning depends on the functioning of the system overall depends on the functioning of the individual parts, and it's a hierarchical bottoms up approach, right? And the thing I was going to say about that double crown is that you don't always need a teacher. How old are they? Well, she said she got them 20 years ago, but I'm not sure. Oh, wow. Oh, snap. She was from America. Ooh. So 23 years ago. Wow. Hey, at least I'm older than the cards, right? I'm sorry. Um, I guess I kind of do want to try a little bit of something. Since you two are here, this will be an experimentation time. Do 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 do. There got to be general questions because I don't necessarily. Well, I could experiment with a specific question, but they're going to be general questions. But the card did just say don't seek out divination, so we'll try it. I don't know. They're going to be general questions. You don't feel that old, lol. Oh, it is. Wow, 23 again. You did say you were seeing the number 23 a lot today. Well, there's Clorinda with another 23 for you. um, but it's like you don't always need a teacher. Sometimes all you need to do is be open and receptive. And if you're open and receptive to spirit, your guides, your team, also your body, it's like there's this innateness to it. You will naturally be led to the things that will get you to grow and evolve and change more. Just like when your body grows, like you don't necessarily have to go to a doctor. In most cases, you don't have to go to a doctor or a professional to give your body permission, but you do have to feed it. You have to feed your body, right? And things need to be functioning to a certain degree, and the body grows naturally itself as long as you pour into it what it needs. And with all of that solar plexus energy, this is speaking to sustenance, mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical sustenance, right? It's about your diet more so than just like the food that you put into your body. It's the information you put into your soul, your spirit, the content that you consume, the energies that you indulge in, the space, the mental space that you're in, and everything like that, right? It's time to cleanse all of that. Because if you just cleanse the body, I mean, it's not that it doesn't help, but there are many other aspects that need to also be addressed, right? So, what my ancestors want me to know, lol. I said we ain't doing specifics. So, this is how it works. I'm going to lay the dice out on the table. Actually, I'm going to put two bags in my hand. And I'll give you the option left hand, right hand, or neither. If you say neither, I will put both bags back on the table. And then whatever bag you pick is going to determine what cards you get. And generally, it'll be fairly general from there. Because you can hear ringing again, although it's faint. Ooh. I don't know. Okay, so you want to go first, Miyoshi? You can choose left hand, right hand, or neither. And I'll put both of these down. This is left hand, my left. This is my right. I think it's the same on your screen. I'm pretty sure. Left is on the left, right is on the right. Yeah. Left. Ooh. Okay. You wanna guess what color it is? Let's see. We got green, we got blue, we got gray. Two sets of purple and orange. I'm gonna roll them before I even look at the color because if I look at the color, I'm gonna project onto this, and I don't want to project. So Miyoshi. No, I just got hit with the doo 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 noise. That means that these are dead. No more peaceful meditation music. Doo 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 doo. Maybe that noise just means that they're dying and that they're not actually dead yet. Oh, the right one was at 11%. Okay, I'm sorry. No more peaceful meditation music. Why have you stopped playing such beautiful music? Okay, Miyoshi. Oh, wow. Okay. You got number 1, which is the root. You got number 4, which is the heart. You have another number 1, which is water. You have 70. Oh, 70. Wow. You have the number 70. The number 70 is in the Soda Soul somewhere. I have to look it up. You got number 13, which is death. Wait, hold up. You got a 13 that just tries to flip over to 11. 11 is justice. 13 is death. You got a number 3, which is Gemini, and that's it. So you got 1, 1, 3, 4, 13, and 70. And 70. You're loving this. The root and the heart houseway. The color of the dice was orange. It's the orange set. It's this set. It's these. I don't know if you can you see that? Did you see that? Can you see that? Kinda. It's just there you go. There you go. You can kind of see it. It's orange. The sacral set. You got the sacral set. And it was on 4, which is the heart, I believe. No, this one was on 0 because this is for the 70. So this is all about the space from which you create. But it's interesting. So this set, the sacral is the seat of Kundalini energy. It's the seat of that divine mother creative energy, right? Let me open this thing back up so I can see what number 70 is. Because I know late 70s. Oh wow. So wait. 64, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70. So they're seated at the 7. I could have went backwards from 10. The 7 of souls. The 7 is it's basically hermit energy. This is a hermit energy. This is all about getting to know who you are beyond who you are. 7 is a very like studious number. It's a very spiritual number, and because it's very spiritual, it requires great study. It requires great time. You have the element of water here, the element of water being the element of spiritual connection. Since this is the sacral deck, I associate these with an oracle and a tarot. Where'd the bag go? Let me put these on top of the bag. You have 1 though. 1 is all about the root. And then you have 13. I mean, to have the root in transformation, that's very, very, very deep transformation. I feel like, because I know that you've been seeing the heart space a lot, I feel like there's something in the heart that can't really be fully healed and addressed until you address something in the root, right? And the root, again, it's like if the root is not in balance, then it's going to be very hard to create anything intentionally. It's going to be very hard for your intentions to carry through to your creation because with the imbalanced root, it's like it doesn't have a leg to stand on, and so it's not going to be even, right? This is the sacral set, which is all about creating and creation. It's also about intimacy, and it may be time to change the way that you look at intimacy. I mean, I think it definitely is because you have a heart here and you have the root here paired with transformation, which is Scorpio. That's deep transformation. And so you have the sacral dice with the sacral energy coming out. Who am I, Zoolander? Let me try to see which cards I want to use with this. The sacral is all about creation, and it's all about intimacy. What's my most intimate deck? I could use the animal spirits. It's not those. Those two are out because I use those for the purple set. One second. This will be a minute because I'm thinking about how I want to do this. See, this is the stuff that I need to do. This is why my bag of dice were missing. You woke up feeling your sacral this morning, then thinking of me and Yoshi, and here we both are. Huh, look at that. Learn to psychic. It's the Pisces in her. This is sacral. The sacral is all about creation. Creation, culmination in some ways. Divine Mother, Kundalini. Kundalini, yeah, I guess I'll go for the animals. And if I go for the animals, I gotta go for the wild unknown, right? Oh, ooh, well, okay, sure. I guess you'll get 3 because I can't separate these. I mean, I could, but I'm feeling all 3 of these, which is interesting. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens, won't we? Oof. And of course, all of these have sleeves. So I'm going to do the archetype first and then the animal, and then I'll pull 3 cards. But I'll do this after I sort of read it a little bit. I'll get back into it. I just want to get these out and ready. One moment. It's interesting because the animal oracle cards are the only cards I have on the table that are going to be like possible to get in reverse. Seventh Heaven just popped into my head, and I've never watched that show, but I know the theme song is like Seventh Heaven, and I just heard it. Like, what? Did you watch the show Seventh Heaven? I don't know. Sometimes it's like, what was that about? Like, what? Bottom of the deck over here is the 2 of Pentacles, and the top of the deck is the Stronghold of the Zephyrs. I'm going to put these back in the box, though, just to get them out of the way right now. These will be for the blue ones. Oh, and then I'll use the Wisdom of Lord Ganesha. Perfect. Okay. Maybe they just wanted to emphasize 7. Okay. You did, Clarinda? Did you get the number 7? You got the number 70, which is a 7, right? Okay. So I'm going to give these a shuffle while I'm going through this. Okay. So you got number 70. Oh, the 7. The 7 of souls. 70 is the number of 7. 7 of souls. 7th heaven. 777. That's jackpot. That's fortunate energy. That's a change in fortune. Good fortune. You also have the 1 and water here. Water speaks to the element of spiritual communication. I don't know what that's about. I was just going to say the element of spirit. But spiritual communication popped into my head. The death, the energy of death is here. Spiritual communication, the seven of souls. Like I was saying, it's like, well, did I finish saying it? It's a very, very like studious energy related to finding out who you are. But the energy of Gemini is also here. And so again, it's time to get into that Gemini North Node and maybe a little less out of the Sagittarius South Node. Maybe. But it's almost like the best way to know who you are is through experience instead of theory, instead of conjecture, instead of diving into this and diving into that, instead of looking at the minutia of the detail. The quickest way there is to just go out and experience things. However, there's this transformation and this healing that needs to happen. But it's like the best way is experience. The best way to get over it is to experience something different. What else is here? The three with the Gemini, I think that's all about. It's all about experience. Gemini is the energy of the lovers, backed by Mercury, which is the energy of the magician. So you have choices backed by action. And when you're stuck in Sagittarian energy, it's really, really easy to make choices based on theory instead of action, right? Because Gemini energy will tell you if something is actually like feasible and practical, right? Sagittarian, like it could be a good theory, but that may not be how it works naturally. And then these two cards just slid off. The Fool and the Three of Swords. Okay. Now I'll pull the bottom of the deck. The Nine of Cups in reverse. Oof. I forgot this deck had reversals. Wait, this deck isn't supposed to have reversals, is it? No, these are all upright. These are all upright. These are all upright, and you got the Nine of Cups in reverse. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. The Fool, the Three of Swords, and the Nine of Cups in reverse. The Fool is sitting in between these. The Three of Swords is Libra energy. The Nine of Cups is Pisces energy, specifically second decan of Pisces energy, and that would be second decan of Libra energy. So that's Libra with Aquarius backing, and then Pisces with a Cancer backing. And then we have this Fool card, which is air energy, right? Then I'll pull one of these. What is just the archetypal theme over here? Talk more about the seven. So what else is a seven? Seven is a spiritual number. Seven comes after six. Six is about harmony. Eight is about abundance. Seven is about the veil of time. Oops. Okay, well. You have a second decan Scorpio sign, which is Cancer. Ooh. Like 3 cards just came out. Bottom of the deck is the Cave. The Cave of Wonders. Was that the cave in Aladdin where the genie was? The Siren and Eternal Child in reverse. And the Seed upright. I don't know if I necessarily feel these in reverse, but you got 3 of these cards too. So, hey. The Siren and the Eternal Child. I feel like with both of these being in reverse, I feel like you're resisting the siren song of your inner child. And then you have the Seed right here, right? The Seed is number 66. Huh. LXVI. No, this is 46. No, 66. LX, 60. VI, 6. Yeah, 66, the Seed. Interesting. The Siren is number 18. The Eternal Child is number 4. And then I'll pull an animal. Direct connection with Source. Divine communication. I did say what like water is the element of spiritual communication. I was like communication. I was just gonna say spirit. So there you go, spiritual communication. But oh wow. Okay. Oof. Well, we'll see. Oof, well, you don't mind getting red. Octopus and the spider in reverse. The octopus and the spider in reverse. This is interesting because I feel these as two very intelligent creatures. Um, the spider is associated with the element of earth. The octopus is associated with the element of water. This is a very chameleon energy. And the thing about a chameleon is a chameleon will never be purple unless it's in a purple environment. And a chameleon will never be red unless it's in a red environment. And it'll never be orange unless it's in an orange environment. I feel like this is speaking to a dependency on your environment to get you to the places that you want to be. And with the spider in reverse, it's like the spider is all about sort of creating your own wherever you go. And it's interesting that all of the colors are here on the web too. I didn't even like plan that. But I know that octopuses also have a camouflage ability, right? And that's where I was getting the chameleon energy. And then here's this spider who builds its own nest that holds all the colors. And I know you don't mind being red. And they have 7 limbs. Several. They got 8. But I think one of them, I think, maybe in male octopuses, I think one of them they can use as a reproductive thing and it can detach from the body. But that may be something else. But if it does detach from the body, that will leave them with 7 limbs. With this fool looking at this 9 of Cups in reverse, I feel like this is an energy because, again, it's like you're resisting the siren song of your inner child. It's like your inner child is trying to speak to you, but you're not listening. But it's like with this fool going for this 9 of Cups in reverse, it's almost like there's this heartbreak or there's some element of discomfort in the past related to love, relationships, or whatever that you're ignoring. And so it's like you're continuously pursuing things that ultimately aren't for your highest good. And because you continuously pursue these and never face this, you stay stuck in this energy of the fool, hence limiting your growth and your involvement. And then, like, you have the eternal child here. So the eternal child upright could speak of like being in that space of the inner child. But the eternal child in reverse could be the energy of you never growing and never maturing past the point of your heartache and your heartbreak because you're not facing it. It's the seed that'll never grow because it's not planted in the ground. And there's nothing wrong with the seed. This is a perfectly good seed, but you have to plant the seed, you have to water the seed, like you have to tend to it after it grows. And even after the seed begins to grow, you still have to tend to it, right? If the seed is a plant, is a crop, that's something that you care for the rest of your life. That isn't I did this one time, now I'm good, like I should be done. It's like, no, right? You don't know what he or she like. You know what this is about. You know what this is about. You told me. You literally told me what this was about on 2 separate occasions, and then it's like you forgot. And it's almost like there's this like this veil of forgetfulness that almost washes over you whenever you're faced with an emotional situation or whenever you're faced with a situation that holds more emotion than you're comfortable with dealing with. And then it's like it comes over you. You all of these distractions then come in and manifest themselves. Like that's what this octopus is. This octopus is like the kraken that is like has your ship strangled, and it will continue to pull up things from the depths of the ocean to distract you as long as you allow it to distract you. I mean, as long as emotions make you cringe, I feel like it's like there are people who are like this the archetypical zodiacal energy of Capricorn is not explicitly emotional. They may not necessarily express their emotions, but they're still emotional people. Like they still have emotions. They just may not express it all the time. And they may not prioritize emotion over logic and emotion over this, right? It's not that they don't feel emotion. They still feel emotion. They just don't rely on it overly. But like we're emotional creatures. And so there's a blockage on you. Like there's a reason why that's going on. And I feel like as long as that remains unaddressed, you're going to continue to kind of sort of hit these roadblocks. And you're going to continue to look at things that maybe you want, but maybe you don't. But you wouldn't know that you don't want them if you're not in touch and in tune with this. Right. So I think it speaks to something that happened a long time ago, then, right? And that's why you have this energy of the eternal child here. Like if you were a child and you were uncomfortable saying something like that, it doesn't have to be the case. But if you were a child and you're uncomfortable saying something like that, there might have been a reason. And so if you were a child and you were uncomfortable because of this reason and you've lived your whole life with that uncomfortability, with that reason unaddressed, then it's going to affect you in ways that you may not even necessarily know because as long as you've remembered, you've always been that way. But you being that way isn't necessarily who you are, right? There's a difference between you becoming something because your environment forced you down that path and that actually being who you are. And if that's not actually who you are, then it's going to continue to serve as a blockage as you continue to move forward. Because, like with this spider card in reverse, it's like the spider is it's an energy that can make a home like literally anywhere, right? You can walk into a spider web anywhere, but with this in reverse, it's like never really being able to create that sense of home. And octopuses are actually, like I said it before, just changing devices. Okay. On the big screen. Oh, no, no. Get me off the big screen. Clarinda. But yeah, this is something that's very, very, very deep. This is like a very, very, very deep. I mean, you got the root and the energy of death, right? I mean, I feel like it may not. Oh, elbow hugs. I feel like it may not. It's like you don't necessarily have to remember your entire childhood, but let's say that there's a particular relationship that a very particular relationship that was strained or that didn't necessarily work out while you were growing up. And let's say that there were feelings that you felt because of though it was like there's distance in a situation that maybe there shouldn't have been distance, or maybe you perceive that like there shouldn't have been distance in that situation. And so then it begins to cater your opinion of certain things. And when you're a child, I know this, at least for me in particular, like growing up, I had a lot of friends who moved away. Like my best, like I would get close to somebody and they moved away. And when I was a child, I wasn't like, oh, like everyone's parents are getting jobs or everyone's moving because they're moving. As a child, I was like, they're moving because of me. And there's something wrong with me that everyone that I get close to leaves me and they move away. Right. And so it's like as a child, you begin to blame yourself for things that aren't your fault. But because you blame yourself for those things and because you're a child, that it's like in some ways it keeps you stagnant and stuck, but in other ways it grows and evolves with you as you grow and evolve. And so there's a particular relationship that you may have had where someone should have been doing something that they weren't doing, but because you never got that from that person, it then tainted how you view relationships with other people. And whenever you seek out people to fulfill a certain role, you may go for people who more align with the role of, like, let's say like you were left unfulfilled in that relationship. So you may seek out people who will leave you unfulfilled in that relationship, or people who won't do the things that somebody else didn't do. Where if you healed that and if you address that, you would be able to pursue and manifest partners who actually show up in a way that would leave all of your hurt and fears, or relieve all of your fears and anxieties and worries, like sort of ungrounded, right? Yeah. I mean, if you said like if you were a child, it may be a relationship beyond like your best friend and, boyfriends. It may be like a familial relationship, maybe a parental relationship where someone wasn't who you needed them to be or wanted them to be. And then it's like other situations, it's like this octopus, right? Other situations come in and they pour on top of that, but it's like they're picking out a wound that's already there. Like something is already there for that to then come in and then exacerbate that. But at the same time, all of that stuff needs to be healed and addressed, because if you don't, it's going to continue to put blockages on there. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of sort of like this is it's like this is inner child healing in general, right? This isn't necessarily person specific, um, but it's just inner child healing in general. But I'm trying to make it specific without saying exactly what it is, because we've literally talked about what this is before. Like you told me about it, and I was like, yeah, address that. And then we didn't talk about it. And then like a week later, you told me that you were talking to somebody else about it. And you're like, wow, like it really hit me. And I was like, yeah, because you said it did last time. And then after time passed, you stopped talking about it. And then I asked you if you had addressed it, and you said you were going to do something. You were going to write some letters, but I don't think you ever wrote the letters. And it's like this octopus is bringing up all of these things to distract you. And it's not comfortable, it's not easy, but as long as it remains unaddressed, it's like you're always going to have distractions. Yeah. Like as long as you leave that unaddressed, and it's again, it's not this isn't like we never really get closure from anybody. We never really get closure from someone else, because even if someone else tells us exactly what we want to hear, if we're not in a space to heal that within ourselves and to let that pain go, then the words still won't be enough. And sometimes it's the case that people don't come in and offer us closure until we've already found closure for ourselves. Like sometimes that's the case. But we get trapped in this space of either hoping that that person will come back, hoping that it'll come, like things will be resolved, either that space, or we get trapped in like suppressing it, repressing it, ignoring it, and putting it to the back of our minds, thinking that it doesn't affect us, but it obviously affects us in our ability to communicate, in our ability to connect and communicate with other people, right? Like this is the orange set of dice. The orange set of dice speaks to the sacral chakra, and the sacral chakra is all about intimacy. And you have Scorpio energy here, which is very, 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 very deep emotional connection, extremely deep when it comes to emotions. But with the root here, it's like that blockage could be just as deep. And that's why it's like you have a kraken on your ship, and it's like you're navigating, trying to act like everything's fine, but it's not. Right. It's because it's like people like that sometimes I mean, we try to convince ourselves that people don't matter. And so we put people in a box of you don't matter. But honestly, at the end of the day, like there's a difference between a person genuinely not mattering. And then there's a difference between that and like a person who doesn't matter because we need that person to not matter. A person who doesn't matter because we force you don't matter onto that person. If you're forcing you don't matter onto someone, they actually matter to you, right? I mean, I feel like yes and no. Because honestly, at the end of the day, if you truly didn't care about it, I don't think it would have affected you as much, right? And it's like it's like it would, but at the same time it wouldn't. But also, it kind of sort of doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where the baggage came from. It doesn't matter why it's there. It needs to be addressed. And I feel like that's what this Gemini energy is here saying. Gemini is saying you need to face the ugly side of it. Like twin energy is like the twins. Like you plan on one baby, you get two, right? It doesn't matter if you planned on having two babies. It doesn't matter if you can financially afford two babies, right? Unless you're going to give one of these babies up, and you can't. But unless you're going to, you have two babies now. You got to take care of both of them, right? It doesn't matter if it was planned for or not. Like you got them. Like you got both of them, and you have to like the eternal child in reverse. And with the siren in reverse, I feel like your inner child is like screaming. Your inner child is probably throwing tantrums right now because the siren should be irresistible, right? Like you shouldn't be able to resist this, but you can't force this change on anybody. But as long as this change doesn't happen, you'll always be at this seed. And the seed is the space of untapped potential. It's unrealized. Um, what else is here? I mean, that's every. Wait, how is this 11? The 13, death rolled back to the 11 again. Death rolled back to 11 again. So justice is trying to come into the situation. But justice can't come in when this is unaddressed. I feel like it's almost an energy of like you deflecting or trying to, or not you necessarily trying. There's this energy of like there's a change that's not being addressed. And whenever you try to move on before that change is addressed, it's like, I think I'm healed. I think I'm healed. I think I'm ready. Like, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I've done this. I've done that. Like, I'm ready to move forward. But then you come upon this like nine of cups in reverse situation. And you're like, why can't I ever get like these nine cups upright? And it's because like you're not actually like, you need the three of swords to be in reverse and for the nine of cups to be upright. But see, but there's a difference. There's a difference between not chasing anybody and giving yourself closure. There's a difference between ignoring somebody and giving yourself closure, right? I understand that like her like she's not helping the situation, but sometimes it's like your mom could be a synchronicity for you right now, right? I don't know how long she's been saying that, but you've told me on two separate occasions that like that's something that you need to heal and that you need to address. And so it's like now you have a person in your reality. You are manifesting someone telling you you need to heal this relationship. Your ancestors could be speaking to you through your mother, telling you you need to heal this relationship. You need to heal this relationship. You need to heal this relationship. But you feel the pressure from her on a surface level, on a conscious level, is one thing when subconsciously it's them going through her, giving you the message of this needs to be healed. This situation needs healing. Right. But it's like that's why I feel like the letters would be See, the thing about closure is words don't fix the past, right? Like there's nothing he would be able to say that will go back in time and change the course of action. That would change the series of events. I'm gonna look and see where the Six of Cups is. Because I've been feeling the Six of Cups so much lately as us going back and rewriting our own stories. Because that's the space of like, oh, there's the Six of Pentacles. What does the Six of Cups look like in this deck? I don't remember. I'm gonna find the Six of Cups. Where is it at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where they at? Oh wow. Well, Judgment. Did I already pass them? There's Justice. Hold up. There's the 7. Here's the 5. 7, 5, 7, 5, 7, 5. Where's the Six of Cups? There's the 8, the 3, Six of Pentacles. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Well, this is interesting. So you have the Wheel of Fortune and the Six of Wands sitting outside of the Six of Cups. And the Six of Cups is sitting in between the Sun and the Empress. So this is interesting. I mean, I feel like that's like really, really good. Um, but if that's something that hasn't yet been done, like if the Sun and the Empress are both locked away by the Six of Cups, resolving the past that's not happening, then that's kind of whatever. See, but like no one's asking, or at least I'm not asking you to reach out. I'm not asking you to talk to him, right? I think the point of the letters that you were writing was it's basically to reach the space. And this, again, this is all assumption because it's not my experience and we're different people at the same time. So I can't also tell you what will work for you. But the point of writing the letter, and which was what I was trying to communicate when you were talking about it, but like it's like you're writing a letter to you as a child. You're not writing a letter to him. You're not writing a letter to anybody else. This isn't a letter about like this is what you did to me and this is how it affected me and blah 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 because that's externalizing, that's putting it on that person. And again, that person can't do anything to go back in time and to change the situations from happening. This is a letter to you telling yourself that it's okay if that person isn't there. And just because that person isn't there, that's not a statement on your worth or your value. Just because somebody else isn't there to give you this love does not mean that you're not worthy and deserving of this love, right? This is about you comforting you. It's not about what somebody else can tell you. Because again, even if he did say everything right, if you're not in a space to really accept it, then it'd be like empty words. It's like, well, thanks for telling me everything that I want to hear, but you know, it would have been even better if you were actually there. Thanks for saying something now. Maybe you should have said something a long time ago. It can be a million different things, right? So it doesn't like the other person is kind of sort of irrelevant. This is all about you giving yourself closure. This isn't you like this, like I'm not telling you to talk to somebody else. I'm telling you to talk to little Miyoshi who was affected by this. And I mean, honestly, like I feel like that's something that like a like a licensed professional, like a therapist, would be better at maybe tackling. But it's like some people do therapy and they still don't like open up, right? And on like when you do therapy, and this is an assumption, I've done therapy, but this is an assumption on other people. Because like I already know what's up with me. And so when I went to therapy, like the dude was like, well, it sounds like you already know what's up. It is interesting though that like you're telling me about your past as if you're talking about someone else, almost like you're not affected by it. Oof. And I was like, well, I'm not affected by it because it's in the past. I'm just telling you what happened. But that approach, I guess it highlighted to me how emotionally disconnected I was from my own past. And it's not emotionally disconnected in a good way. It's emotionally disconnected in the way that like if I emotionally disconnect myself, if I'm not feeling this, I can't heal this. Like you have to feel it to heal it. You have to address it. And it's like it's like I can tell you what I've been through all day long and not be emotionally phased by it. But just because I'm not consciously emotionally phased by it doesn't mean that those wounds aren't there. Right. Yeah. I mean, like I get where you're coming from. But again, sometimes it's like that external pressure that it's a synchronicity, it's a sign that it's something that we need to address. Right. And it's like, if you're like my ancestors aren't listening to me, it's in because like I was in a space, this is completely different. It's completely different and only slightly relevant. But I feel like I've been in a space where I was in a space where I was asking for like a message for a sign. Excuse me. And I was like, I need like an actual message. I need like an actual sign because when it comes to me and perceiving things, sometimes my perception is off. It's like it's on, but it's off. And then sometimes if I get something, I'm like, oh, well, like this is just me thinking that. Like this isn't what's actually going on. But was it like yesterday? Like, like they were right there, like right in front of my face. And then it just came to me. It was like, you said you needed me to show you in a way that you can actually see. Right. And it's just like you think that people aren't listening. You think that your team isn't there. You think that like there's no guidance, but now you have this person in the 3D who you can hear. And it's like as annoyed as you are with her pressuring you, imagine, okay, I don't want to project this on your team, but imagine if you have a certain ancestor that's like she keeps asking us what she's supposed to do. She keeps asking us, and we already told her. We already told her where the blockage is. We already told her what the holdup is. We're getting her mom to tell her. We're getting all this other stuff to happen, but she's not addressing it. Potentially. Yeah. Yeah. And like that's the exact space. And it's like it's something that honestly, it's like because the Empress signifies pure, raw, creative energy. The Empress, I guess she would be the Kundalini energy, right? And we're using the sacral cards. And then it's the sun. So this is the experience of this. This is the expression of this energy, but it's locked up like your inner child is holding the key. The inner child energy can be the Six of Cups because it's nostalgic. It's those good times in the back. It's like it's locked up. Your abundance and your prosperity, a large chunk of it is locked up because your heart is locked up. And if your heart is locked up, it's going to significantly reduce your ability to manifest what it is that you actively want to manifest. And if you want to be in a space where you are dependent and reliant upon somebody else to manifest for you what it is that you want to manifest, that's fine. Like we all have different journeys, but if you do want to come into your own pure, raw, creative, manifestive, creative potential, this is an element like it needs to be addressed. And as long as it remains unaddressed, you won't have access to this. It's almost like our inner child holds our imagination, and imagination is one of the biggest, like one of the key ingredients to manifestation. It's like the inner child is a powerhouse when it comes to manifestation. It's a powerhouse. And in that dream I had, but in December, like there was a race, everybody was in the race. Some people were outside the race, some people didn't enter the door when the race began. And like literally the first challenge in the race, the first challenge was inner child healing. It was like literally that. And in the dream, it's like we're stuck in this, like, it was like a children's library. And we're trying to figure out how to move forward. It's like the Amazing Race, right? And I'm like, well, look at people's notebooks, because it was a place that people had been in. I was like, all right, look at the notes, see if anybody left a clue. See, but you told me that when you had that, you didn't appreciate it. And so again, that's the element of like, just because you can recognize now what you have, like if you didn't recognize it then it's like, that's the thing about inner child healing and inner child work. Our inner children, they never grow up. And so just because with your logical, like reasoning adult mind, you say like, what about this that I had? What about that? I mean, that's just like with me when I went to therapy. It's like, this is what happened in the past. And now I'm in a space. I understand people leave. No one's going to be in my life forever. It's just the way life works. But me knowing and understanding that that's the way that life works didn't do anything to heal that inner child who was still getting abandoned, or who was still facing like the abandonment issues. Like you have to go back and give that child healing. You have to go back and sit with that part of you that is still hurting and that is still crying. Girl, because your inner child, it's a child. That's like, if you give a child one cookie, you're like, I just gave you a cookie. Why aren't you content with that cookie? Like you wanted a cookie and I gave you a cookie, and it sees another cookie, it wants more cookies. The kid is going to keep wanting cookies until it's throwing up because it ate too many cookies. And then as soon as it's done throwing up, it might go and eat another cookie. Right? That's why your inner child isn't content, because it needs deeper healing than that. You need more than that. But yeah, that's what this is about. That's what this is all about. You won't be able to move forward really until it's resolved. And it's like, if you want to deepen your connection, if you want to do more, if you want to find out, like, it's like our inner children hold so much of the truth of who we are, so much of the truth of who we are, that it's like you won't know. So this is and like, I guess I did say it felt like hermit energy. This 70, which is the 7 of Souls, because this is all about you learning you, but it's almost like your inner child is sitting in a waiting room, getting bored of like coloring the same pages, waiting for you to come and pick her up. It's like your inner child is literally just sitting there waiting for you to come and pick them up from like daycare. And she's like, and then like your inner child is seeing all the other kids leave. And then your inner child is like, where's like adult Miyoshi? Like, did she forget about me? Like, is she coming? And like the inner child and the shadow are kind of sort of different in a lot of ways, right? Like the inner child can hold a bit of shadow, or you might have to heal a bit of the shadow before you get to the inner child. But I mean, maybe that's why you don't understand emotions, because you have such a deep blockage on them. And again, it can come from the space of needing to be okay with somebody not being there. Like, I need to be okay with somebody not being there to function. Like, psychologically, things go deep. Like, so shout out to like therapists and stuff, because like once you like, and it's something like I've gotten insight into it just because of the shadow healing I've done, and because of the inner child healing I've done, and because like it's something that I had before that, just because I'm over analytical and I overanalyze everything, and I consciously made the decisions that I made because of the hurt and the pain that I was feeling. And so because I consciously made those decisions, I was also consciously aware when I was making decisions based on those decisions. And then when making those decisions become a pattern of habit and you kind of sort of forget why you started making them in the first place, but it's like you begin to see how things just affect like everything. I mean, you don't necessarily, I mean, but honestly, it's like if that's going to be your attitude when it comes to stuff like this, and I know you're probably just frustrated and stuff like that, right? I get it. I understand. Like, I get it. I understand. Because it took me a long time to reach the point where I basically had no other option no other choice but to go through the shadow to heal my inner child. Um, so like if that's, I mean, honestly, it's like if you're not ready or if you're not willing to do it, that's fine. But I feel like you're asking for things and you're seeking things that require that healing, right? It's like if you want more, you have to do more. You got to go deeper. But so maybe just like, but I feel like it's also like a journey. It's progressive. You don't have to do all of the healing at once, but you have to be willing to show up and to actually face the things that hurt. You got to be willing to do it, but it doesn't all happen at once. Right? That's why with therapy, like you don't have one session with your therapist and then you're done forever. It's something that you build upon, right? But yeah, that's what I got. That's what came. It's kind of sort of a lot, but that's what came out. And there's almost this energy of like, it is so important for you to do that to get to the space that you need to be in, that you want to be in. But it's this energy of like, it's like somebody needs you to do this. But at the same time, they have to accept the fact that you have free will. They have to accept the fact that you don't have to do it if you don't want to do it. And so it's like, I feel like honestly, no problem. But I feel like there may be like an ancestor who's like, we need her to do this. We need her to do this. And I'm not gonna say nothing. Cause I'm like, ultimately at the end of the day, if she's not gonna do it, she's not gonna do it. Um, and it's not that you're necessarily on a deadline or anything, but it's like, I feel like there's so much more for you to potentially do or so much waiting to come into your experience that it's like this is a necessary step and they need you to do this. You need you to do this before you can really move on, but at the same time it's like you have free will. Yeah, but I mean, it ain't easy. It ain't easy, but nothing about the journey is easy. And it's like, if you've had one dark night, but see, the thing about, and maybe this is just my opinion, maybe this is just my particular experience, but I feel like the worst dark night I had was the dark night I had right before I was like inner child healing, shadow healing, done. Done. Like, it's like once you go through, it's like once you go through a black hole, like the night outside ain't that dark no more. It's like, yeah, it's dark outside. Yes, it's night, but I wouldn't call this a dark night. It's just nighttime. It's like it's a big one, but it's one that's like it just makes the resulting or the following ones easier. Yeah. Do you want a bag, Clorinda? Since you're here. Bottom of the deck is the frog in reverse. Top of the deck is the rabbit. Oof. The rabbit speaks to the energy of So I love the story in here because the story about the rabbit is like the rabbit is talking to all the other rabbits, talking about how the eagle is going to swoop down and eat him, and it's freaking out. And then the eagle flies by. It hears the rabbit freaking out, and then it's like, okay, I guess I will have rabbit today, and then it gets eaten. It's kind of the space of a negative self-fulfilling prophecy. Um, but thoughts become things, and where you put your focus is what you continue to manifest. And at the same time, I don't know if it makes it any harder, but at the same time, it's like if you think of it as difficult, and if you think of it as extremely hard, and if you think of it as something that's extremely uncomfortable and something that you don't want to do, then it's going to make it even more daunting, and it's going to make it even more challenging. And that's the power of the mind. I don't know why I said it like that, but that's the power of the mind. That's the power of Pine Sol, baby. It's time to clean that mess up. That's what she said in the commercial. Okay. All right, Clorinda, give me 1 second to shuffle these up, and then I'll ask you to pick a bag of dice. Yeah, it's time to do that deep work. Because hey, there's the 6 of Cups. If we want that blessing. You want that blessing, gotta learn the lesson. Gotta learn the lesson if you want the blessing. If you want that blessing, gotta learn the lesson. Hey, for sure. This is such a long video, but it's fine. Bottom of this deck is the Ace of Swords. Ooh, top of the deck is the Ten of Swords. I feel like that's a realization that the things of the past can no longer, like, we can't operate that way anymore, because it's not, it doesn't work. It's not feasible, practical, reliable. It's not what do they call it? Where you can't do it in the future, where it's limited. It's like if you have a process but you run out of ingredients, like after you make 2 of them, then you can't run it all day. I don't know. Ooh, that was decent-ish. Clorinda. Yeah, I've been over here for a minute, Clorinda. So sorry. But I didn't want to like tell anybody, hey, I made a new channel. Come and follow me, That's why I made the video, moving over to the Hierophant, and then I was like, whoever follows me, follows me. Because I don't wanna, just like I don't always say like, hey, I'm live, because I don't want to pressure somebody to come and watch me. You know what I mean? Ooh, the Pilgrim in reverse. This is interesting because I just saw the Pilgrim card on Jocelyn, the Quantum Queen, Quantum Tarot, I think. She pulled it for Taurus, maybe? But the Pilgrim is number 20. Bottom of the deck is the Womb. Both of these were in reverse, but I'm putting them up right. The Womb is number 46. 46. 20 and 46 is a 66. Wow, that's interesting, because the number 66 just came out. The Pilgrim in the Womb, that's journey to the, it's like the journey to the center of the earth. Okay. Oof. I will die for you. Oh, the elbow emoji. Okay. All right, Clorinda, let me know when you're ready. So again, how this is going to work is I have 6 bags of dice, right? I'm going to pull up 2 at a time. And so you're going to tell me left hand, right hand, or neither. Right. So I'm gonna have 1 in the left, 1 in the right. If you say neither, I'll put both down, and then I'll bring up 2 more, and then I'll repeat. How However, I don't think I'm gonna go back. So let me mix these up so I don't know what is what. All right, Clorinda. Left hand, right hand, or neither? Left, right, neither. Left, right, neither. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, or neither. Right. I knew you were gonna say right. Because I was shaking them when I was shaking them. Then I was like, oh, right. And then you said right. No one's ever said neither. There's 4 more bags on the table. Okay, we'll see. They whispered to me. They said right. I said, oh my gosh, she's gonna say right. Let's see. I'm not gonna look at the color because I don't want to project onto these what they are. But for Clorinda, oh, that's so cute. That's really cute. So I'm in my little mental space, right? You felt right. I'm in my little mental space. I'm on the bottom floor because the bottom floor is where I can invite people to just like get a little bit closer. And so I was like, okay, well, let's invite Clorinda to this space. And then like Zaya was right there, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cute. I don't think I've ever had a pet in this space before, but no, I guess Chad asked me to read for Angel one time. I don't think I came into the space, but that's interesting. Well, Zaya is the first, so welcome. Oh, wow, you got the blue set. Okay. So you have number 4, which is the heart. You have 61. I'll have to look at that to see what that is. You have number 5, which is Leo. Another 5, which is the throat. So you have the heart and the throat, which is interesting. Number 2, which is the element of earth. And number 9, which is the hermit. This is interesting. And I actually know what cards I'm going to pull for these. So you got the heart and the throat. Leo. So you have 2 5s, which is interesting. I mean, it may not be interesting, but you have 2 5s. Oh, we got to put it back on 5. 61. I still have to look up number 2, which is Earth. Then you got the Hermit. Let me look at my cheat sheet. 61. Oh, wow. A scholar. A scholar. The court energies are coming out now. I used this for so long and I never got a single court energy. I was like, I never get one. You got the Scholar of Zones. The Scholar of Zones is the energy of the Knight of Swords. And I know what oracles and what tarot deck I'm going to use. For the oracles, I'm going to use the Wisdom of Lord Ganesha, and then I'm going to use the SKT. Oh, you got the throat, and this is the blue set. The blue set is more third eye than throat, but it can be both. Okay. So the Scholar of Zones is someone. Okay, if we take a more traditional approach to air, the zones is all about in between spaces, right? Whereas like realms are the places, the zones are the in between spaces. So earth and air are related, just like water and fire are related. Where fire is the soul, water is the essence, earth is the realm, and air is the zone. So you got the Scholar of Zones, which is all about. It's about connection, but not in a watery way. This is a more like logical connection. And the scholar is the energy of someone who is informed, but isn't yet quite like a master, right? It's not a teacher. It's like you don't necessarily know, like you can teach an initiate, right? But you don't necessarily like know enough to officially teach. You could be a tutor, but maybe like not necessarily a teacher, you know what I mean? Maybe I should call it the scholars, tutors, teachers, and sages. I could do that. You're the tutor of zones. Um, but anyway, it's someone who like has knowledge. So you have knowledge, and I feel like a lot of this energy could speak to the space of honestly, with everything. See, I need to practice on people who I don't know what's going on in their lives. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You've been listening to Third Eye Activations. LOL. Oh wow. Well, there you go. Um, what was I saying? What was I talking about? Yes, I know a little bit about your situation. Um, and so I feel like honestly, the Scholar of Zones energy can be a deeper understanding and realization of the fact that the mental space that you occupy results in what you experience. And you may have been in the space of really having a mental fortitude and a mental sort of stamina that has stood strong regardless of what happens. And it's not to say that you don't have bad days or anything, right? But the scholar is also the energy of like, let's say you've had an unpaid internship, or maybe you had a paid internship. You've had an internship. You've had an internship. And so, like, not only did you learn it, but you've been given an opportunity to apply that knowledge. And because you've applied that knowledge, it's reinforced what you've already learned. And again, the zones is all about the in-between spaces. Is It's about the unseen forces that influence things, right? Just like the air blows through the trees, and just like, air can erode things, wind erosion is a thing, just like water erosion. But with water erosion, you can see the water, and if you feel the surface and it feels wet, you know that there was water there. But with air, it's a lot more subtle and it's a lot more unseen. And so it's like, I don't know, I kind of sort of really like this. It's coming to understand subtle unseen forces in a way that is more profound than maybe before. Um, yeah, potentially, girl. I mean, at least that's what it felt like. Let me look up to these. But that's the energy of the Scholar of Zones. Um, because again, the zone is like it's a zone defines a space, but it's like an unseen barrier, right? Let's say like a mountain or a river is a natural barrier to something. It's like an unseen barrier. So a zone still defines a space, but it's a space grounded in the unseen realms. You've been feeling this lately. Okay, nice. Because at this point, I feel like I'm excited and I'm rambling. Um, but the scholar, ooh, I'm gonna get back into these. You have the heart and the throat. I'm gonna get back into these though. But it's like once the scholar of zones can understand the bounds of their space, they're able to push the limits and expand the realm. But that realm is expanding because of the understanding of that zone. And so it's like physically in your 3D, you're in a space to begin to experience more because of the way that you've been operating in this kind of sort of mental, and because of your experience in the mental. And once you understand that, it's like you it's like you're redrawing your plot of land. Like what that land actually looks like, I don't know, because this is about the unseen element, but it's like you're redrawing the plot of land. Now you may decide that you want to expand this way and have, another house, and expand that way, and maybe put in an in-ground pool and expand a different way and have something else. like all of the actual physical things on top. That's not necessarily what this is talking about, but this is talking about you redrawing the boundaries of your land. Um, Merging the two together, potentially. It's like yes and no. It's yes because yes, but it's no because no. And it's yes because it's like, it's no because the two are already linked, right? The two are already connected. And so that's why I would say no. But I would say yes because they're already merged. You know what I mean? But it's a lot easier. It's yes. Okay, it's no because the two are already interconnected, but it's yes because when you take an unseen to seen approach, it's a lot easier. It'd be a lot more difficult to go from a seen to an unseen approach because you can't. It's like, just because you put your picnic table in your neighbor's yard doesn't make that part of your neighbor's yard your yard. You know what I mean? So that's going from a seen approach to an unseen approach. Just because you physically do something doesn't mean that that then becomes part of your boundary. But when you take the unseen approach, it's like, oh, like, yeah, this piece of your land. Okay, well, don't necessarily want to say like this piece of your land is mine now. Um, but if you're like, yeah, it's so weird. They redistrict the whatever, and so now I have more, whatever. It'd be like that energy. Okay, let's see what else is here. That the five. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, they're right here. I was like, where did they go? 69. Hold up, wait. Did this just change? What's 69? Yeah, this was just 70. What the? Hold up. 69? Is that what? No, Miyoshi had 70. 69 would be the six of souls. Yeah. Wait, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. This 70 just switched to 69. Or was it 70? No, what? Clarinda, what number was this? It was 61. Okay. It was 61. And now the 9. Oh, because it just moved over one. Haha. Oh, well. Okay. Also, here is the Hermit. So if you've been in your mind a lot. Oh, no. I mean, kind of, sort of. Sometimes it's like if I bump it a little bit, because I'm using dice, and so they'll just move over. Sometimes I'll take my eyes off of them and I'll look back and it's a different number and I don't even bump into the table. Energy is fluid. Dice move, especially if it's not a six-sided die or a four-sided die. Because these are 20-sided, I believe. And so they kind of sort of move a little bit sometimes. Yeah. It's like either or, yes and no, but maybe, I don't know. um But this energy of the hermit here speaks to how does the hermit interact with the scholar of zones? I feel like the hermit brings an energy of meticulousness. Impracticality is what just popped into my mind. I don't know why impracticality. Because you do too much? Hold up. Wait. Sometimes overthinking is worse than underthinking. Because when you overthink something, you limit what can happen. And because zones and realms are so intimately interconnected, I don't know where this train of thought is going. I don't know where this train of thought is going. I'm just trying to follow it. But it's like sometimes overthinking is worse than underthinking because of how realms and zones are so deeply connected. And a lot of times when we overthink something, we create more boundaries, barriers, and stipulations. And so it's like sometimes it's better to go in with no expectations than it is to go in with too many expectations. And it's not because you don't want to be disappointed, it's because you don't want to restrict something, right? Let's say that you are drawing up a plot of land and oh, no, let's go to a building. For some reason, what was a specific example came to mind. I can't remember if it was real life or it was or I can't remember if it was real life or a joke. But it's like you have these architects, you have these people drawing up the blueprints, and while they're drawing up the blueprints for the building, they forget to put in bathrooms. And you're like, how did you forget to put in the bathrooms? And they're like, we were so busy focusing on like optimizing the space that we just kind of sort of forgot. And you're like, yeah, I understand that you want to get the most people, the most rooms in this building, but you know, people also got to use the restroom. Like, how did you forget the restrooms? And they're just like, I don't know. It's almost kind of sort of that energy though. Um, being hyper focused on one thing, maybe, maybe not. See, I'm talking, I'm gonna get more into the cards after the dice. I mean, I also have the throat and the heart here. The throat is more innately masculine, and the heart is neutral. I was gonna say ambivalent, but that's not the word I want. Androgynous, maybe. Hermaphroditic, maybe, because it's both. Or is it neither? Anyway, the heart is both masculine and feminine. I'm sorry. Um, but what's the so you got Leo here? What? I'm sorry. Leo and the Hermit. Leo is all about creativity. Leo is all about expression. Leo is solar, sun energy. It's about vitality. It's about family. Leo was fifth house creativity. Oh yeah, creativity for sure. You've been focused on heart stuff too much. Yeah. But also at the same time, ooh, oh, well, well, let me pull out the SKT because this is the deck I use with these. So I know what I use for the purple set, and I know what I use for the blue set. No problem, Yoshi. Um, the Scholar of Zones. The Scholar still has stuff she can learn. The Scholar isn't the expert, right? But the Scholar is learned. Oh, that was a really nice shuffle. Bottom of the deck is Archangel Commander, King of Swords, followed by the Moon card, followed by the Conservator, Four of Orbs. Top of the deck, the Captor, Eight of Swords, the Devil, or the Demon in this deck, and the Shining Quarry, Page of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles. Left under that is the Ace of Wands at the bottom. So this would actually, the Archangel Commander is the energy of the Sage of Zones, right? But if I work towards the bottom, there's almost, okay, there is an energy of something that you're holding on too tightly. That again, it's like it may be limiting and restricting your ability to expand a little bit. Maybe not. I mean, the devil energy is also here. Could be a Capricorn, but you know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Could be, or Capricornian energy. Oh, this is interesting. So, okay. Oh, Clorinda. Look at this. So these were the cards at the bottom of the deck. We have the Four of Pentacles, the Moon, and the King of Swords, essentially. So that is, and what is this? The Eight of Swords. So this is Gemini, Capricorn, and Virgo. I was just going to say it's interesting that. I'm gonna go there. All right, I won't go there. I won't go there. I want to pull a card for Zaya. Zaya's this card. What is that? Zaya doesn't get any cards. It's fine. Oh goodness. Um, yeah. Um, so I'm sorry. Give me a second to recalibrate. The King of Swords is fixed air, right? And the danger of fixed air is that if you get fixed before you learn everything that you can learn, it can lead to you potentially getting stuck. And then we have the Conservator here, followed by the Moon, followed by the Archangel Commander. I feel like there's another message here that if you can keep your faith, it's almost like there are certain battles that you won't even have to fight. And it's almost the energy of like battles being fought on your behalf that you don't even know about, that you may not even know about. This is like finding favor in situations without you even knowing. It's like there may be a shift. I want to say a more positive shift coming your way. It's kind of sort of like all of a sudden, and you're like I don't know what's going on, but like I'm glad it's happening, I guess. And that's one of the things I feel like this isn't a general reading. It's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be super general, but I feel like this is kind of sort of it speaks to the space of it being able to go either way. Because over here is a lot of stuck energy between the Eight of Swords, the Captor, and the Demon. Like both of these cards typically depict someone who is bound and tied, right? But then you have this Knight of Pentacles here. And the Knight of Pentacles, the Shining Quarry, is all about steady progression. And I love that it's coming out after both of these because I feel like it's like you are leaving this energy behind you and you are steadily progressing forward, regardless. And that's what I was talking about with the Scholar of Zones. That's what I was talking about with the Scholar of Zones. It's like, even though everything is kind of sort of happening in the background, and so doing your best to at least mentally keep yourself along the same page, right? Keep yourself in a space of like moving forward, keeping yourself in a space from like, even if like you may have a rough day or like a rough whatever, right? Even when times get rough, it's all about not giving into that. And even if you do for a second, it's about like not staying there. So this is very, very, very steady progression forward. And I also feel like, yeah, I know you are. You're doing a great job. You're doing great. Great. You're doing great. You're doing great, sweetie. Keep it up. I'm so sorry. But this heart in this throat, I feel like I haven't yet spoken to whatever this is. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know if you've, I know you've been listening to a lot of like the sounds. You've been listening to a lot of sounds lately. Spanx a lot. Spanx all. And it's almost like I don't know if you've been like I can't remember if you told me. I don't know if you've been like doing a lot of affirmations or something, but it almost to me it's almost feeling like this throat down heart healing that's going on instead of like a heart up to the throat. But it's like like if you've been saying lots of affirmations, you have. Okay, okay. Because it's like if you've been saying lots of affirmations, I feel like it's beginning to actually have an effect on your heart. I feel like that is something that is like it's like the jaws of life. What are the jaws of life? Like you now I gotta look up what the jaws of life are. It's like if someone's like stuck in a car or something, you use the jaws of life to like open it up so you can pull them out or something like that, right? The jaws of life. Let's see. Hydraulic rescue tools are used by emergency rescue personnel to assist vehicle extraction. So, are the jaws of life like cutting the doors or are they like opening doors? I don't know. However, the jaws of life are used, I just got the jaws of life vibes. But I feel like one of the beautiful things though is that I feel like you are actively participating in this. You're an active participant in this. And that's why it's like you've graduated from the initiate to the scholar of zones. Because at the initiate space is all about like, I know that this is supposed to work. I've been exposed to this information and blah, 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 blah. But the scholar is like, like I've said, it's like you've had like experience, like an internship or something, right? It's like you have experience with this. They open the door. Oh, wow. Well, so maybe some doors are about to open. And that's the redrawing the zone is what's expanding the realm, right? And I guess I did just say like these doors may be opening and you may be like, whoa, what's going on, how is this happening? It's because of I don't know, I don't want to say that I don't know if you know or not because I feel like you do, because manifestation is real, thoughts become things, and that's why affirmations and stuff like that work. This could also be when the words that you speak are aligned with your heart, then it gives them increased power. And so maybe your affirmations have become more and more powerful as you've done this heart healing, as you've gone through this space, as you've sort of grown and ascended. Um, and I'm actually going to give you an I Ching because I'm using the SKT. Um, but it's like there's this working knowledge of something that you're acquiring. And maybe it's because you are beginning to see how those affirmations are paying out. I know that that the space that you're in now is much different than the space you would have been in the past. And now my throat is starting to get a little, but I'm not going to clear my throat because I'm being rebellious. um, but yeah, it's almost just like this bottoms up, top down sort of approach. And I think you've graduated from the scholar, and I think you have the potential to become a sage. But it's like once you begin to put more distance between whatever this, more distance away from whatever this is. That's how you'll get closer to it. I feel like your foundation right now may be sturdier than it was in the past, but I feel like you're feeling pretty solid right now, honestly. And even in the face of adversity with this moon card, the Archangel Commander is right there. So I feel like, you show up and fight even in the face of adversity, and I feel like you're fairly solid right now. What else is down here? I did the 4 and the 5. The 2 is Earth. So, like I already said, very stable right now. So you have the Scholar of Zones and you have Earth energy. Earth energy is all about sort of making things manifest. There's a potter. There's an energy of a potter here, or a sculptor, whichever one, right? And I'm almost feeling this Archangel Commander is having a very like it's almost like scalpel precision, but it's an energy that is very it's like precise but beautiful. Like what's that word? It's like it's very precise, but it's also elegant and it's beautiful. It's like fencing or like royal sword fighting, where it's like your form is perfect, you're very graceful, very precise. I feel like there's a word that is not coming to my brain, but I feel like this. I mean, it also speaks to the potential that you have. Guess what's in your hand right now? The cake cutting thing. Wait, is it a scalpel? Are you like? Are you still layering right now? That's interesting. If you are, that's interesting. Oh my gosh, Clorinda, are we a scalpel? What? Really? Do you use scalpels for cakes? I mean, I guess I've seen the level of quality that you put on your cakes, so I'm not surprised. Okay, well then there you go. There's the master craftsman, Clorinda. I just got a picture from Clorinda, I bet. Yep, there it is. Oh my gosh. Huh. Well, would you look at that? Oh, Clorinda, I'm gonna want cake. Oh wow, yeah, look at that thing. Oof. Looks very sharp. Um I just cleared my throat. Oh no. I don't have to be rebellious all the time. I have Uranus conjuncting my ascendant right now, so maybe I'm extra rebellious for whatever reason. I don't know. I know it's time to change some stuff up for sure. That's for gosh darn sure. Um, what else is here? The Leo energy is also here. Creative, right? Maybe that's where that pottery energy was coming from. Um, it's also about passion. It reminds me of the soap operas. I don't know if they have passions in as passions. I don't even think it runs anymore. I don't know if they had passions in Australia, but my mom used to be all about the soap operas, and sometimes passions would come on, and Days of Our Lives and stuff like that. Right? You are the passion burning inside of me. Was that the show with like, man, that show had like witches and everything. I was like, oh my gosh, what's happening? Because like for daytime soap operas, it was very interesting. It was very interesting. Maybe not. I'm sorry, I'm starting to get a little bit distracted. So 61 was the Scholar of Souls. Again, I feel like this is you being very. It's like you're more grounded and more rooted than no passions, but Days of Our Lives. Okay, all right. Yeah, The Young and the Restless, General Hospital, Days of Our Lives, Passions. They used to watch all of them. General Hospital was actually the name of the show, right? Hey Siri, what is General Hospital?
Sorry, there's something wrong. Please try again.
Okay, Siri, something's been wrong this whole time. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. Um, but yeah, and I'm really feeling it with these energies. And these were all at the bottom of the deck. So like this is you being like more grounded than you may think you are, going through these tough and difficult unknown situations, but even in the face of adversity, it's like you remaining strong. Like I said, it's like you have an active role in whatever is going on right now, and that is gorgeous. Now I'm gonna put these back in the deck. I'm gonna shuffle this up. I'm gonna pull a Wisdom of Lord Ganesha in a second to oracle this, and then I'll re-clarify it. You had that here too. Okay, nice. But you didn't have passions. You had everything but passions. Passions was crazy. Passions was wild. I think her name was like Tabitha, the witch. I was like, oof. It was like that. That show was so dramatic. But with the Leo energy here, the Leo energy it's really creative, but it's also family focused. The Leo energy is also a sun. I don't know if there's almost this energy of like the peace, the stick to itiveness, the fight, the way that you're fighting now, and the way that you sort of progressed and evolved may be catching the eye of someone. And with this Leo energy here, it may, like I said earlier, it's like when the master is ready, the student appears. You may have a student coming your way. Since you are the scholar, like I said, you could be a tutor, right? You may have a tutee coming your way. Someone's like, wow, Clorinda, like you've been like so amazing in these times. Like, how? And you're like, well, this is what I did, and before, and blah 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 blah, and so on and so forth. That'd be interesting, right? But that's what I'm almost sort of feeling that Leo energy as. It's either that or it's familial. It may be somebody in your family who's coming to you because maybe they're having a slight moment of weakness, and they're like, how do you get through everything that you're getting through? Um, but also, I feel like there's an element of pursuing the passion here. I mean, I'm clearing my throat. There I go. See now, ew. That's why I don't like clearing my throat. It's gross. Now my throat feels raspy. I'm gonna get some more water. 1 second. Oh, y'all did not need to see the bottom of my foot. Your niece, really? Oh, is she like? Is she ready to to begin healing and stuff? Because if she is, that is, oh my gosh. Oh wow, that is huge. That makes me really, really, really excited. I'm not gonna drink the whole bottle this time. um, that's really exciting. Anyway, so yeah, when the master is ready, the student appears, and when you teach something, you learn it twice. And so it may be, oh well, you may go from a tutor to a teacher, and then you've elevated from the scholar to the teacher being the more traditional space of the Queen of Swords, right? The feminine side of mastered air energy. Oh my gosh, what? That's exciting. See, but that's you know, sometimes you got to take a little bit of space, and sometimes you got to let people live their lives. And it's like your strength is your best testimony, right? And that's like sometimes just by being a light, you are a light, if that makes sense. But yeah, okay, so that's what that Leo energy is. Because I'm like, it's also familiar. Like, I feel like there is also an element of business is good right now, but it's not only that. It was like something else. I was like, there's something else. Um, And with the earth here, what else could that be? The element of earth, it's abundance. That's what I'm seeing. It's just like blossoming abundance. Um, it's like, the ground is fertile, the cherries are blossoming, the tomatoes. I said cherries, but I had tomatoes in my head. Maybe cherry tomatoes. I was like, the cherries are blossoming, and here I see like tomatoes in my mind. They're both red, okay? Um, but yeah, I feel like it's just an element of abundance. And it's because your mind is changing. Or not changing, but it's like you're learning control. Because when you can more control where your thoughts go, you can better control your experience. And even if you can't always control your thoughts, it's to be steadfast and it's to be strong and it's to keep fighting, even in the midst of the darkness and the adversity. Because the whole moon card was out, but that Archangel Commander came right out too. Archangel Commander was like, I don't care if it's the dead of the night. Because see, what'll happen is people will wait until it's dark because they think they have the advantage, right? Especially if you have a especially ferocious and fearsome foe, you may try to surprise him under the cover of the night, but he's just as deadly at night. So if it happens, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that you've been in the space of handling well. Um, and sometimes I feel like you saying that speaks to um, it's an energy of attachment, right? But it's more an ability to be attached but not overly attached. And if you can apply that to some other situations, maybe, maybe not. But again, it's like when you, and this is, I want to say it's extremely esoteric just because the nature of the message. But it's like when you release attachment, you allow the best possible outcome to occur. And sometimes the best possible outcome happens through a series of unfavored events, I guess. Or like, it's like something that you didn't necessarily want to happen, but because you're in a space of allowing it to happen, then things can work out better. It's almost like it's almost like if you have two children fighting over a toy and you're like, if you two don't stop fighting over the toy, I'm going to take it away. It's like you don't have to get it taken away because you are no longer fighting over it. It's that energy. Yeah. Or the one before you wouldn't be able to cope. Exactly. Oh my goodness. And even like it's not an ideal space to even like be in or think about, but to recognize that. And that's what I was saying. It's like there's something about that scholar of zones that's no longer an initiate. Um, and then you had it's like you're playing an active role right now, and because you're playing an active role, even in the space of just making sure that mentally you're in a space that's good. Like even just doing that, you're putting yourself in a space to ascend in ways that like will bring about other things. Um, but yeah, that's kind of sort of the feeling. And then that's almost the sun that is also backing this Leo. There's a lot of stuff behind this Leo energy. I feel like it's familial. I feel like it's sun energy as far as like you shining, but it's also sun energy as like you shining in the family. It's also an attractive sun. It's like planets are coming or things are coming to sort of orbit around you. Excuse me. But I feel like there's the approach. It's like it's hands off enough. Like you don't need to control what's happening, and since you don't need to control it with that moon card, it's like it can almost happen in a way that leads to something better than expected. And it's like it's mixing it because I was doing this right, and it's almost like it's stirring the pot. And it's like if you are coloring something and it's too dark, then when you put something else in, or let's say it's like a food coloring, right? And not necessarily like something. Let's say you're dyeing a liquid. Like if you drop all of the dye in one spot, the dye is just gonna sit there. And like if you give it enough time, eventually it'll disperse throughout the whatever, right? But if you mix it up, it's like it disperses quicker, and then it gets consistent a lot more faster. A lot more faster. A lot more faster. Is that a thing? I don't know. I'm gonna have to go to the restroom now. Oh goodness. I'm gonna try to wrap this up. It's been 5 hours. Oh my gosh. Thank y'all for chilling with me. It's been a very, very, very long time. And man, okay. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's like you're playing an active role in this. And because you're playing an active role, it's just like something really good I feel like is about to happen. And again, it may be in ways that you didn't expect, but that's because we don't. There we go. I've seen this card like 3 times. Oh, okay, well, I'll take that one too. Oh, oh, wow. Okay, wow. Love this. Oh, wow. So the bottom of the deck is number two. Number two. The bottom of the deck is number 22, Harmony. These are my Wisdom of Lord Ganesha cards. I just got them recently. Lord Ganesha and Kali are two of my favorite deities in the Hindu pantheon. Harmony number 22 is the bottom of the deck, and the two cards that came out are number 10 and number 30. No, number 3 and number 10. Sorry. 3 and 10. 3 times 10 is 30. But you got the first one that came out is Generosity, and the second one that came out is Delight. Generosity and Delight. Like that with Harmony at the bottom of the deck. That is so beautiful. I almost wish I would have left these cards out now. Because now I have 2 oracles and I had 2 sets of 3 cards, and it just would have looked really nice. But yeah, I'm gonna get into the book and see what these are about. Honestly, I want to pull some of these tarot cards face down first, and then I'll get into the book and see what it's about. Just because I don't know, I want to have these already on the table before I go to the book, I guess. So, in the space of Delight, let's see. I'll give this 3. Oops. Well, here's one. And last one. Then top, middle. Guess I'll take this one and bottom. Then I'll shuffle 2 more times. And I'll do the same thing on the other side. These are shuffling so well today. I had these like the other day, and I was like, why won't these shuffle? Like, have I ever been able to shuffle these cards? Usually it's not this difficult. But no, it's like they're flowing like butter. Okay, all right. All right, all right. Oh, I love that. That was so good. So clean. Top, middle, bottom. Okay, now I'm gonna get into the book. Now I'm gonna read these. Clorinda, you already know. You gotta bear with me as I'm reading. I've discovered that if I read ahead but speak behind, I can read a little bit more consistently. But the problem comes when I forget what I've already read in my mind. So, hey, I'm working on it. It's about strategizing, it's about coming up with strategies. So, we'll start with number 3, embrace. Number 20, no, number 11. Just kidding. And there's number 10 right there. Number 3, delight. So, we are born with the gift of laughter. Laughter is a natural medicine. Laughter can be helpful in ways you might not have realized or imagined. A simple laugh can help you feel better about yourself and the world around you. If you look if you are looking at your situation too seriously, try to find some humor. This will remind you to stay centered on what is and to be grateful for what you have. Laughter can be a natural diversion and can help to break up it whew, to help can it can help to break up stagnant energy. When you laugh, no other thoughts come to mind. Laughing may also reduce or induce, sorry, laughter may also induce physical changes in the body. After sharing some laughs among friends for only a few minutes, you may feel better for hours. Laughter and humor can give you such amazing energy. A good hearty belly rumble can dispel stale negative energy and enable you to see life from a higher perspective. If you want more pep and humor in your life, work with Ganesha, asking him to support you in finding joy in life in new situations in new ways. Sorry, in new ways. There are actually some stories that tell that Ganesha was born from Shiva's laughter. Ask Ganesha to help you lighten up through laughter. Ask Ganesha to help you lighten up through laughter. By doing so, you may receive some immeasurable benefits by having a more lighthearted approach to all things that come your way. You may even feel healthier. Laughter really is the best medicine. Oh, goodness, that was a lot. Yeah, a good laugh. There have been times when I would randomly like maybe that's one reason why because I remember it wasn't like I was losing it, but there'd be sometimes I would randomly just like laugh, or I would laugh a little bit harder at things that weren't necessarily extremely funny. So there's this thing. The reason why I'm sorry to interject on top of your story right now, but the reason why I really love sitting on the porch is because we have these rocking chairs on the porch, right? And so sometimes I I'm always rocking when I'm sitting in the rocking chair. But sometimes I'll just like do this and it reminds me of somebody and then it just makes me laugh. Um, I don't know. Anyway, um, see, why did I do that? But I feel like behind just laughter, behind just finding ways to laugh in situations that are maybe uncomfortable and lightening the situation, I feel like that also, again, it speaks to the ability to alter your mindset or to maintain a certain mindset regardless of the situation that you're in. And when you have the ability to maintain that sort of consistency, that consistency is what really disrupts the patterns of how you've experienced things up until this point. Because, like I've kind of sort of been saying, it's like, sometimes we come upon years of hardship and we do affirmations for like 2 weeks and we're like, well, these affirmations don't work, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, if you have something it's like you already have things queued up. You already have experiences queued up, and these things, like, you're so used to um, these experiences, is that, like, they're pre-approved. And then you have these other experiences where you're saying these affirmations that are coming slower because, like, these thoughts aren't pre-approved. These thoughts disrupt and break the mold, and so it's almost like all of the other filters and perceptive filters, but no, all of the other filters that, like, the bad stuff has to go through to, like, get through there. It's like you have the, like, these little square in holes along an assembly line, and so you can, and it's like you have these randomly, some are bigger, some are not square shaped things on the good side, and so it's like that's why it takes longer for the good stuff to come in. Sometimes it's just because mentally you put so much backing behind the bad stuff, it comes more naturally and more easily. And then with the good stuff, we don't have the same sort of, like, you know, that we don't have the same, that the word isn't coming to mind, but it's like the same gusto that the bad stuff does, and so that's why it takes longer. But when you're more consistently in that mindset, then it's like you give the good things more momentum and then you slow the bad things down. It's almost like you're switching and reversing the process, which is beautiful. Beautiful. And rock on the porch with you. Yes, we have two. We got two chairs. Oof. And I've been looking at the trees. Well, the trees are green now. You know, the birds will be out there. I'll be listening to something. Um, and it's like I saw the trees green and it was so beautiful because they were so, like, brown and just, like, sticky, right? What's brown and sticky? A stick. That's one of my favorite jokes. What's brown and sticky? A stick. Okay. But yeah, I've just been, like, out watching the trees green, just chilling on the porch. The only bad thing is that I don't get a lot of, like, sunlight on the porch. The sun is in the back, and we have a little picnic table in the back, but it's not as fun as the rocking chairs. So I'll rock out on the porch. Actually, I'm gonna read these first. So, coming off of laughter, because I don't want to forget what laughter is about, we have the discerning one. This is really interesting because the discerning one can speak to discernment. There's also a sun at the top of the discerning one. And it also speaks to choices, right? And it can be a crossroads, can be the Two of Wands. But this is saying that, like, you've made the decision to pursue a certain path. And it's almost at the same time, it's like this mental rewiring that you're doing is this mental rewiring that you're doing is like, I feel like you said you've been doing a lot of third eye meditations, and this is the dice associated with the third eye. And so I feel like it's like with that mental rewiring and re-networking that you're doing through sheer virtue of, like, you know, keeping up with your affirmations and keeping yourself in a more positive state of mind, as even as you go through all of this, it's like it's refining how it's increasing your discernment. It's refining how you perceive things, and it's affecting your ability to be affected by things. Now, the three cards that came out, this was the top, was the Ace of Wands, Sacred Fire. The middle was the Eight of Wands, Sharpshooter. Ooh, that's quick. The bottom is the Chariot. Oh my gosh. You have the Ace of Wands, the Two of Wands, the Eight of Wands, and the Chariot. A bunch of fire energy, and the Chariot, which is cardinal energy. So Aries is also encapsulated in there. The only fire that isn't here is Leo, and but you already have Leo energy. So you got Sagittarius and the Eight of Wands. You got Aries and the Two of Wands, and then you got Leo here. And both of those are first decan. First decan Aries, first decan Sagittarius, Cancer with the Chariot here. Oof, goodness. The Crab with the Chariot there. That's a lot of movement. This is a lot of movement. And look, the sharpshooter is pointing at the chariot, backed by this Ace of Wands. And so, like that fifth house, pure creative energy, it's like backed by this Ace of Wands. She's shooting for the chariot. Like, if things begin to move and take off in ways that, like, you weren't even necessarily like aware, it's because you've already gone through this process. It's like your actions have proven the path that you're on. And like, this is all about, what was this, delight? Or was this generosity? No, that's delight. I mean, delight is like delightful. It's delicious. It's a very sweet energy. I mean, you make cakes, so um, that's a lot of fire. That's a lot of movement. That's a lot of movement. I don't know what that's about. Do you know what this movement is about, Clorinda? Oh, okay. Well, the oh, never mind. All right. I was gonna pull a card, right? And then literally all of these cards came out. All of these cards came out. Ace of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, Bread of Life. All of these cards slid out, but the title card came out on top. And so the title card is the Mind Your Business card. So I'm not going to pull any cards to see what this is. Ace of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, though. So it's a very lovely surprise. Yeah. I mean, the Moon card came out, and I was like, if things begin to happen in ways that you don't even expect, it's because when you. So again, this is the Scholar of Zones, and the Scholar of Zones is someone who is learning to navigate in the realm of the unseen, to navigate in the spaces in between spaces, right? Because they say it's like you have enough space between the atoms in your body that you can fit the entire universe within one person or something like that. It's someone who is fluent in those in between spaces. And air is the element. It's like it can go through pretty much anything. It's pretty much everywhere. Um, and then with this element of earth here, it brings a sort of like practicality and a weight to it. And I was gonna say something else, but I forgot what it was. Zones, being in the in-between space with the scholar. Yeah, unseen. It's the unseen realm. It's the unseen world. But it's like with this chariot, somehow it's like maybe this was part of a huge test for you and you are crushing it. And not maybe it's part of a huge test, but like you're crushing it. You were like crushing it. And I think Spirit's about to reward you. Like, I mean, Eight of Wands into the Chariot. And I've been kind of sort of feeling divine intervention-y type of energy with the Eight of Wands lately. Just like I've been feeling the Six of Cups as us rewriting our stories. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of cards. What? You did? You got the Delight card on a pick a card last night? That's a wild. um, but it's because you showed up. But also, it's like, mm, also, like, again, it's like, once you release a certain amount of control and you allow the planets to orbit around you in the space of their natural orbit with this Leo energy, it's almost like you're becoming this sun that is bringing these planets, or it may not be bringing the planets into orbit, but it's like fixing the orbit of these planets as it comes in. Because see, the thing about the sun is like the sun has its own gravitational pull, but so do the other planets. And just like, the sun, physics, I don't know why I'm trying to get so scientific lately. Just like the sun has a gravitational effect on the earth, so too does the earth have a gravitational effect on the sun. And the earth has a gravitational effect on the moon, just like the moon has a gravitational effect on the earth. And the sun affects all of that. And so there are lots of unseen forces that if we try to bring something into balance and if we try to force something in a way, it's like the way it's set up, it's like they already naturally affect each other. And you would have to be so fluent and efficient in physics and astrophysics to know how to place planets to keep their orbits sort of maintainable, where you don't put the moon too close to the earth because a body's gravitational pull is stronger the closer you get to it. And so if the moon comes too close to the earth, then the earth's gravitational pull might pull the moon into the earth, and then that would be a whole fiasco. And you're like, I was just trying to get the earth next to the sun. I was trying to get the earth closer to the sun because things are getting a little cold and I want to warm it up a little bit. And it's like, okay, well, you put it too close to the sun and now it's getting sucked into the gravitational pull of the sun. And we have approximately 23 years. I'm sorry, Miyoshi. I was gonna say 16, but then 23 just came out of my mouth. Um, you have this number of years before we are in the sun, and it's gonna get hotter every single year, right? But when you can allow things to just relax into their natural spaces, it's like they'll naturally sort of lock and come into place where they're supposed to. Got it. Okay. Next is this generosity card, number 10. You got 2 cards from the Wisdom of Lord Ganesha, and I literally just had my finger on this page. You can put it on the board. I'm sorry. What'd you say? All right. So, generosity. Compassion for others is a natural result of being aware and conscious of your own feelings. Oh, wow. Compassion for others is a natural result of being aware and conscious of your own feelings. When you are generous in spirit, you take complete responsibility for your life. Work with Ganesha to assist you with stepping up to do the right thing. This is especially important when you are filled with fear and conflicting feelings. Respect others and live a conscious life. Champion others. Support them and actively want them to succeed. Living from this space, living from this zone, maybe, living from this space will create an open heart and mind that will touch anyone who comes into your presence. Be tolerant of ideas and behaviors that may not align with your own thoughts. Spend more time looking at what is good and positive in someone else rather than what you judge as negative or bad. Embrace others' differences. Give freely and from your heart. Choose to no longer manipulate and do not do favors with strings attached. As you continue to give, you may find that you no longer envy others. You will be able to give easily and at the same time receive when the same is offered to you. This will go a long way to eliminating the feeling of being separated from others, and you may find yourself genuinely happy. Look for and assume the best in people and treat others with respect and acceptance. That is beautiful. Oof, that's about giving and receiving. Top of the deck is the 7 of Swords, the Rogue. Middle of the deck was the 9 of Scepters, the Malays. Bottom of the deck is this High Priestess. When it comes to the space of generosity, I don't know. This is interesting. I mean, I guess I'll just read it as it is. I kind of feel like I am in the zone. I feel like you are. I mean, I feel like everything on the table. Gotta get in the zone. What song? I don't even know what song that is. I know it's Britney Spears. She been popping up on my. She just randomly started popping up. I know Glory just re-released, or she just updated the album cover for Glory, and now like I guess they re-uploaded the videos to change the thumbnail on her Vivo or something. But they just been popping up top of my feed on YouTube. I basically listened to like the whole album, and then I just listened. Anyway, I was like, okay, Britney, like never popped up on my YouTube before, but here you are now, and I'm not mad. I'm actually loving it. So anyway, with the Seven of Swords into this Nine of Wands, I feel like you may be coming to a space where you may begin to realize that maybe you aren't being generous to yourself. Ooh. Maybe you weren't being generous to yourself, and this is coming to the space of realizing that maybe some of the things that you feel like you've been missing out on, it's like maybe you've had a role in that somehow. And maybe the role that you had in that, because this is the Seven of Swords, right? So maybe this is a certain pattern of thinking that kept you in this space of missing out on opportunities or kept you from manifesting certain opportunities. And so it's like you feel like it's like things aren't necessarily completely bad. It's like you feel like you're at odds with the world in some ways here. But now with this high priestess, it's maybe coming into a realizing and understanding, maybe especially as after all of the healing and growth that you've done now, you may begin to understand even more how you sort of stood in your own way in the past. About how maybe you were your own greatest blockage, your own greatest enemy, like you are your own worst nightmare. Or you were. But now it's like being that scholar of zones, it's giving you the understanding. And if that in itself isn't giving you the understanding as you stay in the zone that you're in and your experience begins to change, then you will begin to understand how maybe the space that you were in wasn't conducive to whatever you're coming into. There's a hyper defensive energy in here, but it's not hyper defensive. It's just like it's a little scared. It feels like scared and just like because this is at night, right? And like when I said before, it's like there are these people who are coming to attack the Archangel Commander at night because they think he'll be vulnerable, but he's going to stand strong. And maybe that's a space that you've gained because now instead of this malaise, Nine of Wands, sort of like clinging to that wand at night, having to stand guard while everyone else is asleep. It's like now it's almost like you've developed this 15th sense where it's like things just automatically go off and you don't even have to too much do anything. Whereas in the past, maybe that wasn't the case. I feel like, but with this generosity, it's coming to a space of understanding. But this may be more so like understanding the space that you were in the past. To everyone else but yourself, very true. Right, Clorinda? Right, Clorinda? I was like, Brittany, girl. Brittany, you've been here all my life, nearly all my life, at least since YouTube been up. And now all of a sudden you want to pop up? I ain't mad at you, girl. I actually love your music. I didn't listen to Britney Spears growing up because I only listened to Christian music growing up. And people were like, oh, Britney was so great. Britney was so great. And honestly, like, well, I would hear songs like Oops, I Did It Again. I was going to say Hit Me Baby One More Time, but it might be Hit Me Baby One More Time might be the name of the song. I don't even know the name of the song. And that's the Genie in a Bottle and like other things. But it was like the stuff that got really popular that would play on the radio. I was just like, But some of the other stuff that wasn't playing on the radio, I'm like, why weren't they playing this? Like, if I would have heard this side of Britney, I would have been listening to her a long time ago. But, everything in its time. But now the thing is, I get to experience a lot of Britney for the first time. And so, I don't know, it's like something to look forward to in times like this in a way. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I got. This looks very, very, very beautiful. Keep it up. And I will say that if you can relax your guard in this area, maybe relaxing your guard in some other areas will also lead to things sort of like taking off. The Two of Cups and the Chariot at the cut. The Two of Cups and the Chariot. Okay. Yeah. Maybe if you can learn to release a little bit more. And again, I don't know. That's like a maybe, potentially. It may free up some other stuff. All right. But yeah, that's what I. Oops. What is this? The Initiate. I was cutting the deck and the card just like fell out. I was like, what is this? But yeah, that's what I got. So thank you again, you two, for coming. It's been 5.5 hours. 5.5. So I'm gonna go get some food and go to the restroom because I need to go to the restroom and go about the rest of my day, I guess. Thanks again for stopping by. Welcome to the Hierophant, Clorinda. I've been over here for a minute now, several weeks, I feel. Yeah. Bottom of the deck is the Tower. Top of the deck is Archangel Commander. So maybe we don't have to go through these towers alone. Either we don't have to go through these towers alone, or the Archangel Commander is standing by and watching how we handle these tower moments. I feel like he's on standby, but he doesn't. It's like he wants us to be able to handle these tower moments ourselves, but he's on standby if we need him. But if you've been feeling particularly kind of sort of left out in the cold or overlooked, it's not because you are being overlooked. It's because you're being asked to kind of sort of step up, pick up your own sword and fight a little bit. And the way that you fight is by keeping your balance, keeping your center poised. Poised. He is very poised. Yes, that's the word I wanted. That's the word I was looking for. I was like, he's sharp. He's like precise. He's like graceful. It's like fencing. Poised. Very poised. Yes. Yes. Poised. Okay. Whew. I would not have found that word. Poise was nowhere near my brain. But as long as we remain balanced and centered and poised, it's like we'll do fine. If our stance is good, so that we're not as easily shook, then we'll be fine. That's how long I haven't been on. LOL. Now I know where you are. Yes, Mr. Chairman. No problem. Yeah, I think the video is over. But I'm going to get one final Wisdom of Lord Ganesha card. Or not a final one, but I'm just going to shuffle this to clear it up before I put it away and see what comes out. But I have the Pride Tarot sitting right here, and I kind of want to use them. So I don't know what it's going to be about, but that'll be a little extra, read all about it. I want to get in the zone. Because you're turning me on. No. And then it's like I was singing Britney on top of Britney. I wasn't singing Britney on top of Britney, but I was using Britney as a springboard to just sing about my own feelings, And I was like, wow. I don't think she'd ever collaborate with me, but if she did, I got something I could bring to the table. You know what? I take that back. I'm not going to say she wouldn't ever collaborate with me. Maybe there's a day when I'll be collaborating with Britney Spears. And if I am, it'll probably be... Never mind. I don't want to give away the surprise. Okay. Top of the deck is... Ooh, Reflection, number 4. I haven't seen this one yet. Bottom of the deck is belonging. 41. Reflection and belonging. This is a very nostalgic energy. Very nostalgic. It's like it's like the energy of someone moving away from home, and it's like the parents saying like blah 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 blah, and you can always come home. Like, don't hesitate. Like, you always have a place here. No matter how hard things get, no matter how tough things get, remember while you're out there in the world that you have a home here if you ever need it, and you can always come home. Always. At least while there's a home standing here, because I don't know. Mama might turn into a nomad one day, and then you go home and it's like, oh, she ain't lived here for 15 years. As soon as you left, she was like, huh, well, maybe I should leave. Maybe I should go see the world. um, but yeah, I just read your mind, LOL. You want to go bathroom first? Yeah, I do. I actually do. I was literally just thinking I should go to the bathroom first. I don't know. It's like I'm the type of person, I've never been, even if I don't necessarily share everything, because I don't share a lot, even if I don't share everything, I've never been the type of person to be afraid to really look different. Like, I like what I like and I don't like what I don't like, right? I don't necessarily too much have any guilty pleasures. The only guilty pleasure I have is mindless self indulgence. And it's a guilty pleasure because the music moves me, but the messages are not ones that I approve of. It's like I don't like the lyrics, but I like the way it sounds, if that makes sense. That's my only guilty pleasure. Um, and honestly, it's like I don't necessarily too much care if I look like a fool, right? Because most of the time, people will ridicule you, they'll call you foolish, they'll call you dumb, they'll blah, 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 blah. But as soon as you accomplish the things that they couldn't accomplish, or as soon as you accomplish the things that they didn't see as possible, then their whole tune changes and you're seen as a genius. You're seen as innovative and a creator and an entrepreneur and someone who is ahead of their time. It's like, no, I'm not ahead of my time. The times are behind me and I'm trying to catch the times up. But if the times want to stay stuck in the times, then, I guess I'll be in my own little futuristic bubble. That's the tower. That's Aquarius. Aquarius, isn't it? But yeah, it might be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind. So I'm gonna put these away first, and then I'm gonna go to the restroom, and then I'll be back. But I put down in words. What was that? It might be quite foolish, but I watched like the first bit of Moulin Rouge last night when I had the first third of that bottle of wine. And then I was too sleepy to even enjoy my time not working on my schoolwork. I was like, oh, I finished my assignment. I'm going to have fun. Took a nap. It's like, oh, I'm going to wake up and watch Moulin Rouge and have this bottle of wine. I drank like a third of the bottle. I was like, I'm done. I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep. It was so sad. But I finished it today. So it actually ended up working out. It might be quite simple, but now that it's done. What's his name? Never knew I could feel like this. It's like I've never seen the sky before. It's just, like things that you've listened to all your life kind of sort of suddenly mean something else. Or like you get it, right? It's like one day you just get it. Venus retrograde is not being nice to me, but it's fine. It's I've strangely been comforted lately, and I don't know. I feel like I honestly feel like for a while, I don't feel like I was kind of like stressing things, trying to put a deadline on stuff. And it's like, okay, try to put a deadline on it if you want, but see what happens. Nothing will happen. Um, and then I don't know. It's like these random bouts of impatience whenever I can feel things starting to shift and feel things starting to move. But lately, it's just like I don't know. I've been comforted, I guess I will say, and I don't know. It's like I feel like I was thinking about it yesterday before I started drinking. I was thinking about it yesterday that like I think I was out on the porch and I'm like there's a lot of things that I told myself I was afraid of. There are a lot of things that I was afraid of and things that I didn't quite yet feel necessarily ready for completely and fully, even though when I was in the space, I could operate as if I were ready because even if I'm not ready, even if I don't feel like I'm ready completely, what I'm not going to do is sabotage this opportunity. Because if the opportunity is here, that means whether I realize and recognize it or not, I'm ready for it. I wouldn't be in this space if I weren't ready. Um, and also, I have this working trust where I can just show up, which is very beautiful. So even when I was hesitant and afraid and frightened, maybe I was able to operate as if I wasn't because it's the level of trust that I've been able to have in the universe, but not even just like in the universe and in God and in spirit, but it's like regardless of how things may or may not look on the outside, I've found somebody that I can trust. And it's kind of wild. And that's why sometimes honestly it's like am I like I know I can be a fool and I know that like I don't mind being a fool, but am I that foolish? And honestly every time I ask myself like am I that foolish? Am I this foolish? Am I really that big of a fool? It's like none of that is coming from me. I don't feel myself as foolish. I don't feel like I'm being a fool. And ultimately I can kind of sort of tell when I can trust somebody and when I can't. Even before the situations reveal themselves, there are some people that I've come across that I just know, like, you're going to be important to me. Like, I don't know when or how or where or why, but like, you're going to be important to me. And there are people that I can just trust. And I was sitting on the porch the other day, like yesterday or the day before yesterday, within the past 2 or 3 days. No, it was the day before yesterday because yesterday is when all of the songs started popping up. um, it was the day before yesterday, and I was sitting on the porch, and I was like, you know what? Like there are things that like you just know. There are things that I just know. I was talking to myself, or I was talking to myself. I was talking to my higher self, or my higher self was talking to me, or well, I was talking to myself. And it's like you did, and I've been feeling it too. But I've been just like, oh, what is it? But I'm also This is the progression that I've been on. Because at first it was like I got the opportunity, or the person reached out to me. Oh, Clarinda, you haven't been here. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back, and then I'll tell you because it's a whole progression. All right, I'm being silly. um, in the spirit of the alcohol that I've consumed in the past 24 hours, um, I just went to the bathroom. Every time I go to the bathroom, I come back from the bathroom. And I'm like, I just went to the bathroom and I had a thought. Um, but I already talked about my journey, so this would be a really, really, really long video, but that's fine. No one's gonna watch it this far. So it should be safe this deep into the inception. It should be safe this deep into the video, but I'm okay. Maybe not. So first, I'll catch you up, Clarinda. Um, so I believe on my legacy channel, it was March 14th, March 4th, 13, 14, or 15. Whenever I talked about going to the virtual job fair, um, I was only there for a minute, and well, a minute. I was there for like half an hour, and I was visiting booths, and there were a few places that were very, very promising, and there was this one place I was really interested in, and I was like, wow, they have like global teams, like because you know. Um, but I wanted to work for a company that had branches in other countries, so that I could do a few years here in the U.S. and then go work in a different country if I want, like transfer out and then transfer out again. Because I'm in a space where I want to experience the world now for the first time in ever. I'm so open to the whole world and to experiencing all of it that it's kind of like I want to do all of it. I want to do it all, you know? Um, and so I was talking about working in London, and then Clarinda was, talking about working in Australia, and I was like, oh my gosh, that was a while ago. But anyway, I went to the virtual career fair, and I was there for a little bit. There was this company. I think a lot of positions that they had were like animal testing, and I was like, "Ooh, I don't know how I feel about animal testing." That actually may have been a different company, but there were a few pharmaceutical companies. There were a few companies who like kind of sort of they'll run like clinical trials for drugs and stuff, and they'll engineer it in a way that it doesn't take as long for things to go through clinical trials because they optimize it and they make it very efficient. Um, One of the companies had a bunch of places posted at like animal whatever whatever, and I was like, I don't necessarily not like animal testing isn't necessarily something that I am actively 100% like completely against, but it didn't sit right with me either because I was like, I can see myself entering a space where I don't necessarily vibe with animal testing, so I'm not even gonna try. I was there for like 20 to 40 minutes, maybe closer to half an hour, and I was just like, you know what? The company that I'm supposed to work for, they'll reach out to me. And I can't remember exactly where I was on my journey. Oh, there's the Seven of Cups. Like, if this is an option, they'll reach out to me. And honestly, it was a cop out, so I didn't have to make a choice. So I didn't have to decide. It's like, Cinderella leaving her shoe so the prince could find her, right? Because Cinderella was like, well, if the prince knew who I actually was, I don't think he would like me. Okay, this is if we go to the Into the Woods version, maybe based on the Brothers Grimm version of the fairy tale. But like, if he knew who I really was, he wouldn't like me because I'm not this royal person. And she couldn't decide what to do, and so she left him a clue, and the clue was her shoe. And she was like, okay, if he wants this, he will take this shoe and he will find me. Now, she was the only size 9 in that kingdom, size 7, size 8, size 2, size 3. The only person. But that glass slipper was tailor made for her from her fairy godmother. So it's not that outlandish. Um, but she was like, I'll let. Wait, what? What is that? Cicero and Geelong. Oh, is that the place? Okay. Um, but she was like, I'll leave him a clue, and the clue is the shoe. And so I was like, so I don't have to make this decision. Whoever reaches out to me is where I'll work for. And so one of the companies, bottom of the deck, is the magician. I manifested that opportunity. And it was like one of the companies I was actually like really excited about sent me an email. And they're like, hey, like, I'm so and so from the global acquisition team. The virtual career fair is over, but like, feel free to check out our website and apply. And if you do, like, shoot me an email and let me know. And I was like, oh my gosh. And so, of course, I didn't know exactly all of the places where they were based, right? And so I went on to the website, I put in like engineer or something like that, and I clicked search. And the first place that popped up was London. And London is a place I've been talking about wanting to visit. And I was actually talking about working in London. I still probably have a screenshot in my phone from when I saw a position in London. I was like, oh my gosh, I could apply for this like months ago, like last year. And one of the companies I was most excited for working for popped up with a position in London. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is wild. What? But then, like, all the animal testing stuff came back up, and I was like, oh, well, maybe I don't want to do this. And then, so I passed on that opportunity. Um, so I passed on that opportunity, right? And then later, again, like when it happened, I talked about it. Now I'm trying to remember because it was like there were different things that I was mentally going through at the point at the same time. And it would be like whenever I reached certain decisions or something, that's when something would come up. And so then I entered this space of like kind of sort of indecision, kind of sort of impatience. And I was like, things are beginning to move, like like rubber meets road. It's time to go. um, but some time after that passed, I decided to not go for that. And then it was May 4th. I believe it was May 4th. I got on here and I ranted about the ancestors because I got a reading from somebody and she was like, your ancestors are like, there are things that you should be doing and you've slowed down. And I got a reading from this person before in February. And as soon as she said, your ancestors are very proud of you, They know that whatever comes your way, you're going to handle it. As soon as she said that, I knew something was going to happen. I knew something was going to happen. I knew something was going to go down. As soon as she said that my ancestors knew that whatever curveball came my way, I'd be able to handle it and keep it moving. I knew something was going to happen. And then something happened. And I was like, see, see, I knew it. I knew it. Let me calm down a little bit because it's quite late. Um, and I'm not going to say it didn't affect me because it did. Um, kind of sort of in ways that I didn't necessarily expect. A whole bunch of stuff happened that I didn't necessarily expect. Um, but then it's like 2 months later, maybe I get a reading from her. And she's like, well, the ancestors are, um, and it's not that they weren't proud. It's like you're slowing down, and there's things that you need to be doing and experiencing because it's going to be important for you to pick some of this stuff up along the way. And she's like, what I'm seeing for you is like it's like a almost a one. It's not a 180, but this is like such a departure from the path that you're on, or from the path that you thought that you were on. And what she was talking about was like some parts of it resonated to things I had planned, but ultimately it did not. I was like, what? But then honestly, at the same time, I was like, I've been so wrapped up with other things mentally and emotionally that I can't even project for myself out that far. Um, and then I got extra sassy, and I was like, you know what? The ancestors didn't even live their lives right while they were alive, because if they did, I wouldn't be in a space to have to break the generational curses in my family that I have to break. And so just because y'all already lived y'all lives and now y'all on the spirit side, y'all got all this insight and all this clarity and all this grander vision, like hello, like let me live my life. Y'all already lived y'all's, and now I got to come back and clean up your mistakes. And I was like, and then I put out the angel cards, and I was like, yeah, and the angels were here trying to tell the ancestors to do the same thing that they're trying to tell me to do. I was like, ancestors can't tell me nothing. But at the same time, see, this is the thing. I know who I am and I know how I am. And I know that sometimes certain things have to happen to get me to reach a certain place and to get me to reach a certain space. Right. And so I was in Walmart, right? Just like in Walmart, doing whatever, probably with my mom. So in there for hours, every single time. Don't know how, don't know why, hours. And I'm processing through it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make this decision. I'm making a decision right now. And if the ancestors don't like it, oh well, it's my life. I'm making this decision. This is something that I want. And if I have to do extra, if I have to do more, if I have to run twice as hard, three times as hard, I'm going to do it because this is something that I want. And this is something that's important to me. And I'm not going to completely derail whatever it is that I'm supposed to do, but I'm not going to leave this behind either because this is something that's important to me. And then that's when I got extra sassy. So I got sassy when I was before, but then I got extra sassy when I was like, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm willing to fight for it. Um, I'm also like, I'm the type of person who will compromise, right? And so I was like, I'll compromise with y'all. I'm willing to work harder, but this is not something that like I'm gonna leave behind. It's just not. And I think the most important thing for me was to make a decision. And it wasn't necessarily that like I was on the wrong path. And again, this is how like in hindsight, and even in that situation, this is kind of sort of how I picked it up for me. But the most important thing for me was to make a decision, because I was doing this back and forth, wishy washy, like, oh, I've decided, and then I'm questioning it. And, oh, I've decided, and now I'm like, I'm getting impatient and I'm doing whatever. Oh, I've decided. And like, it was like after that moment, though, I made a decision, and I, for the most part, stuck to it. Um, and so then that opportunity came up, right? And I let that go. And then, no, that was before the ancestors thing. Because then I remember it was like May 4th, and I was checking my email, and she had said something about Washington, D.C. And I was like, Washington, D.C. has never been on my list. I don't know what that's about. But at the same time, I've been so preoccupied that I wouldn't even know. Um, but she said Washington, D.C. And I was like, what? She was like, yeah, I can see you. Like, that's what I'm seeing. And I'm like, well, that's news to me. Um, but then, so a few days later, I'm in my email and I see, I was like kind of sort of like skimming through my emails, but not really. And because I had decided to not do that thing, right? But I was seeing these emails from like the Institute of International whatever, and I was just ignoring them. And it said some university name, and I was like, I've never heard of that university, so it's probably scam emails, right? But then for whatever reason, on May 4th, I opened up the email, and the emails were from the Institute of International Education. And it was this university in Abu Dhabi. And I was like, okay, well, that's why I've never heard of the university. And it was May 4th. And I'm looking at it and I'm looking at the programs, and it's like deadline to apply is May 3rd. And I was like, May 3rd? What? No, why? Why? And then it's like, man, and then I was like, wow, maybe my ancestors was trying to communicate this opportunity to me this whole time, but I wasn't even seeing it. And this is university in Abu Dhabi, and I'm like, oh, Abu Dhabi is cute. I can kind of sort of see myself doing that. And then I'm scrolling down, right? And then it's like the deadline for the Doctor of Medicine program is May 31st. And I was like, well, Doctor of Medicine, that's initially what I wanted to do. And then I was like, wow, like, is this something that I can still do? Like, it's because it's not a dream, but it was a dream that I had that I kind of sort of gave up on. Especially, with it taking me as long to finish my undergrad as it's taking me, partly because of the decrease in my eyesight. And at that point, I was like, well, like, I mean, with my eyes the way they are now, and with all of the time it's already taken me to do this schooling, I don't think I'm going to be able. Ooh, 6 hours. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. But when that popped up with the extended deadline, I was like, wait, like, is this something that's still open and available to me? Like, have I been manifesting this opportunity at the same time? I was seeing so much about international travel, like overseas travel. It's like as soon as quarantine is lifted, like you're going to be traveling, you're going to be moving. There's relocation and like including overseas travel. And then that came up, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, is this it? Um, and then it's like I get super excited, but the deadline is passed. I'm like, well, maybe I should look into it, right? And then it's like the next day, I get an email from the same institute. No, okay. So I scrolled down, right? Because I was reading through everything on there. And I was like, wow, I just thought this was a bogus email from like some online university doing whatever. But like the fact that it says that like the undergrad degree is required, that means that at least in the database, they know that, that's something that I will have. And I only have to have it by August. And that puts me like still within the time frame to get my undergrad degree to start school. And then I'm scrolling down, and it's like Institute of Education based in Washington, D.C. And I was like, oh, there's Washington, D.C. I was like, wow, wow. And then I uploaded a video. It was titled like an apology to the ancestors. First, there was a video titled like, did I miss the boat or something like that? Because the Three of Wands was coming out a lot. And it's like, oh, you're waiting for your ships to come in. And I was like, wow, is my ship departing? Um, but then that came up. And I was like, wow. And I was going to look into the Doctor of Medicine program, right? And then the next day, I get an email, and they're like, due to COVID-19, we're extending the application deadline for everything until the end of the month. And they're like, even if you can't do this, even if you can't do that, even if you can't get this, get in your application. And I was like, I haven't even taken the GRE. COVID-19, you can take the GRE from home. I was like, well, I wasn't prepared to take the GRE, but it just kind of sort of so happens to work out that I've helped a few of my friends prepare for the GRE, and it's like I could I'm sure like if I prepare for it, I'd do better. But I think I do decently well with like lesser preparation. Um because I'm kind of sort of fairly well rounded. Even when it comes to like the a lot of times it's like engineers may not do as well in the writing parts or in the vocabulary parts, but I'm a decent writer. My vocabulary is decent. My math is decent. Like it's pretty decent all around. Um, and it's like because of COVID-19, in a weird way, I'm kind of sort of in a space where I'm not hurting too much. And it's like because of that, I've found opportunities in places that I didn't even necessarily expect to find opportunities. Because of stuff that happened last year, I was actually in a fairly good spot this year. And at first, it was like things that I was like, why did this happen? How did this go wrong? Like, but now it's like the stuff that I thought went wrong last year is like it gave back to at first, it gave to me. And then I figured out that it wasn't supposed to be given to me. And I was like, whoa, what is going on? But now it's like it's still giving to me. Or it gave back to me, it gave more. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. Um, but yeah, they extended the deadlines, right? And I was like, wow, so like now I can apply for this. Like this is an impossible dream for me, or it became an impossible dream. I could apply and like be in Abu Dhabi and like meet cute, like, you know, cute boys in Abu Dhabi and be in school and doing what I want to do. And I was like, that's cool, right? But then I was like, I don't think it's my path. And so, and a lot of the deeper thinking actually happens when I'm on the porch and I'm just like looking at the trees green or doing whatever, listening to the birds, just like rocking in the chair on the porch, processing through life. Um, and it's like I don't think that that opportunity is for me because I'm literally right now, literally trying to like finish school so I can be done with school. Like more school doesn't make sense. And it's like this old dream that I manifested that, and it's funny, like if it would have come before now, I wouldn't have even been in a space to actually even contemplate it. Like that's something that I would have like dreamed about, but I wouldn't have actually taken up. Like going to a different country for grad school. It's like grad school, yes. The PhD, yes. Making medicine, yes. But a different country, like that's something I dream about, but I'd never actually do it. I'd be too frightened, too worried, too afraid, too anxious, too everything to actually pursue it. But now it's like I've dropped a lot of the baggage that kept me from living my life. So I'm kind of sort of open to anything. Um, but at the same time, it's like just because I'm open to anything, it's like doesn't mean I should accept anything. Um, and it was this interesting space of like reconciling the things that I said I wanted with the opportunities coming in. Yeah, it was like it was crazy. And like I've been feeling all this movement. I was like, I'm feeling movement, I'm feeling movement. And I was manifesting this stuff, but in the manifesting of it, I feel like me manifesting it taught me more than me like actually taking those opportunities. Um and it's like I was like I'm like literally waiting to be done with school so I can pursue something else. More school doesn't make sense. And I was like, well, this is an old dream. Like at first I was caught up in the excitement of it. And it's like of it being a possibility. And but then it's like this that's not the path I'm on anymore. That's not where I'm going anymore. Um, and so then it was like the first experience happened to teach me to be decisive and to make decisions and to actually stand by those decisions. And I've been decisive up to this point. I've made a decision, but I've been very like wishy-washy and like back and forth and like doubting myself and then not and then but it was like actually making a decision and standing on it and standing by it. And then I think that second opportunity taught me that like it's okay to dream impossible dreams and that miracles and miraculous things can happen and do happen. And it's like, be open to anything, be open to everything. Um, and so after that, I can't even remember where I started talking about this. But after that, it's like I've been in this space where I don't know what's happening or what's coming. Like I know that something is going to happen, and I know that something is coming, but I don't know what it is. But I'm also in a space where it's okay for me to not know. Like I don't feel pressured to know. Like I don't need to know what it is. I know what I need to do. I know what I need to finish, and that's the schoolwork. And it's like the day I got that email, or like the day after, still on the phone. Well, I'm still on here, so it's been 6 hours. um, I got my little pillow here. It's a body pillow. Um, um, welcome back. But it's like the day I made the decision. It was before. It was the when I was excited about going to Abu Dhabi, going to school in Abu Dhabi, and like getting that doctorate of medicine degree and being able to like make medicine and make people's lives better and stuff like that. When I got excited for that and when I knew I had to get my coursework done, um, I you're hugging your body pillow too, twinsies. um, it was like when I was excited to start working because I didn't have access to the program a long time ago. I lost access to the program basically when quarantine happened. And I was like, I was finally getting to work on the things because like things happened, right? And I had reached a space when I was like, you know what? I've been allowing myself to be so distracted by other things going on that I haven't even done the work that I'm supposed to be doing. And then things in March happened. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to focus on doing everything that I need to do to reach the space that I need to reach to blah, 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 blah. Right. And again, maybe for me, that's again highlighting that. So when I was on my retreat, I started doing work. I started off well, but then I started slacking. And then one day I got in an argument with my friend because he came in and he messed up the dish that I was making. And I was very upset. First, I was annoyed. And then I was upset by his mouth and his actions. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to just go in there and I'm going to do my homework and I'm going to put in my earphones and I'm going to tune him out and be productive. I found that I kind of sort of like, whenever I get upset or frustrated, I'll seek something productive to do, oddly enough. And so at first I was like, I'm going to go and I'm going to do my work and I'm going to do this. And I'm doing my work, right? And then I lose access to the program. And I'm like, I don't get what's happening. Like, I don't understand. Like, first, I'm giving too much energy and too much time to other things and other people, and I'm not doing my work. And now, when I'm trying to do my work, I can't do my work and I lose access to the program. And now I don't have the program or some of the people or like I don't have the program and I've already started like pulling back from the people, not the people, but pulling back from people because I was not really taking stock of everything that I was sort of going through and feeling. And I was just kind of sort of absorbing a lot. Um, but I was like, I can't make any movement. And lately I've been feeling it's like the space from which we make decisions, the space from which we make decisions is important, even maybe more important than the decisions that we make themselves. It's the intent and the intention behind our actions that speaks louder than the actions that speak louder than the words. But the intent and the intentions aren't what other people necessarily see, but the intent and the intentions are what the universe and God and spirit and the angels, like that's what they're like sort of evaluating us on right now. And that's what things are going to be coming in based upon, right? I'm trying to keep my body pillow out of the frame. um, for whatever reason. And so it's like when I was excited about school or excited about that, how I didn't have to have my degree until August, I was like, I can have my degree done by then. All I need to do is finish these 2 classes and I'm complete. And I can be living my Abu Dhabi fantasy with the cute Abu Dhabi boys, going to a super cool Abu Dhabi school, getting my Abu Dhabi degree and living my Abu Dhabi life. And oh, wow. It says I'm having connection issues. Am I back? Was I buffering? It said I was buffering. Maybe I've been on here too long. I don't know. Um, Maybe the universe making sure you want this. Yeah. Uh, your ears are ringing. Oh, snap. Okay, I'll cut out. I'm back now. Um, and so it's like the next day. At first, I was like, my mom was like, "Are you doing work? Are you doing work?" I was like, "I don't have access to the program. I don't have access to the program. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing because I don't have access to the program. I need to have access to do the work." And then I was literally opened up my laptop to begin to type an email to my professor to be like, "Hey, like school is over now. Can I get access to the program?" At first, I think I lost access at first because everything shifted online. And since I'm not actively enrolled, they prioritize actively enrolled students, right? Because all I need to do is complete the work. I don't need to be enrolled to complete the work for the classes. Um, and as soon as I open my laptop, I hear the email notification go off on my phone because I had emailed him literally weeks prior. Because my mom was like, I was like, I'll send him an email. I emailed him literally weeks prior. As soon as I opened my laptop, my phone goes off and he replied to my email. And so I began working with him to get access to the program. Within a few days, I have access to the program. And it's like, boom, I can move and it's exciting. And so I'm like, I'm working in the program, I'm doing my thing, right? And then for whatever reason, I'm on the porch one day. And that's when it hit me. It's like, like more school, isn't it? And like I think that happened to teach me that, like, again, like I already said, I just kind of sort of backtracked on the story a little bit because it's like boom 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 boom, like things are happening, things are lining up, manifesting this, manifesting that. It's like here's this amazing opportunity that I can still get, but I can't access my program. The next day, okay, it's time for me to get to work. Boom, I'm about to open up my laptop to email my professor. He replies to my email. I get access to the program. I can move. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like everything is happening. But at the same time, it's like, but what about the decision that you made? Like, what about that? And it's like, it's not a this or that type of thing. Um, and it's not a this or that. It can be a this and. Just because I'm moving over here doesn't mean that the decision that I made is any less made, right? Um, And to clarify, like that's a decision that I made on my part, right? That's a decision that I made for me. That isn't, a decision like if other people are involved in this decision, like if I decide that I want to work somewhere, just because I decide I want to work there doesn't mean that the job is mine. Someone else has to also decide to hire me, right? It's like the decision is made on my part, for me, but like the universe, other people still need to decide themselves. Um, but yeah, and then I was like, one doesn't necessarily influence the other, but school isn't right. I was like, I think that just happened to get me in a place, maybe to first of all um, clarify the decision that I made. Second of all, to get me to know that, like, to get me to really believe in miracles again. And it's not that I don't, or it's not that I stopped, because like some pretty darn near miraculous things happened last year to get me in the spaces that I was in. Things that were extremely improbable and extremely unlikely. And to reach out to one person to find out that there's one space that I need to act on now to get in. I was like, okay, like work, yes. Um, but I think it was to dream bigger, right? And it's like for things that I have less of a connection to, less of an ability to influence, I guess. Um, because I have like no connection, right? Why is this still out? Um, hey, maybe I'll pull some. But yeah, I think that's why that happened. And then I reached another spot of impatience the other day and I started rage working. And when I started that, I was like, hold up, wait. Like, this is not the space for me to be working in. I don't want to be in this mental, emotional space while I am making preparation for my future. And I don't need this to motivate me. I don't need to be upset to be motivated to move forward. Like, I can move forward out of a space of love for my space, love for myself, love for the people who I hope to one day be in a position to give to and support. Like that can be enough of a motivator for me. And then that kind of sort of changed the game a little bit. But lots of like little things that kind of sort of came up that opportunities I could have pursued, but it's like, um, and it's like I've also been saying, it's like sometimes it's not the choice that we're presented with. Sometimes it's like there's like almost this like background energy. It's not a background energy. It's like there are these things playing out behind the scenes. It's like here's a choice, but the actual insight lies behind that choice. Like for me, it was being decisive. For me, it was learning to believe in things again. For me, and initially, the thing about the job was like, is this something that I want myself, or is this something that's like the next convenient, logical step for me? Because honestly, college was the next step. After college is getting a job. That's the next step. There were a lot of decisions. Like I feel like I glass slippered my way through life, where it's like, I'll leave a shoe here, I'll leave a shoe there, I'll leave a shoe over there, and whatever finds me, I'll take. But it's like the time for me just taking things or the next logical step or the easiest, like the next stepping stone, the time for that is over, and it's time for me to actually decide what I want to do. Like, is this something that I want, or is this just the next logical step? Now, London, do I want London? Yes. Would I like Abu Dhabi? Yes. But those jobs, that field, is that something that I still want, or is that something that I've been conditioned to want? Because honestly, like medicine is something that I actually want to do. I would love to do it, but it's also something that was convenient, right? When I was in middle school and they were like, well, what do you want to do for college? I picked up chemical engineer. Chemical engineer was what I got assigned. And so I did a chemical engineer paper. Then I was like, I want to be a chemical engineer. I went to an engineering school, right? Ended up becoming a biological engineer with a focus in pharmaceutical process engineering, because it's like I want to make medicine. In the realm of chemistry, it was like what I was most attracted to was, the more pharmaceutical part of it. And so that's why I did that. And so then when it came to that job, I was like, is this something that I actually want? Or is this just like next step? And it's time for me to stop next stepping my way through life. And it's time for me to start pursuing things that I actually want. Right. Um, and so that was that, like, that opportunity itself highlighted that lesson for me. It's time for me to pursue things that I actually want. It's time for me to actually be decisive. The moments and times of indecisiveness are over. I can no longer be indecisive. It's not for me, and it's like there's too much coming and too much of a finite, or not finite way, but there's too much coming that's gonna require so much of me that I don't have time to be indecisive anymore. Um, And then with the thing about Abu Dhabi in school, it's like, that's something like, don't give up on these hopes, don't give up on these dreams. Maybe not this one in particular, but know that strange and wonderful and miraculous things can pop up. Opportunities can literally just happen. And I've been getting like so many syncs lately, like through you as well, Clarinda. And just through the feelings that I already have of something coming, something is happening. I've been getting so many syncs lately of like, something is coming, something is happening. You don't know what it is, when it's going to happen. You've been preparing for this thing that you don't even know that you've been preparing for, and it's probably going to thrust you into the spotlight. And luckily, through the course of the past almost year, um, I'll say the past few months in particular, I've been getting more and more and more comfortable being seen, right? And being in a quote unquote spotlight, even if the spotlight is, at a local bar doing karaoke, when it's, a few people in the room. Yeah, exactly. Um, and she's like, you're ready. And it's so funny because before I saw the message, when someone's like, you're prepared for this, I was talking about, is this the strength card? Nope, it's the Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles, the Messenger, and the Eight of Pentacles. Ooh, that's 9 Pentacles plus a Hierophant. That's interesting. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Swords. It's time to move. You don't know where you're going. It's Ferryman's choice. The destination is a mystery. Um, but it's so funny because I was talking about how it was recently. I was talking about how I had my Dark Night of the Soul, November 2018. And at that time, what had happened was I was in my final semester of college. My life had fallen apart again, slipped into a depression again, actually slipped into the deepest depression I've ever been in my life. Excuse me. Depression is something that I had struggled with for like basically all my life. Since I could remember, I had struggled with depression. And so for me, it wasn't anything that was necessarily like scary or uncommon, but I had reached a depth where for me, it was like I had been like sad, depressed, but I had never been like so depressed where I didn't feel anything. And I reached the point of apathy. And when I came out of it, I was concerned and I was worried because I was like, if I reach that space again, I don't know what I might do. Because when like that, I've never been that deep before. I've never experienced a depression where I was like, I'm not in my bed crying because of what's happening. It's like I literally don't care. I literally have like no feelings right now. And I came out of that after like 2.5 to 3 days. Um, in my last semester, literally months away from graduation, and I gave up on everything. I was just like, you know what? And a lot of that was a fear of graduation. It was a fear of unknown. It was the fear of going out into the world. It was the fear of not having the safety net of college, not having the safety net of something that, like, that was the last pre-planned step, right? College was away from home, but it was also confined. It was safe, right? Yeah. And so when I had that, after I came out of that depression, I was like, everything has to change. Everything has to change because I don't know if I'm going to make it out of that spot next time. So I got to change everything. And it's so funny because I had literally just did a meditation and all of these other things. It was like a guided meditation to connect with your spirit guides. And I'm like connecting with my spirit guides. And I'm like, oh, yay, like I'm not alone. I feel like connected. Literally like 2 days later, boom, like dark night, darkest night of the soul ever. And I'm like, spirit guys, like, where are y'all at? Why are y'all quiet? Like, fine, just like leave me here by myself. Like, whatever happens, since y'all don't care, I don't care. But then I came out of that and I was like, ooh, everything has to change. Everything has to change. And so I thought that, so what was going to happen was I was going to take the spring semester off. I would give myself time to tackle and address everything that led me to self sabotage myself months away from graduation the first time, because after the finish line was still going to be there. And so I thought that everything that I was preparing for, everything that I was healing for, was just so that I can get my degree in the fall, right? In the next fall. Fall, like my journey started, I started hardcore January 1. November 2018, like I got my first deck. I had that Dark Knight earlier. It was kind of sort of like things started to dip around like October. So Scorpio season, things started to dip. End of Scorpio season, I was like, it's time for me to transform, coming into Sagittarius season, blah, blah, blah. Sagittarius season, I believe that's when I took my trip to London. I went to London the week of November 20th, 2018, with my friend, the friend who I went on the retreat with. He has a brother who works in London. So we just went to go stay with him. The tickets were like cheap. I was like, wow. He was like, hey, do you want to go to London? And I had just got my passport in April. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to say no to going to London. Um, and so I was actually like a week into meditation. So that would have been like late October, early November when I actually like came out of that, because we flew out on the 20th, I believe. It might have been the 18th or the 19th. But I remember I was like 6 or 7 days into Headspace, and I was doing like the 2 or 3 hour binaural beat like meditations on YouTube for a few days before I started Headspace. And there was like a super consciousness one that just like, when I did those meditations, it began to open everything up for me. And I guess astral traveling was involved. At first, I didn't know what it was. At first, I just thought it was my imagination. But it's like there was this mantra that came to me. It's like I'm in this space of meditation, and it's like all of the, like how they say the answers are inside of you. Like you already know everything you need to know. It's like after I came off of that dark night, and maybe it was because I was so extremely willing to address everything. But it's like I'm in this space of meditation, and like this mantra comes to me, and it comes line by line. And it's like I say a line a few times, and then it builds upon itself, and then it builds upon itself, and then it builds upon itself. And at the end of the mantra, it sort of like within me unlocks whatever it unlocks. I'm not going into the whole thing. Um, and then that led to that, and some other things led to me creating the first level of that sacred space. And then more meditation after I got back from London. I think I pulled a few cards before London. The elephant came out. The elephant was literally the first card I got out of the animals deck. That's when Ganesha started popping off for me. When we were in London, the last day that I was in London, when both of his siblings were there, because at first his sister was there, but his brother was gone. And then his sister left before his brother came back. And then the night before we left, his sister came back and we went to Nando's. Then we came back and we watched Growing Up Smith. And in the movie on Halloween, he dresses up as Ganesha. And somebody's like, who are you supposed to be, like Dumbo? And she's like, well, Dumbo doesn't have 4 arms. It was a good movie. His sister was like, you two fight like a married couple. We kind of sort of do. Our limit is like 4 to 5 days. We can do 4 to 5 days good, but after the 5th day, see, on the 6th day, that's when things start to fall apart, get a little shaky. On the 7th day, argument, boom, right? 4 to 5 days of peace. It's almost like And this is one thing, he's my only frenemy. My only frenemy. I don't need frenemies. I'm not interested in entertaining frenemies. He's my only frenemy. But he will literally, I will say stuff like, why do you like, why can't you just be nice? Like, you're supposed to be my friend. Why can't you just be nice? And he say like, well, if I'm nice to you all the time, you'll get used to it. And I'm like, you're my friend. Why is me getting used to you being nice a bad thing? And so if there's not drama and conflict, there wasn't drama and conflict. So on the fifth and sixth day, he started picking with me. And then I'll blow up, right? He'll pick with me, I'll get upset. And then when I get upset, he's like, I don't know why you're always upset. Like, you always do this and you always do that and blah, 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 blah. And then his girlfriend came, right? And that's the first, like, I had briefly seen her in passing, because they passed through my hometown on the way to drop her off, right? When she moved into, because she goes to college half an hour from my hometown. So like my hometown is on the way. And so I met her. But that's the first time I actually spent time with her and I got to talk to her. He literally does it to everybody. So I was like, so you'll pick with me and pick with me and pick with me until I blow up, and then you'll call me crazy. You'll be like, he was like, oh, it was so small. Like, why are you going crazy? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if I'm so crazy, then like you would think that you would stop messing with me and picking at me and purposefully, intentionally irritating me to call me crazy. And she was like, yeah, he literally does that with everybody. And I'm like, thank you for the confirmation. Thank you. It was just so nice having her there, because I will tell him how he is. And then he'll act like I'm the only person that blah, 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 whatever. But with her there, and because, they've been together, she's seen him at home. He's literally that way with everybody. Everybody. And I just felt so validated. Like, he's not a bad guy. But for some reason, he can just like, if there's too much peace, like he said, like if I'm nice all the time, you'll get used to it. Now, I don't understand why somebody being nice all the time is bad. I don't understand why, like the Pussycat Dolls say, call me masochistic, but sometimes I like to fight. I'm not interested in fighting. I'm not. So that's why he's my only friend of me. Cause I'm like why, why is peace a bad thing? And he's a Libra. That's like, I'm like, you should like peace, shouldn't you? I think he's like a Libra sun and moon. But anyway, I don't even know why I'm talking about him or where that came from. London, because we went to London. And so, I had my dark night. I did the meditations before London. And I was solid enough because his brother stays in a really, really, let me like see if I still have a picture. I walk in to his brother's apartment and I'm like, this is like one of the nicest places I've ever been in, low key. And it kind of sort of looks like the cover of a Better Homes magazine or something. And I was just like blown away. Okay. All right, that's interesting. I'm looking at pictures. Okay, yes. I was like, what am I doing? Can I do this by location? Honestly, I'll just scroll back to I'll scroll back to November 2018. It was the last picture I took in London. I'm like, oh, what? Oh, I want to go back so bad. Now, this picture is from the ground. Oh, crap. I went too far. Okay. Again, like this is from the ground, but this is the outside of the building he stayed in. Like, y'all see that? Oh, I guess you see Tower Hamlets, November 25th, 2018. That's like from the ground, the building his brother stayed in. And I think I might have taken it and then I got a video. Here's a picture from the Sky Lodge in his apartment. And it's like you could go to the Sky Needle or whatever and get a view that was almost the same as the view that we got from the top of this building. Like it was, the building was so tall that my ears popped in the elevator. My ears popped in the elevator getting to the Sky Lodge. I'm like that's just it's not my experience. It's never been my experience. It's going to be later in my life, but that's good. That's my journey of like from where I started to this. Like, oh my gosh, it was never my experience. So, but then it's like I was solid enough in myself that I didn't go in and like feel out of place. I was a little like um upset of not upset but a little hesitant and worried that I might like I don't know make a mess or something because I can be a little clumsy, right? I didn't feel out of place. I didn't feel like super nervous, and I was like, and at the time I wasn't working, right? And I remember talking to my friend. I was like, I'm so glad I meditated before I came here because I feel like I may have I could have potentially run the risk of like I don't know. I was just like, this is so much more than I've ever experienced. But I feel like if I wanted to have this, I could have this. Like if this is the standard of living that I wanted, like it would require work for sure. But it's like if I wanted this, I could have this. And it's just it was like already a space that was so much it was like I don't feel bad about my life. I'm not like comparing my experience to this because it's like I realized that if I want this, like I could have this. But then I was also like, do I want all of this? And not that all of this was necessarily a lot. I mean, it kind of was, but not that it was a lot. But it's like, is this something that I want? Like that whole experience, just like it was, whew, it was amazing. Anyway, um, but anyway, so like initially like I thought I was doing all of that work and I thought I was doing all of that healing and all of that preparation to be in a space to just not fail the next fall, to be in a space to not self sabotage so hardcore that I'll be months away from graduation again and sabotage it all because I knew that like it was I've had so many like one more attempt, one more chance. This is my last chance. This is my last attempt. If I mess up again, it's over. And I would always go back. So I had a resilience that I never saw as resilience until I healed enough to see it as resilience. Um, and I guess a determination at the same time that I never saw as determination because I wasn't healed enough to see it. Honestly, I was like, I kind of sort of like felt like a perpetual failure. It's like I try and I fail and I try and I fail and I do it again and I fail. It's not that I'm constantly failing. It's like there'll be a win, a failure, a setback. Win, fail, setback. Win, fail, setback. And I don't like I had sad because of factors, but I didn't have sad because um of what I mean everyone has sad because of factors, right? I call it sad. It's seasonal affective disorder, but it spells sad. But it's like in wintertime when there's less sunlight, people's moods tend to drop because there's less sunlight, less this, less that. But for me, I have poor night vision, right? Had poor night vision, I'm going to start using the past tense because the healing is here in the present. I had poor night vision. And so in the wintertime, it gets dark early and the sun rises late. And so it's like it's dark when I go to class and it's dark when I get out of class and I feel like I can't live my life. Like my whole life is basically darkness. And I can't do anything after it gets dark because I can't see anything. And so that's why I would get sad. And so every spring my grades would drop. And then in the fall I would have to play catch up, right? Because the fall is coming off of the summer. And in the spring it's like for the first half of the semester I would be sad and like depressed all the time, or most of the time. And then I would have to try to bounce back at spring break and recover, right? But anyway, now it's a whole hour of me just ranting about myself. Love it. Excuse me. But anyway, it's like, so I thought that all of the healing that I was doing was just to not self sabotage the next fall, to be, to accept everything that I was pushing off because I knew the healing that I needed to do because again, I consciously made those decisions and I saw the ways that it was consciously affecting me. And so I just knew that it was time to just like step up and to address the things. You got to feel it to heal it, right, Clarinda? I had needed to feel it so I could begin to heal it, even if it was extremely uncomfortable. And the cards were one way for me to also um, illuminate areas of self healing that I needed that I wasn't even aware of, right? And so it was the two things in conjunction. And then it went from that to a different area to another. Like I've talked about how I chased towers in 2019 already, but I thought that I was doing all of that healing for school so I could graduate and get my degree. And now it's like, well, yes, but there's actually more there's more that you were preparing yourself for. Um, and so that's like that whole long tangent. Now that I say that, that whole long tangent came because, and I've been saying since like January, I feel like, in this space where it feels like spirit is quiet, or in this space where it feels like we're kind of sort of navigating blindly, it's like the lessons that we've already learned up until this point, that's what we need to keep in mind, right? And so it's not to forget all of the things that we use to help get us this far, it's to continue to build upon them. Because when it's like real dark, then um, like when you're so uncertain and when you're so unsure and when you don't know, like go for what you know, build off of the basics. So yeah, that's a lot of what I've been going through. Now I'm in the space where I am decisive. I have made a decision. I'm sticking by that decision, and I found a peace that allows me to not put pressure on anything. And because I'm not putting pressure on anything, I just feel like I'm flowing better. If that makes sense. And it's like I don't need to know what my next step is because I know what I need to be doing now. And everything else will unfold in the way that it's supposed to. And I've been able to find peace with that. And it's really interesting because at first I was kind of sort of struggling. It's not that I was struggling to find peace, but it was like, I want to know what's next. I want to know what's next. Like I want to know if this is something that I should continue to believe. And that's related to another space, right? It's like every time I'm like, I don't care if I'm a fool, but if there is there a certain level of being too foolish? Would it be too foolish of me to make this decision? Would it be too foolish of me to do that? And then it's like, where is all of that coming from? And honestly, if I'm being completely 100% honest, here's the strength card. Strength in the Wheel of Fortune. Hey, if I'm being completely 100% honest with myself, it's like, do you think you're being a fool? Bottom of the deck is the Queen of Swords. Top of the deck is the Page of Cups. Okay. Speak that truth, Henny. Yes. Okay. It's like, am I worried and concerned? It's like, do I have hesitation around being a fool? Or is this hesitation in being perceived as one? Right? Am I caught up in feelings that I actually have? Or is it because I don't want to look like this? And is it because I don't want to look like that? Right? Because it's like partly it's like the knowing that I have within me is what it is. And the belief that I have is what it is. And I don't feel like, and this may sound weird, but for me in particular, and I've talked about it before, but I feel like all of the obligations, like all of the contractual obligations that I have already been fulfilled. And so in my mind and in my heart and in my soul, I guess for me, and I guess for my situation, or from my side of the situation in particular, like I reached the point in February. It reached a point in February when it was literally like I literally remember the moment, and maybe like when I said it, it wasn't received as it was, or it wasn't like as like when I said it and when I felt it, I was like 100% honest. It's like my work here is done. I was like, my work here is done, and I actually meant it. Like everything that I was contractually obligated to fulfill in this role, in this partnership, in this relationship has been completed. The rest of it is choice. There is nothing. It's like you can have soul ties to people, but there is nothing tying you to those people, and there's nothing tying those people to you either. I feel like there are sort of like certain karmic lessons that we teach each other. Those are the karmic lessons that we're sort of obligated to do. And even if like you can have karmic lessons with anybody, even like it doesn't have to be a karmic for you to learn karmic lessons. The karmic lesson is like the healing and the growth that that person brings you. But once those lessons are taught, it's like you can stay in those and continue to try to keep learning them or not, or blah 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 whatever. But I just felt like the learning phase between us is over. Like you've taught me everything that you need to teach me, and I've taught you everything that I need to teach you. We've been in this situation in ways that like our contractual obligations are fulfilled. Like I'm done with you, you're done with me. But if we choose to continue whatever this friendship relationship is, then that would be us moving into a new space. And that'd be us moving into a space that's so much freer of all of the karma. And it's not even karma. I mean, some of it could have been past life karma, honestly. Some of it could be past life karma now and choosing to come back together. Um, and I feel like, honestly, for me, a lot of it was past life karma. Um, and the ends of my past life karma. And it's so interesting because I guess if I'm talking about my journey, um, for me, it's really interesting because I'm trying to consolidate the feelings of not buying into karmic cycles that I chose in the past and proceeding in a way that I know I should. And I feel like I have these so many past life karmic situations with this person in particular. And I honestly feel like this isn't a person that I've encountered in all of my lifetimes. Maybe not even in most of them. Um, for some reason, I just feel it that way. And I talked about how I felt like someone approaching me before the person even came into my life. And it's like the way that I interacted with that person in that space. It's like when you find this person, when you encounter this person, you will know exactly what this is about. You'll know. And believe me, I know. And now I'm like, wow, I get it. Um, but it's like, yeah, same here, mini, lol. But it's like I wouldn't have reacted that way. Like I've encountered so many people that I feel like I've had like past life connections to, even before I had the vocabulary of like, oh, that's a past life connection. It's like I've encountered so many people who have felt familiar and like I know them. But this person, it feels like a person that I haven't spent many lifetimes with. I mean, it almost feels like this person is kind of sort of a treat, if that makes any sense. And maybe it feels like this person is a treat because we don't, or maybe we haven't interacted in a lot of lifetimes. And it's like, there are a lot of lifetimes I've had with other people where I run other cycles or I do other things. But it feels like every time we have come together, I don't know if it's a me, if it's a both of us, if it's a both sides thing, but the past life karma that came to my mind, and again, it's like a lot of, and like she was saying, it's like I'm watching like on this channel, there's so many things that are popping up, and she's like, God will tell you who your person is before your person comes. And it's like all of these different ways that different things that have been illuminated to me, different things that have been highlighted to me, different things that have kind of sort of come to mind randomly and seemingly disconnected from each other. Different ways that I've learned to heal and grow, to process, ways that I've already healed. Because if I did not go through the healing that I went through, I would not only would I not be on this channel, not only would I not be like, hey, my name is Patrick. I couldn't even say my name on the old channel. I'd be like, hey, I'm Rio Koruk. My name is Jeffrey or Joffrey, right? Well, it's not new. It's not new, but the way that we handle it will be. Um, but the situation itself isn't new. It's very. I feel like this is like a very complicated. It's not complicated. It's just a very interesting situation, and it's not interesting because I just feel like it is what it is, right? Maybe this is all just me. Maybe not. Um, but there are so many ways that I've been like groomed by spirit to be the person that I need to be right now, and to be the person that I've needed to be. And I've always had this understanding that I didn't understand. But something within me was just like, I guess it might sound so weird, and I'm 7 hours in. I'm no one's gonna come this deep, right? It's honestly like I knew how to love this person before I even knew that I loved this person, if that makes sense. It's like I knew how to love you before I even knew that I loved you. And it's so weird. Um, and one of the biggest things that's been driving me this whole time, it's like I'm not going to pull my love away from somebody when they need my love the most. And for me, it's been this space of trying to like be there but not be too close, and to be there but not be too far. Like, don't be too close, don't be too far, don't give too much, don't give too little. And it's just like I don't like now in this phase, it's like I don't know what to do, because it's like if I get too far, and it's always been the case, if I try to put too much distance, I rubber band and snap back, and I'm like, this is so annoying. Like like why is this happening to me? But if I get too close, then it's like there's this resistance there. And it's like I feel like I'm just in this like free floating in between. Excuse me. And it was worse in the past. But so I did this past life reading that at first it wasn't even a past life reading. It was just like past, present, future reading. And it was like the past could be the past, or it could be a past life. And I've done it twice. And every time I've done it, it's like the past has come through with past life things. Um, And the second time I did it, I felt like a lot of the past life things were about me specifically. But the first time I did it, the past life things, it was about a person. And I was like, this is so interesting. And then I just got like, it came to me that like I had all of these lifetimes without this person. And there would be lifetimes with this person. And whenever I found that person, it's like I would be consumed by the love that I had for that person. And I didn't want to do anything else. And it was so weird because it's like I'm just pulling cards, right? And this is the story that's coming to me. And I remember it was like I was approached by someone, and they were like, what are you doing? Like you still have stuff to do. Like, you need to be working, you need to be doing this, and you need to be doing that. Like, you can't, like, what are you doing? I was like, well, I'm happy, and I'm not gonna work because I'm happy, and you should be happy that I'm happy, and screw the work. I'm not gonna do the work. I don't care what happens because I'm happy. And then I didn't do the work, and I also lost my happiness. and and that's one thing that I've been, especially this year, especially since like February, maybe March, it really started hitting after things kind of sort of happened. But it's like, am I doing that thing again? Am I repeating this past life karmic mistake where it's like I get so consumed, and it's for me in this lifetime, it's so interesting because I've never felt anything like this. Like, I don't want to say that I don't even love my mom like this because I do, but it's just like the level of patience and compassion and understanding that I found for this person, the spaces that it's called me out of, their ability to get me to instantly just like, sometimes less instantly, but their ability to reach out to me and to actually reach me, even when I was going through the hermitest of hermit modes and stages, that person's ability to reach me, the person's ability to mold me into a better and better and better version of me without needing to do anything but be in my life, it's just like, it's it's astounding. And I remember literally asking myself, like, who am I? Like, I'm not this patient. I'm not this, like I am. Like, I've always had the potential to be, but I had stopped being that patient. And then I was with a friend, and he was like, wow, I've never seen you or heard you apologize to anybody. Like, and he was like, wow, you're kissing butt. You're kissing butt. I'm like, I'm not kissing anybody's butt. I don't kiss butt. I'm sorry. Ooh, that moon. I always blame the moon in Aries for conjuncting my Venus, or Venus in retrograde whenever a thought pops into my mind. But he's like, I've never seen you apologize. I've never seen you apologize. I was like, that's not true. I apologize when an apology is necessary. Um, but it's just like that person, and like I've had crushes on people before. I can count, like, there's literally three people I would actually 100% without a doubt date. If they were like, hey, like, I'm interested in you. Do you want to date? Three people I've crushed on, like, almost every dude in my life. I do this thing where, like, when I get platonically interested in somebody, when I get curious in somebody and when I want to learn more about them, I'm like, oh, what is this? I'm intrigued. But then after a week, I'm over it. But there have been like more people who I would entertain the thought of dating, but I probably wouldn't actually do it. Less than 10. Um, I'd say, including those three, at some point or another, less than 10. Um, I can't even remember what I was talking about. Where am I going with this? But yeah, that person is just like, and then I began to understand, like, when I was like, when you find this person, you'll understand exactly why things are happening in this space like they are right now. Because it was an interesting experience. It's to peek into your own internal space and to see yourself with somebody else that you don't even know. I'm like, whoa, what is this about? Like, you literally, like, this person literally just came into this space. Um, but Scorpio energy led to a transformation of that space. And it's like I didn't even interact with that person yet, but after that person entered my own space, my space changed and shifted and elevated. Um, and I didn't even like I crafted that first space, and when the space upgraded, I was like, I don't even know like what this is about. All I know is it happened after this person came into my field before they were even in my experience. It's like the energy of that person was already there before the person was actually there, or whatever. And at the time, I thought it was connected to somebody else because, again, I didn't even know this person. And when I started looking into everything, I thought it was connected to somebody else because I still wasn't like, there was something about this person, but I wasn't it wasn't until later that some of the things that I needed to address within myself, when I was in a space to address them, when it unlocked further truths within me, that I was able to kind of sort of perceive further truths anyway. Oh, I'm like, wait, where's my AirPod? I'm not wearing my AirPods. Maybe I'll put my meditation music back on. Um, but yeah, it's like in a lot of ways, like that's what I was actually being prepared for. In some ways, that's what I was being prepared for, but I'm still being prepared for even more because like I still have work to do. I can't allow that relationship. I can't allow myself to be consumed by that. Um, and so there were points when I was like, I know I would reach. There would be times, right, when I would feel, and maybe that's why the ancestors were a little upset, because there are times where I could feel myself being called to something, and I would be like, I don't want to do it without him. 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 Um, and then it would be like I would remember when that came out in the reading, and I was like, am I repeating those past life mistakes? Am I making the same mistake where it's like, I'm not going to work if I can't work with this person? I'm not going to work without this person. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. Um, and that's why I'm like, I think this time, like I can do it right. Like I'm already making decisions. And again, I feel like it's all conjecture because who actually knows? Am I really going to be on here for like 9 hours tonight? Maybe. Who knows? Oh my gosh. Um, but it's like, I feel like I've gotten past the point of not um, moving. But they're like, and then I turn around and I make these decisions, and it's like, well, I'm not doing this, and I'm not doing that, and I'm not gonna say that that person doesn't have. I'm not gonna say that that person isn't a part of my decision making process at all because they are. I'm not gonna lie and say that they're not. But at the same time, it's like I'm not making decisions because of that person. But now I was encountering the space of like, well, like, am I making that mistake again? Am I making that mistake again? And it's like, no, you're not making that mistake. It's just a lot of stuff within myself that I'm learning to reconcile and kind of sort of move forward with. But yeah, I feel like that's not necessarily a person that I've gotten to experience every lifetime with. I feel like maybe there has been a few, maybe they've actually worked out sometimes, but the times where they worked out is less relevant than the times when it didn't. Because if I fall into the trap of like getting complacent in that happiness, then it's going to keep me from doing the things that I know I need to do in this lifetime. And that's why there will be sometimes I'll know in the beginning, or there will be sometimes when I'll be like, we still got work to do. We still got work to do. We still got to do this. We still got to do that. But it's because maybe all been on my part. Because it's like I've found, it's almost like it's like I found the person that I never thought I would find in this lifetime. Like I never thought I would. And then I'm like, how did I even find this person? Just like randomly. Like, how did that even happen? Um, and it's like, there's just this happiness. Ugh. My throat is starting to get like a little dry. But there's just like this overwhelming sense of like happiness that I would feel at times for literally no reason. And it's like sometimes we would talk, we like FaceTime, right? And we would look at each other and I would just start like laughing and just be overcome with so much happiness just to like not even like physically be in the presence of that person, but just to share that moment filled me with like so much happiness that I'm just like I can't believe like I like literally never would have imagined myself liking somebody this much. Because, like, I don't necessarily have extremely high standards, but out of all of the people I've met in my lifetime, the number of people I'd actually date, three. The third person being the person I'm talking about. The second person and the first person being people that, like, it's like I'd say that I date them, but like would that actually work? I don't know. So you know who this person is? I believe I do. Um, yeah. I mean, we'll see. Time will tell, but I do. Now, does this person know who I am? Am I who I am to this person? I don't know. All I got is my side of the story, right? All I got is what I feel. So I think I fell asleep on you. I missed something. You didn't miss anything. I don't think. Maybe you did. I don't know. Um, did you fall asleep? Did you take a little nap? um, but yeah, it's like I've never encountered somebody like this. I've never encountered somebody who makes me feel like this. And the level of like comfort I feel with that person is just like, and honestly, at first, um, when did this happen? Wait, when did what happen? When did what happen? All of these feelings? I don't know. All of these emotions? Who knows? They just kind of sort of crept up on me. And I was like, oh crap. And at first, it wasn't as deep as I like thought it. Because at first I was just like, oh, this is just another person who I'm crushing on. Like, whatever. I'll get over it. Right. This guy. When did I meet this guy? I met this guy after I did all my healing. So after my dark night of the soul, honestly, I met this guy. So this was my projection, right? So first I do so I have a genetic disease. It's a macular degenerative disease, so that's what affects my eyesight. That's why I have poor night vision, decreasing eye vision, blah blah blah. That's why I was super depressed about my life. I thought I didn't have a life. I didn't want to be happy because eventually I would lose my happiness anyway, blah blah blah, right? Live my life depressed for like 25 years. Almost 26, honestly. And so a lot of what I was initially facing was that. And then it's like after I started to heal that, then I was like, oh crap, I'm scared of relationships. I always thought that my eyes were the reason why I didn't want to have a relationship, but now that I'm over that, it's like I'm kind of scared. And I was like, I don't like being scared. I was like, I told my mom, I was like, Mom, like, I think I'm scared of relationships. And she was like, are you just now figuring that out? And I was like, I had a reason. I thought I had an excuse. I thought that was the reason. And so all of that really happened like last March. All of that kicked off last March. And so then I got on the apps, I got on the dating apps. Usually, every time I never had the dating apps for longer than a night or longer than a few hours. Excuse me, because as soon as I got a match or a message, I would delete it. And so first I had to just not delete the apps and I had to actually interact with people, right? And so then comes April. And in April, I'm interacting with someone who's actually pretty cool. And it happened on it was a Wednesday. It was one of the most magical days. Like my vibes were so high. I was like, that day, I say it was magical because it's like my phone didn't have service or whatever at the time. So I go to this place and I had a coupon. I should have clipped the coupon before I went there because I didn't have Wi-Fi. And I'm like, I don't know why this isn't working. And then I forgot. It's like because I'm not on Wi-Fi. And she's like, oh, well, if you can't clip it, I can't do it. But here's this thing that's like, it's basically the same price, right? And I've been in this place so many times. I went to go it's not a hoagie, it's like a sub sandwich thing. A grinder. It was a grinder, and I downloaded Grinder. I ate a grinder, and then I got hit up on Grinder. Oh my gosh. Um, anyway, it was a meatball grinder, um, and the person brought my food to me, but everybody else had to get up and get their food, right? And I was like, okay, wow, like I'm in the zone today. And then the dude walks around with free pizza. And he was like, yeah, like here's like we're trying out this new pizza. Here's some pizza free. I was like, what? I didn't want any of it. I was there with two friends, so like we had two slices of pizza, and so I let them have it. Um, and then we went back to chill for a minute, and I got hit up on Grinder. And one of the dudes, his profile name was the sparkles emoji, and the sparkles emoji was a huge synchronicity for me because the sparkles emoji is just like whenever whenever I would talk to my friend and like whenever we would have those days where we're just like in the zone and just like everything is just like kind of sort of working out that day, it's like it's a magical day, we would send the sparkles emojis. And his name was the sparkle emoji. So I was like, okay, that dude ended up being Nathan, who I talk about like all the time. And so in April, I mean, like we start talking. He's cool. We meet in like the first week of May in person, and I was like, kind of nervous. And then he was like, "Hey, we should meet up." And I was like, well, where are we gonna meet? Because I'm not meeting up at your place, and you ain't meeting up at my place, and we ain't doing no. I was like, I ain't got no car, so we're gonna have to meet when the bus is running. And he was like, I could come and pick you up. And I was like, see, because what you're not gonna do is like you're not gonna be like, hey, like I need to use the bathroom. Can I go up and use your bathroom? And then you're in my room. No, not doing it. I ain't. This ain't that kind of film. This ain't that kind of film. Um, but I was like, oh my gosh, like what if he wants to like use the bathroom and then it turns into something else because he's in my room? It's like, no, sorry, you're gonna have to hold it. You're gonna have to go home and use the restroom. But anyway, um, but so then in April, in May, we actually met up, and we met up on campus. It was cute. He started with the hug, and I was like, this is weird, but I went with it. He gives. I know I've said this before. He gives really, 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 really good hugs. The other person I would date, he's a Taurus. He gives really, 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 really good hugs. Nathan is a Pisces. I met so many Pisces with fire moons last year, and I didn't even know it. I knew a few of them, but then I didn't know the last one until this year. When a few days after my birthday, this dude is on Instagram like today's my birthday, and so I look it up, and he's a Pisces with a Sagittarius moon. I'm like, why are all these? Why am I meeting so many fish this year? Bathroom out of order, lol. That's what I always say. That's what I say. There's one person who gives bad hugs, and he's not a bad guy. He's kind of cute, but he doesn't give great hugs, but he's nice. There was this other person who gave terrible hugs, and that did not work out great. So, um, yeah, bad hug, not great dude. Kind of manipulative, but like I'm the type of person who like I can tell when people are trying to manipulate me, but I'll go with it anyway if it's not extremely inconvenient, right? But he would try to manipulate me. And a lot of times I would go with it because I liked him or whatever, right? But then there would be times where I'm like, no. And he was like, well, I know you're going to do it. And I didn't do it. I'm like, no. And so I'm not going to go into that whole situation. He not fully open. Yeah. And he wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't. How many times am I going to say he wasn't fully open? He wasn't. um, but they both gave really, 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 real. Like Nathan gave such a good hug, and like we opened up with a hug, so I was like instantly comfortable, and like he was already cool, right? Because I was talking to him for a few weeks before we met up, And he was already cool. And we just like walked around and we talked, and he was he was so interesting because every time we like walked by a flower or a tree that was flowering, he would stop and smell it. He would just like cut the conversation and like go and smell the flower. And I'm just like looking at him like, this dude is so him, and it's cool. I like it. Done that many times. um, but yeah, and so we met in May. By July, I was already like, oh my gosh, I like you. I could see myself dating you. We talked a lot, very deep conversation, extremely deep conversation about like anything and everything. Wow, now that I think about it, that's kind of sort of another common thread that's there. I didn't even think about that. Now the reasoning may be different, or the reasoning may be the same. Um, but he actually had quite a few similarities to the person that I met after him. But what Nathan did for me was he got my heart open. Because even though I was in the space of like trying to do the whole thing, I wasn't comfortable with my own emotions and I wasn't comfortable with my own feelings. And the feelings were unrequited, unreciprocated, and it's fine. Like, I'm the type of person I can be friends with people who things don't work out romantically with because I never put a burden of reciprocation on somebody else, right? Like, these are my feelings towards you, and I don't expect you to feel the same towards me. But I want to say something, and sometimes I say something a few times because it is what it is. But it's like, because like if it's not going to turn into a relationship, I would rather know up front before it's like I try to go that far. And it's like I'll see if I can project someone into the space of like if that relationship would make sense or not before I even approach that conversation. Because if the relationship doesn't make sense, then it's like I'm not gonna pursue it. Right. And if they're like, hey, like, no, then it's like, okay, like we draw the line at friends. And then like, because you can the realm, the world of platonic friendship is vast, it's huge, right? It's just like, okay, we're exploring this in platonic ways, right? And that's the realm that I get to. I've never, like, there's been a lot of dudes, not a lot, but I said like less than 10, right? Excuse me. Out of those less than 10 dudes, out of the ones who I've told that like I was interested in them, like I've maintained my friendship with them. Um, you do that too, Pisces. Yep. And like those people, some of those people become like really, really, really important. Like the first guy who I did, he's a Taurus and he gives amazing hugs too. And he's like empathic, sympathetic, compassionate, kind, sassy. Like he's my sister. Oddly enough, not oddly enough, but he's like really into Britney Spears. And he would like go to Vegas and see. I think he went to Vegas to see her multiple times. He's also into Beyonce, so he's gone to see Beyonce a few times. But he was talking about Britney. I'm like, yeah, I'm not really like a Britney gay, so like, I don't really too much know anything about her. He loved her, loved Beyonce. It's like I like Beyonce, but I don't necessarily listen to Beyonce. I don't really necessarily listen to too much music like that. Um, but yeah, he's a Taurus. His birthday. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, whew, okay. His birthday is. His birthday was a few days ago. Um, and one of the other dudes that I liked is on the Taurus Gemini cusp. Turns out, oh, I forgot about that dude. He's a Gemini. That dude's a Gemini. Turns out a lot of dudes I met in college that I crushed on were Geminis. Turns out I like Geminis. Who knew? Geminis and a few Tauruses, but that Taurus is on the Gemini cusp, even though he's like straight up Taurus. Like he may be like 29 degrees and 59 minutes Taurus, like, but he's like straight up Taurus. Honestly, depending on the year, maybe he's like a 0 degree Gemini. But I get like he has the capability of being like Gemini minded, but he's just so like mellow and chill. Anyway, it's not about the dudes. It's not about the dudes. Met Nathan after the eclipse. It's like my heart like opened up, and I had so many feelings. And now that I think about it, I wonder if my heart opening up and all of the feelings that I felt, because like I said, like when that person came to me, I thought it was somebody else. I didn't know who it was, and then my space shut down. And at the same time, like my heart opened up, and I started feeling feelings that I had never felt before. I forgot how intensely I can feel feelings because my heart was so closed for so long. I forgot how intense it was. And I'm literally in my room. I'm trying to call all of my friends. Nobody is picking up. And I'm like, okay, so I guess I'm just going to have to sit here and feel it. I'm going to have to sit here and feel everything. Um, and yeah, I thought it was him. I thought it was him because I'm like, there's nobody else here right now. Who else would it be? Um, but he got me comfortable with somebody, and he was a catalyst that led to my heart opening up. Honestly, I feel like with him, I feel like he's definitely a soulmate on some level. I don't know if he's ever necessarily been romantic, but I feel like he's definitely a person that I know and I've known from the past. Like we knew each other, and I feel like he's a Pisces. And so he said his intuition was like busted. But when it came to me, it was like his intuition was on point. It was like he knew me better than I knew him, I feel like. um, but yeah. And there was actually a lot that I learned from him. And there was a lot. And he's actually one of the people who, oddly enough, encouraged me to really listen to my intuition. And he was like, because he would say like, do you usually trust your like intuitive messages or your intuitive nudges or whatever? And I'm like, usually, sometimes when it comes to people, yeah. When it comes to anything else, like not really. He's like, wow, well, you should. And then he was like, you're the type of person. He was like, there are all of these things happening around you that you try so hard to make mundane that aren't mundane at all. But he's like, you try so hard to make them like mundane when it's actually kind of like amazing or something like that. I don't remember specifically what it was, but he was like there's this one show with this character who thinks that the world revolves around him, and he's like super, like kind of sort of paranoid, but he's like he thinks that the world revolves around him, and he thinks that like everything is like about him, and he's like, you're like that person, but the opposite. And he said that to me. I was like, at first I didn't get it. He was like, you're not like that person, but the opposite. Like, all of this is kind of sort of like happening around you and happening for you, but you're not seeing it that way. Um, yeah, it was interesting. Um, maybe we go all the way back to the days of Atlantis together. We had a few Atlantean lives together. Let me stop. um, and I only say that because he randomly brought up Atlantis one day. And I was like, yeah, we're going to reconstruct Atlantis. It was like, I'll do all the outside work, you do all the inside work, and between the two of us, boom, we'll be good. But yeah, so after that, after my heart opened up, somebody else came into my experience who has a lot of similarities. Honestly, that person has a few between the first two people. Like, he's the third person I'd actually date. A lot of the similarities that he has with the second person are kind of sort of more superficial. So some of the planetary energies that they share are the same. They live in the same region of the world. Excuse me. And that's pretty much it. See, but like what happened was, so who is this guy? Who is what guy? I'm not gonna say no names. I'm not naming names, Clorinda. It's just the guy. This guy is just the guy. He's just the guy. Um, it's a dude, some dude I know, some dude I've met recently. Because after Nathan, so like Nathan was a Pisces, is a Pisces. Nathan is a Pisces, and then oh crap, I can't go too far into it. So I'll just say, I met a lot of Pisces last year for some reason. For some reason, I met a lot of fish last year. I even met a female fish who became a really good friend. Right? Lots of fish last year. Last year was the year of the fish, apparently. I met you last year, Clorinda, and you're a Pisces. I met so many Pisces last year. Um, but there were a lot of like signs and synchronicities that I was getting around that person. So he was going to grad school at the end of the summer. Um, Me too, lol. He was going to grad school at the end of the summer, after the summer. And I was ready to like do that. And my mom was like, so you have this dude who is on your campus who's actually interested in you, who you're not giving the time of day because you're going to be graduating in December. But this dude who's leaving in August, who you already know is leaving, who isn't as interested in you, you'd rather pay attention to him than the dude who's actually trying to pay attention to you. And I was like, yeah, pretty much. I mean, she didn't say that until after the point, after the fact. Then I was like, oh, wow. What does that tell me about my sense of self worth? That was a whole to do. And then I was like, okay, I guess I'm interested in dudes who are interested in me. And then I was like, it's time for that to stop. I was like, I'm not doing that anymore. It's like, I'm not going after dudes who aren't going after me. Because I'm not, and it's so weird because, like, I don't chase anybody. But then I kind of sort of ended up chasing people. And I'm like, whoa, when did that happen? When did that happen? Hello? Who am I? Bottom of the deck is the tower. Top of the deck is the judgment, judgment, and the tower. Interesting. Um, yeah, I'm just rambling now. It's gonna be like 2 hours. Story of my life, LOL, or was. Yeah, exactly right. Same here. Was the story of my life because I'm not doing that mess anymore. But now I see me for all of who I am, or at least for a lot more of who I am, and I'm a gosh darn catch. I'm a gosh darn prize. So just because other people may not see or recognize or appreciate it doesn't mean that I won't, and doesn't mean I'm going to continue to chase after people who don't see it, recognize it, or appreciate it either. Um, but so he was leaving, Nathan, at the end of the summer, and so for some reason I started seeing the place he was going to everywhere. Ads on Instagram, ads on Facebook, ads on Tumblr. It's like I got a Walmart ad on Tumblr, but the Walmart ad was for this other place. I'm like, I can't even get a local Walmart ad. And they're pitching somebody else's college gear when like I'm on Purdue's campus. Like you can't tell me about Purdue gear. But anyway, thank you, Clorinda. You are too. We are. We're the prize fish in the sea. When people say that there's other fish in the sea, we're the fish that people don't want other fish. They want our fish. Yeah, we're those fish. The fish that the other fish in the sea don't compare to. That's us. Okay. Um, but yeah, so a lot of, and again, I thought it was all related to him. And then when I saw this other person because they had their location on, and I'm like, really? Somebody else from that place. Then all of a sudden, all of my friends are moving to that place. I'm like, I cannot escape this place. What is it about this place? And then at the beginning, I thought it was all attributed to Nathan. I thought it was all him. But then it's like, it turns out that there's something else in that place. And I was like, what, really? And so, yeah, I'm not going to give any specifics because I'm giving the tea, the whole tea and nothing but the tea, but there's no sugar. So, I mean, it's like, I'm not going to go into specifics, but only with the special bait. Yep, exactly. They can't hook us. Only with the special bait. Well, yeah. But so yeah. And like I've been prepared for this person in so many ways that like, and like I said, it was just like little things that I would entertain, or it'd be like a dream or a thought. And now it's like I had that thought, and now this it may lead to this. And I'm just like, whoa. So I've been prepared, honestly. I've been getting prepared. I want to say for this person specifically. I mean, honestly, since November 2018, right? It all started with my awakening and my dark night of the soul. Um, but even on my birthday is in February. By Feb 2019, I was already like starting to get whatever, and so it was like a whole year of preparation for specifically for that, but and being prepared in other ways as well. So you don't like unsweetened tea. I have been drinking unsweetened tea lately. I've been cutting down the sugar intake, and so I get unsweetened tea. I drink my mint tea with no sweetener. I still have a tea bag in here. This is disgusting. Is it stuck? Oh well. Oh no, it came out. Okay, nice. I thought the tea bag was going to be stuck to the side of the cup. Um, what time is it? It's really 2:30. Oh my gosh. I try to give my body sugar like once every 2 or so weeks. And it wasn't necessarily super intentional, but it's like I'm intentionally, I guess, eating less sugar and I don't crave sugar as much. But then I'll just get like a craving for sugar and I'll eat a bunch of sugar and then I'll be good. um, but yeah, that's sort of I'm not going to give any details about who this person is because I don't think it's necessarily my place. But um, yeah, I remember like I was reaching the space of like it was just so interesting. You've been doing the opposite. Yeah, I don't know. My body has just been like shifting. Last summer, around the time I met Nathan, which would have been around the time. Ew, ew. Now I'm gonna have to vacuum the floor. Which would have been around the time that started to go through that heart healing, right? And trusting my intuition more, deepening my connection with spirit. That also would have been the time that my space shut down and it got remodeled and renovated and upgraded, right? Um, my body started changing. My habits started changing. Like all of a sudden, I was eating vegetables, and I used to hate vegetables. But all of a sudden, I kind of enjoyed them. I was going outside more. I was a lot more active. I wanted to be active. I wanted to go outside. I wanted to eat vegetables. I just naturally started, like, my patterns of behavior just naturally started shifting. Um, are his feelings the same for you? I remember that. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else in the connection. Um, I can only speak from my vantage point. You know, I can only speak from what I feel, and honestly, it's like so. Has he told you? Well, I don't want to say people say a lot of things, um, but have the words been said? Sure. Um, and I don't want to like, I don't want to discredit anything in the past. But I also realized the space. I don't want to say I realized the space. I can imagine the space that that person was in or is in. Um, and so actions, if I'm being completely okay, so here's a few things. Now we're getting back into the journey for me, my journey. This is my story. So the thing with Nathan was I'm very intuitive and I can pick up on things in people. I can read people and I'm intuitive, right? So for some people, that's a double whammy, especially for people who like to hide their feelings or who like to um, not, who like to hide their feelings for lack of more complex vocabulary. But I'm intuitive and I can read people. And part of my intuition, I'm empathic. I have empathic capabilities. I'm intuitive and I can read people. And so it's like there were times with one of my friends, and I'd be like, "Hey, like, how are you? Like, what's up?" He'd be like, "Oh, I'm good," and I'd be like, "Are you really?" And it reached the point after like a time or two, he was like, he was like your intuition, your whatever, like it is right. Like I'm not great, but I would appreciate it if you don't like pride and probe when I tell you that I'm good. Like if I say I'm good, just let it stand. And I was like, okay. And I also had another experience with somebody where it's like, sometimes you try to be a friend and but people try to hide their feelings and then you're like I already know you're not okay. But I mean, I guess people don't like to, it's like they don't want you to know that they're not okay. So after that experience, I was just like, okay, I'll just shut off some of my empathic abilities. And if somebody tells me that they're okay, that means you're okay. I'm not going to push. I'm not going to pride. I'm not going to do anything. If you tell me that you're fine, okay. And so when it comes to connections with people, I'm already in that space of like accepting, even if their actions say one thing, even if I can read between the lines, whatever their words, whatever their mouth says to me, that's what I go by. Because I don't have time to keep reading further into people. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, if you're not ready to express it, it doesn't matter if I know or not. Um, and so I just go off of what people say. I don't go off of actions. I don't go off of, whatever. Whatever you tell me, boom, that's what I'm going off. That's what I'm going off of. And then another thing for me personally was like, it's like I felt a connection with this person that was very deep. And there were times where I could literally like feel that person next to me. Like it felt like they were right there. And there were times when like I don't know, it's just like times I could feel that person. Like I would dream about that person. I would feel that person would be there. But then that person is like dreaming about somebody else. That person is feeling somebody else. And so in my mind, I'm like, so am I doing the thing I did with Nathan again, where I'm trying to force somebody into this who it isn't? And like, is any of this like legit? Because like in my space, like that person, like in my spaces, in the levels of my space where other people are not permitted, that person is there. That person is there just like it's their home. Whenever sometimes when I enter periods of like deep meditation, Or like if I do a guided meditation, that person is there. And it's like I can't, like, this person is in all these spaces, but they're seeing somebody else. So is it the right person? I don't know. I mean, at the point I was like, so like, how does this person feel about me? I don't know. Right? Because it's like I feel this connection, but does the other person feel it? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Right? I don't know. I'll just drop it. I have enough Taurus and Capricorn in my chart. I got enough Aries in my chart. I got enough placements that aren't Pisces in my chart that if someone tells me that they're fine and they're not, I just drop it. And I relinquish all responsibility to continue to push and pride. Because it's like, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. I mean, yeah. Because it's like, I kind of sort of strained one friendship. I basically lost that friendship. Because like, one day I was like, hey man, like, are you okay? Because like, we had literally had conversations about about how he hated the place he was in, about how he hated the place he was in before. It's like, I hate this, I hate that. And it's like, okay, you hated the place that you were in and you moved to a new place, and now you hate that place and you're idealizing the place that you were already in. Okay. Now you're in the place that you said you wanted to be, and you're not liking that place. And now you're literally idealizing the place that you hated more than the place you were in before. And I'm like, are you okay? And he was like, well, all you do is like look at my social media posts and you make all these assumptions based on blah 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 whatever. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, number one, you wouldn't be this triggered and upset if it weren't true. Number two, you're not as hard to read as you think you are. Number three, we've literally had these conversations. But I just took a step back and I was like, okay, yeah, you know what? You're right. Do I have that friendship anymore? Not really. And like, people don't appreciate it. So he's getting to the space where he's doing it now. But I'm like, I talked to you like a year ago. I mean, you weren't ready, but I talked to you like a year ago. You could have been well on your way to whatever, but I just let people go. I'll just let them go because you can't get anything. You can't get anyone to do anything before they're ready. And so now I'm coming to understand divine timing in a way. And I don't want to say that I'm ever going to play the role of divine timing, but honestly, sometimes I do. Because it's like I can notice and realize and see something, but until that person is ready to address it, it doesn't matter. So I just don't say anything. So I'm just like, yeah. And then I'm like, I don't know why this is happening, or I don't know why that's happening. I'm like, I don't know, weird. um, but yeah, so that's why it's like, for me, it was weird, but at the same time, I guess I'll say, and it's so interesting because I literally like, oh, Clorinda, you missed like all of them. But I've been, I was going through my journal app looking at readings, and there's this one entry. I was like, wow. Because whenever I read for myself, a lot of times I try to read deep, right? Let me find it. This is what I wrote. I did this on June 5th, I believe. Yeah, June 5th, 2019. I started recording this one at 5:40 a.m. But this is what I said. I feel that I'm supposed to create blind and that I will intuitively. Okay, this is the part where I'm like, wow, that resonates for now. I was like, wow, that's literally the space I'm in right now. I feel that I'm supposed to create blind and that I will intuitively find a path to my awaiting fortune and abundance. I'm seeing the Two of Swords as the blind swordsman. She's not holding the swords crossed in contention. She's honing her senses and preparing to strike in any or all directions. The queen symbolizes that the harvest is here and ready to be reaped. I'm seeing the story as the swordsman who becomes queen. Being in touch with my intuition will be the key here, and striking while the iron is hot. Any hesitation in battle will lead to death. The trust is so immense that both have a firm foothold. Both can stand their ground and defend their territory without moving. This is the Two of Swords and the Queen of Pentacles. Either by commanding her own blade or the blades of others. The emphasis here is on staying kind. The Queen has a pentacle in hand. Oh, why did it just go to the top? The Queen has a pentacle in hand, but she's not clutching it. The Earth Queen is loving and tender, but not in a super watery way. She's the grounded, stable love, like a calm water. Remember in this time to stay guarded. Do not give so freely to those for which it is not felt to give to. Recognize and remember that we can only help those who not only want to be helped, but who are ready to act. Be careful not to create anything illusionary. With great power comes great responsibility, and my gifts are not meant to harm or misguide. Lastly, don't extend to everyone. Whenever there is a mushy moment, remember the lesson of the Three of Hearts, the Three of Swords. It might hurt, but not everyone can be helped. We aren't the Queen of Cups. And when I reread that, I was like, whoo, like, we ain't the Queen of Cups. We're not martyrs. We're not giving, like, if people aren't, like, you can only help people who want to be helped, and you can't help anyone who's not ready to act. So, if they don't fulfill both conditions, then I don't know. But yeah, I know, right? That was like a year ago almost. I don't even remember what space I was in when I did that. I mean, maybe that was related to something specific at the time. Maybe that was related to Nathan shutting me out. He was like, I'd appreciate you not asking. Not that he said it like that, but it's fine. Like, we had just met. We were recent friends. I mean, we talked about a lot, but we're both the type of people where I used to be a lot more like that, but like, people think that we're super vulnerable because we can talk about a lot of our experiences, but we don't talk about the things that we're actively going through. And he was actively going through something, and so he didn't talk about it. But it's like we did also have a kind of sort of a deepish understanding of each other because we talked about a lot of the not so great stuff in the past. Because I guess we're both Pisces, so we're like, let's talk about our traumas. Tell me about your traumas, and I'll tell you about mine. um, but yeah, um, but at the same time that all of that happened, um, I wouldn't say that I don't know how that person feels, but I will say that it doesn't matter if nothing is going to happen. And like, there are things that I'm in preparation for right now. And I guess I would just hope that before things really take off, something will be said. Because, yeah. And it's like, I've seen this person in a dream. Oh. So that's what I was going to say. Okay. So you remember how I recently said, like, I knew how to love that person before I even knew that I loved that person? I feel like the opposite is true. Because there was one thing that is seemingly so extremely minor that person did for me that for some reason makes me feel more loved and understood and appreciated than like anybody else ever in my life. And one of the things that I really do appreciate about that person is like I'm the type of person I express my appreciation frequently, especially now. Um, and there was just like one night that person sat with me in a way that like it wasn't like I was crying and that person was there for me. It wasn't that at all. I was like fixated on getting something figured out, right? You're getting your cards out now. um, that person sat with me in a way that like literally everybody else. Sometimes I get fixated on things and I like to figure stuff out. And he just kind of like sat with me. And everybody else is like always just like give up, you're not gonna figure it out, it's not gonna work, just give up, give up. But he sat with me and I don't know why, like consciously, I don't know why that isn't I don't know why that's as important to me as it is. I don't know why that affects me as much as it does. And I saw him in a dream a few weeks ago now in a house. I was just like walking around and I see two kids playing outside of a house, and it's a fairly large house. It's a nice looking house. I was like, what is this? It's a nice house. It's a nice house. And they're outside, and I'm like, where are the adults? Where are your parents? And I can't remember what they said, but I ended up going into the house, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this place is nice. And I'm just exploring around. And then towards the end of the dream, I see this person. And there's a few dreams that it was like the first of a few dreams where that person was taller than me. And I guess I associated that with it being like the future. And I remember telling that person, I was like, I don't know why that's so important to me, but the night that you did that, it showed something to me that I don't even fully. I'm saying like, I just told him like the night that you did that to me is like I don't like I don't get it, but it's very important. It fueled something, I guess. And then it was like I was with him, and then I said something like, I'm not your person." And when I said I'm not your person, I meant like because I perceived like that whole situation as like being from the future. And I'm like, I'm not that person. Like I am who I am in your past and my present. I was like, I'm not, this isn't like future me, that's your whoever. And I think it was like, I know. And I was like, how do I like, is there anything you can tell me to help get me through this? Like, how do I find you? I think I asked him, I was like, how do I find you? Like, how do I reach you? How do I get to you? And I can't remember if he said anything or if I woke up before he said anything or whatever. Um, but yeah, it was interesting. It was such an interesting dream. Um, and I've seen him a few times. One thing that's extremely interesting, the last time I saw him in a dream, I think he popped up last night, but I can't remember. It was the day before yesterday or a few days ago. When did we go to the store? It might have been like Saturday, Friday or Saturday. When did I buy that wine? I don't remember. It was like Friday or Saturday. I had a dream that we were talking, and I was super nervous, and it was awkward. It was awkward because we're in separation. um, but it was like so awkward. And then I like broke the ice, and I was like, "Hey, like I know things are like going on or whatever, but whatever." And then we were like following this dude to a classroom, and he was like a relationship counselor, maybe like a marriage counselor or something, or just a relationship counselor. And it was so interesting. I was like, why am I dreaming of us talking to a relationship counselor? But it was like a relationship coach. But the coaching that we got wasn't necessarily for each other. I feel like it was more related to whatever type of mission that we have, whatever work he's going to be doing, whatever work I'm going to be doing, and then whatever work that we do together. Um,
Titanium. Titanium rainbow quartz. That sounds tough.
that card is so not helpful, Clorinda. I mean, it's not that it's not helpful, but it's interesting. There are many layers to the situation. Okay, thank you for the clarity and guidance. Um, but I know that. I know that it's a multifaceted situation. But that's also kind of something that I appreciate. Um, but yeah, like we were talking to this like relationship coach, but he wasn't necessarily talking to us about us. He was more so talking to us about what it is that we were gonna do or something like that. I don't know. Um, it was interesting. It was interesting. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I've reached this space where it's like I can just let it flow and just let it be what it is, right? And so I'm a lot less impatient. I mean, I still got a whole bunch of work that I need to do anyway. And I feel like impatience isn't going to get me to be where I want to go. And it's like I'm comfortable in the unknown right now because I don't think I'm going to see what's coming. So I'm just going to try to stop. I'm going to stop trying to guess what it is. And as things come up, I'm going to evaluate whether they feel like they're right or not. If they are, then I will pursue them. If they're not, then I won't. And it's not about me waiting for somebody, and it's not about me being stuck. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like I got this feeling. It's like you're asking me to release something, but it's weird because it's like when I release it, it's not going away. But you're asking me. It's like you're asking me to release something that I'm not going to lose. And at first, I didn't really get it, but now I guess I kind of get it.
Aquamarine. Yes.
Oh, snap.
That's literally what I'm talking about.
I love that this says divine life purpose. And I'm like, yeah, it's like this coach was like telling us what like our thing is gonna be. This is so interesting.
Oh, snap.
Wow. Interesting. Thank you. I love those cards. There's so many layers to the situation. I just I just try to stop understanding. I just accept it. Um, but yeah, I don't know what's coming. Excuse me. And I'm gonna stop trying to guess what it is, because honestly, there's work that I need to be doing. Right. I finished my assignment yesterday. Today was my down day. Today was gonna be a work day, but I was just in the bed all day today. So tired. It's like my energy is like. But the last time I felt like this was like right after the eclipse season. And I don't know if it's like the energies are too high for me to sleep or what. What? They so low. Have you seen my Pride Tarot cards, Coda? Maybe. I don't know. Potentially. I can't remember if I have these on the Legacy channel or not. But yeah, thank you. Those were gorgeous and so applicable. Oh, there's that Queen of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Swords. Ready to move. Um, but yeah, it's like, I don't know. So I was sitting on the porch. I was sitting on the porch because I'm always sitting on the porch. I was sitting on the porch, and it was a few days ago. And it was like, it was kind of sort of me talking to me, but sort of not at the same time. Because it kind of sort of, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. But it's like, because it was like, there are things that you just know, right? And I was like, yeah. Like, I knew that I was going to get accepted into the college that I got accepted into. I just knew it. I knew that I was going to get the job that I got when I got it. I just knew it. I knew that the situation was going to work out in my favor last fall because I just knew it. There are certain things that I just know. And it's like, so why, for the first time in your life, now you decide to question your sense of knowing? Now you think, hey, maybe this thing that I know might be wrong? Or do you know it? And I was like, you know what? I know it. I was like, okay, well then have a little bit more faith in me, please, because I'm doing my best over here. Akasha. Yes. And Unbound. Mm, 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 mm. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Yes. Love it. Um and yeah, maybe that's another reason why it was so important. Like all of the information, like I got a lot of Taurus in my chart. I have a lot of fixed energy in my chart. If I'm counting my Chiron and Leo as a Leo energy that I have now because my Chiron is more or less healed. I have a grand fixed cross in my chart between Aquarius, Leo, Taurus, and Scorpio. Actually, I think the Leo is like 6 degrees out. I guess it's within 10 degrees. Barely. I have a lot of fixed energy in my chart. I can be extremely stubborn. And so it's like I needed those extra pushes to get me to a place where I wouldn't just like get mad and charge off, right? But Clarinda, you got this card for me before.
This was like one of the first cards you got from me. I think she pops out every time you pull cards. Oh yeah, here you are. Yeah, thank you. Every time, every single time. Um, Thank you, Brenda. It's just, it's this. I'm still learning. So I'm still growing. I wouldn't say I'm still healing, but I guess in some ways I am. But I'm still learning. I'm still coming to terms with some things, and I'm still finding things to address within myself. And so, you know, lots of stuff happening, lots of stuff going on. But I'm okay with things being what they are. Now, I would love to talk to this person. So I don't know if this person is necessarily watching, but person, if you are watching, you may not be, but if you are, I would love to talk to you. And it's not, see, the only thing I'm not looking forward to though is like the tears. But it's fine. And it's not even like we don't have to talk about everything. I feel like at some point, we're gonna have to talk about everything that happened. Maybe. But in some ways it's like, I don't know, it's just like just to be like chill. Just to be like, hey, what's up? You know? But aren't we all? Oh well, right, right. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of sort of, excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. I'm fine doing all the things that I know I need to do. I can't even remember what type of spread I was gonna do with these. But I'm gonna cut the deck in half, roughly. I'm gonna pull 3 cards off the top. 1, 2, 3. Flip one over. 3 of Cups, celebration. What's on the other side? 1, 2, 3. The Ace of Cups. Wow. Bottom of the deck is the Star. Bottom of this deck is the 9 of Pentacles. Somebody's hoping, wishing, wanting a brand new beginning. The other person is fine where they are, but still wanting to have some fun. I want to hold your hand. Sorry if I'm being intentionally vague. What's this? Oh, Clarinda, this is what I was going to say. um, that's what I was going to say about the stuff that came out for you earlier. Because I remember you would always get the universe is like telling you to play or something, right? And then you get the delight card, which is all about laughter. I feel like you've come into that lighthearted energy. So this Ace of Swords is going to beat the 3 of Cups. Ace of Cups is going to beat the 3 of Cups. Ace of Cups over here is backed by Ace of Swords. Well, there it is right there. 5 of Swords, which is the 6 of Swords, and the Wheel of Fortune. And this is sitting under the star. Ace of Swords, Five of Swords, Wheel of Fortune. I feel like maybe someone is recognizing how they kind of sort of killed something in the past. Maybe they were a little too defensive. But the Five of Swords in this deck is told from the perspective of the victim. And so now someone is realizing maybe how they played the victim. And in them playing the victim, but it's like someone is coming out of victim mentality. There's a Six of Swords sailing away. This clarity of like some shadow healing. The Wheel of Fortune is turning. I'm getting tired. I just wanted to pull these before I actually went to sleep. Now we have the Strength card, the Sun, the Strength, the Sun, and this Nine of Swords. With this Nine of Pentacles. Over here with this Three of Cups. That's some major energy. That's double Leo energy. Is it really? All right. It's been like 8.5 hours. I don't know what else I want to say about, well, I guess with these cards. So this Three of Cups is backed by Strength, the Sun, and the Nine of Swords. Thanks for letting me know. I need to quiet down. It's like 2 in the morning. I think the dog just got up. They're going to be upset with me. So on the right side, at the bottom of the deck is the Star card. We have this Ace of Cups backed by the Wheel of Fortune, the Five of Swords, and the Ace of Swords. This is someone who's realizing that they don't have to fight so hard anymore. There's almost this energy of someone who was reluctant to put their sword down. Because there's a lot of hurt. There's a lot of hurt over here. I mean, it's like you don't wish for the star because, like, I don't know, you want another donut, right? The Ace of Swords and the Ace of Cups are both here. And here's Aquarian energy. So Aquarian energy is here twice. Aquarius is backed by Uranus, and Uranus is a planet of change. And so it's not easy to change an Aquarius's mind. I don't think. It may be, I don't know, but they're fixed air. So I'm assuming it's not easy to change the mind of an Aquarius, but it's changing. Because of the depth of their spiritual connection and maybe this love. But on the other side is someone who was always sort of solid. I feel like on this side, this energy looks a lot more solid. I mean, you have strength here and the Nine of Pentacles here, but with this Nine of Swords, so the Three of Swords came out, the Three of Cups came out, backed by Strength, the Sun, and the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords is interesting. I feel like it came to me like somebody putting themselves in an early grave. But it's like putting themselves in an early grave by worrying and stressing over what this is or what this isn't. And it's interesting that the sun comes out right after that, and then strength comes out. But it's almost like use your foundation to bolster yourself up. Because, I mean, well, let me clear this. Let's clarify this Nine of Swords. I'm using the half of the deck that this came out with. There it goes. Okay, what card is that? Now the bottom of the deck is Justice. So we go from the Nine of Swords to Justice, and this Four of Cups came out. So someone is afraid that they're going to end up alone. Someone afraid they're at the highway. I forget what I just said, Clarinda. I'm starting to get tired. My brain is starting to go. So this Nine of Swords is them fearing that they're going to end up alone. And because they're fearing that they're going to end up alone, that's what was keeping them in that Nine of Pentacles state. And this is interesting because you know what this is? Both of these people are in a similar space. I don't think either one of these people wants to end up alone. I don't think either one of these people necessarily wants to have to experience life without the other. And I don't know if either one of them was really ready to really open up to somebody else. The Sun and the Strength card are over here on this side. So I feel like if this person would have had to, they would have been able to do it. On the other side is the Wheel of Fortune. So that some changes would have had to have been made because realizations somebody came to a realization of how they acted, right? But now they're moving past that. On this side, like even though the Sun and the Strength card are here, it's like somebody can't give it their all because they're afraid of um, what may happen. But now justice is here. So maybe they're coming into an understanding now that to stop investing in this is to lessen its chance at happening. But then it's like, how do you invest in something without being an investor in it? I don't know. Oh, no, it's not. Aqua people. Okay. Aquarius. It's their way or the highway. Gotcha. So is this me? Is this ready? I don't know. I just pulled out 3 cards. Well, I just did this side and that side. But the Three of Cups is here and the Ace of Cups is here. The Three of Cups in this deck is mostly about accepting people as they are. And it's about honoring and recognizing the differences between people and then coming together and celebrating them. The Ace of Cups is the Ace of Cups. Right? You know what? I'm going to do something interesting. I'm going to switch these decks. Then I'm going to shuffle them. And I'm going to clarify with the other side. And I'll move these up top. And then I'll clarify on the bottom. So as soon as I feel like it's ready, I'll go ahead and I'll pull out more. I've never done this before. Okay. Oh, I'm running out of table. I can't wait till I get my table. I was thinking the other day, and I was like, you know what the best part of being a reader, dating a reader would be? Like, your cards double. You get more cards. Let me stop. Ooh, now the Knight of Cups is coming out. Bottom of the deck is the Page of Cups. Wow, the Knight and the Page. Okay. Interesting. All right. I am a fan. I approve. I approve of that energy. But this is the side of the person who it seems like was already. I don't know. Ooh. The Nine of Pentacles just came out with the Six of Cups, with the Lovers at the bottom of the deck. Nine of Pentacles, Six of Cups, and the Lovers. I'm not going to take any of them because that's not how this works. But the Nine of Pentacles, the Lovers, and the Six of Cups, I feel like that's all about. Maybe that's like in the past, the story that someone wrote in the past. And again, this is on the side of the person who was the victim. Because you thought you'd moved on. Oh, well, that's the thing about readings. You never quite know what really resonates for your situation until it plays out. Right. But I feel like you should know if you've moved on or not. In a way that's different than like you hoping that you've moved on. It's like you should know if you've actually moved on or if you still haven't. Or if there's things for you to like release or work out. Now you may not know like what you need to release or work out, but when it comes to like moving on, I don't know. It's honestly so personal for everybody because there are so many different journeys. There are so many different like I don't know. So 1 second. Okay, this feels right. Oh wow. Bottom of the deck over here is the Four of Swords. The card that came out is the Moon. So we have the Moon on one side and we have the Knight of Cups on the other side. So somebody is ready to move. This Ace of Swords plus the Five of Swords is the Six of Swords movement. The Wheel of Fortune came out. What was the original card? The Ace of Cups. But now they have this Moon card. Somebody moving under the cover of the night. The Moon card is going to take it. The Moon card beats this Knight of Cups. This Knight of Cups. So this side is actually going to win both times. So let's see. The Nine of Cups, the Two of Swords, and the Lovers. Well, there's that Lovers card. So just because I didn't pull it the first time does not mean it's not coming out. The Lovers. So there's a decision, and then there's indecision. Moved on from you know who. Have you? If you inquire, then does that mean that you've moved on from it? And then what does moving on mean for you? Um, I feel like you have. It's like if you haven't moved on completely, you've definitely made progress. I think I hoped I moved on. Yeah. You can kind of sort of, I don't know. So we have this moon card. The lovers, this moon card backed by the Nine of Cups, the Two of Swords, and the lovers. Somebody really, really wants something. And again, the star was the bottom of the deck before. Now the Nine of Cups is here. Somebody really, 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 really wants something, but they're stuck in a space of indecision when they need to make a decision. And then they're in the space of the moon. Bottom of the deck is the Four of Swords, and she's just straight up chilling. The Four of Swords comes after a period of heartbreak. It's the recuperation, right? I feel like someone is in a space where they can't take another heartbreak. You're right, as always. I wouldn't say always, but I can be right on occasion. This is someone who's in the space of like, I can't take another heartbreak. I'm too like, there's too much here. I wouldn't be able to like, I can't. I can't because I don't want to lose it. I don't even want to risk losing it. But the thing about getting a wish fulfilled is you got to risk losing it, right? Because if you wish for a new Lamborghini and you get a Lamborghini, it can be totaled and you lose it, right? But there's just like this element of what with this moon card here. I think someone's going to be giving into their intuition. Because it's like at the end of the day, you can be afraid, but at the end of the day, you know. This Nine of Cups speaks to moon cycles. We're about almost on a new moon in Gemini. Venus is in Gemini, Mercury's in Gemini, North Node in Gemini. It's almost Gemini season. We got Gemini right here with the lovers. Two of Swords is Libra, Nine of Cups is Pisces, and the moon card is Pisces. Four of Swords is more Libra. Then on this side, again, we have this Knight of Cups backed by the Knight of Wands. Oh, two knights. The Emperor and the Fool. Wow, the Fool, the Emperor, and the Knight of Wands, all backing this Knight of Cups. Now, I don't know if this is how, because I've never switched sides before. So I don't know if this is how the other person is perceiving it or the other side is perceiving this side. If it is how the other person is perceiving this side, so where this side is at, basically the Six of Swords into the Six of Swords into the Wheel of Fortune into that Ace of Cups. The Six of Swords through means of the Ace of Swords and the Five of Swords. The Five of Swords, maybe understanding that they were a little too harsh, a little bit too abrasive in this situation. Um, and the Ace of Swords bring that realization of that, right? And now they're sitting at the Ace of Cups. But the person sees them as like the lovers, the Two of Swords, the Nine of Cups, and the Moon card. So this person, their overall energy, let me try to find it real quick before I forget. Dun, 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 dun. Feminization. It was the star card. The star card. There it is. That was your overall. I'll set these over here.
And then this person's overall was the Nine of Pentacles. This is interesting. Okay, I like this. The Nine of Pentacles, Penny Cows, Penny Cosmic Daddy. Sorry. I'm so tired. I'm about to go to bed here in a second. Where's the Nine of Pentacles? Oh, here it is. Okay. Because this was this overall energy. And then I'll put this over here. Okay. So this is what's said. So this is a story all about how I got flip. Turn upside down. Okay. So on one side, just didn't know what it meant. You had feelings on moon cycles, just didn't know what it meant. I don't know. I don't know much of anything right now, Quinda. There's so much energy in the air. It could be anything. There are 4 planets retrograde. Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto are all retrograde. The moon, I was just saying earlier, the new moons happen so early at the turn of the zodiac season that I don't even know if the moons are like dangerously close to being void of course. I don't even know what a moon void of course completely is, but I feel like it's something that we should be aware of. Um, but yeah, so this person is Ace of Swords, Five of Swords, Wheel of Fortune, backed by the Star. The commonality here is like this person really, really, really wants or wanted this, and I feel like the other person knew that they wanted this. This person is sitting at the Ace of Cups, but the other person sees it as the moon. So the other person doesn't know. The other person was like, okay, yeah, I know that this is something that you want, but is this something that you'll actually choose? You have the power of choice because the lovers is on your side. They've already expressed everything, I feel like, maybe over here. Right? And it's like you want to do this Ace of Cups thing, but I mean, I don't know if you will. Will you? The other side doesn't know if you will either. They're like, well, it's the moon card. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. You know? And then on this side, again, it was the Nine of Swords, clarified by the Four of Cups, the Sun, the Strength card, and the Three of Cups, which is all about a celebration, right? It's almost like one person was celebrating before the other person was even sure. It's like you were already celebrating by the time I came to the party. So how am I supposed to know that this is like how am I supposed to know that this is my party if the party starts before the guest of honor is even there? Like whose party is this? Yours or mine? Put the cake down. I haven't even walked into the door yet. They already ate all the cake and the party hasn't even started. Hello? Uh, but on this side again, it's like we have this three of this is actually here. Yeah, we have this Three of Cups backed by Strength, the Sun, and the Nine of Swords, which was the Four of Cups, clarified, sitting at the space of the Nine of Pentacles. So I feel like on this side, it's like someone who's kind of sort of good either way. Someone who is strong within themselves, who know what the light of the sun is, where even if things don't go out according to plan with that Nine of Swords, even if they're left in that Four of Cups state, they're going to be okay anyway. They're going to keep partying. They're going to keep celebrating. They were partying before you came into the room. They're going to party when you when you leave the room. And this person, that's like kind of sort of the space that you're in. And this person is seeing it as this Knight of Cups, backed by the Knight of Wands, the Emperor, and the Fool.
So this person definitely sees that you want it with the Knight of Wands, and you're gonna go after it with the Knight of Cups. Like you're gonna make that offer. Maybe you made the offer, and they see you as like this very, very powerful, but also nurturing energy. Because the Emperor in this deck is a woman, right? Not that all women are nurturing. Not that a woman can't be powerful without also being nurturing. It feels like your compassion is your power. And this isn't an Empress level compassion. Like this is power. Like you are powerful AF, but you're also extremely just as powerful. Like you're as compassionate as you are powerful, right? Like the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Cups both came out. They're equal footing. That was me celebrating, LOL. Like something is coming with the moon cycles. I thought you made your feelings clear. Well, see, because it's like, excuse me, I feel like you are in the space, or if you're resonating more with this side, it's like your overall energy, your background energy was the Nine of Pentacles. The Nine of Pentacles is self sufficient, it's self sustained. Their energy over here is the Star, but there's still something that they need to do, right? Because the Ace of Swords is a realization they need to have. The Five of Swords is them needing to be a little bit less quick to cut something off as soon as whatever happens. As soon as they get scared, maybe they cut it off. Maybe. And with this Wheel of Fortune, it's like there's an element of divine timing over here with the Wheel of Fortune. Because we can't turn the wheel. The wheel moves on its own accord. And it's like they were wishing for this with the Star. They see its potential with the Ace of Cups. Excuse me, with the Ace of Cups, but they're still waiting on this wheel to turn. Something needed to happen. And you see them, you kind of like all you see is the indecision, and you know that they want it, but maybe you don't understand why they didn't move on it with that moon card. And there's something that they're waiting on with this Wheel of Fortune. Now, maybe what they were waiting on is actually them to get to that Six of Swords, right? But on your side, you're like fairly self-sustained. You're strong, you're this light, and there's this Nine of Swords, Four of Cups. Like you may be sitting in a space of not necessarily being tied down to anyone, and maybe like you don't like the fact that you're not spoken for, but you appear to be like you're still solid in yourself, and then they see you as like someone who can openly express their feelings, who can openly communicate these passions, who may be completely foolish, right? Because like maybe you express with such open-hearted sincerity, but they also see this Emperor over here, and the Emperor can be intimidating, right? So it's like just because you offer your love doesn't mean that you're any less intimidating. We know before anyone else knows. Exactly. But the trick is sometimes it's not to act like you don't know, but like we can still be wrong. And so it's like don't be so sure of yourself, because it's just like, baiting a fish. If the fish is frightened, then they're going to swim away. You don't want to frighten somebody because then they'll swim away. The overall over here is the Page of Cups. And so maybe it's like you're sitting at this Nine of Pentacles, but they see you as this Page of Cups. The overall over here is the Star, but they're seeing it as the Four of Swords. So yeah, definitely more foolish and immature than anything. But there's also a power behind that immaturity.
And on this side, it's like you're wishing for the star, but you're kind of sort of looking stuck. And again, like that Two of Swords with the Lovers, like you have this great choice to make, this great decision, but you're not making it because you're stuck at indecision with the Two of Swords, even though you want it. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what someone wants or what someone doesn't want. What only matters is what they're going to do. And with this Four of Swords down here, it's looking like to you that they're not going to do anything. And with the Page of Cups over here, it's looking like to them, you'll be fine regardless. It's almost the energy of like, they know that you'll find love. And if they feel like they don't stack up, then they'll let you go and find somebody else who will. But it's like they need to stick up for their own happiness and to take their own risks and to take their own chances and not be so quick and so easy to just give up. Don't give up on you. Don't give up on your happiness. Hello? Yeah. That was interesting. I've never done it that way before. I think I kind of like it. How many cards is this? This is a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 card spread. Maybe this will be my, whenever someone asks for like a relationship reading, this will be my go-to. Bottom of the deck is the Empress. I was literally just talking about the Empress. Top of the deck is the Queen of Swords. So there's definitely it's like, excuse me. It's almost like there's this energy of asking someone for a truth that they haven't yet discovered. Like with that Ace of Swords being there, like we didn't see the Page of Swords, the Knight of Swords, the Queen of Swords, or the King of Swords. We saw the Ace. And so we don't know if they actually picked up that sword or not. All we sort of know is that they were given it. We don't know what they actually did with it. The World card and the Queen of Swords. Well, they might have it now. Bottom of the deck is the Wheel of Fortune. You knew that it was like something special, right? But it's like, just because you know that it's well, okay. So on your side, it's like you know that, right? But on the other side, it's like just because you love someone doesn't mean that you end up together. Just because you love someone doesn't mean that you walk away from all of your hurt, because it's like at the end of the day, you still have to face yourself. And it's like, do you love someone else more than you want to run away from everything that sort of keeps you in a space of not feeling worthy of that love? Oh, I think the Deep Love Tarot. Where's the Leo King? Where's the Leo King? Where's the Deep Love Tarot for this week? I didn't get a notification. Wait, why didn't I get a notification? What the? Deep Love Tarot is live. If you want more information on love, maybe check out the Leo King Deep Love Tarot. That's his exact words. Oh, he said he knew that it was love, that it was something special. Or was that his exact words? Oh, I need to get on this Deep Love Tarot. But yeah, it's like, oh, Ace of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Ace of Swords at the top of the deck. And that's one thing, because I was like, I don't know, it requires facing a lot that people typically run away from. So it's like sometimes instead of facing the things that people need to face, they'd rather just run away. And so it doesn't matter if you love the other person and if they love you, because if they're not going to stand in that love, if they're just going to run away, then it kind of sort of doesn't matter how they feel, right? Like your feelings don't matter.
actions speak louder than words, speak louder than feelings. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So it's like, you could be feeling that you want to do something within the best interest of somebody else, but that's not always how it plays out. So that's why it's like ultimately at the end of the day, it's for us to be in a space where our movement and our happiness isn't dependent on someone else coming in and doing something. Um, and I don't know, it's an interesting dynamic to play. I mean, I don't have it figured out. All I know is I'm doing the stuff that I need to do in this moment. I'm holding that person in love and light. I'm trying to like not send that person all of my love because it might be a lot. um, but maybe I should just go for it. Just give you all my love. No, I ain't trying to drown nobody. Ooh, the High Priestess with the Four of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Four of Wands and the High Priestess. The High Priestess was sticking out, so I just pulled her. It's like ultimately at the end of the day, you know your situation and you know what you need to do in your situation. And if you don't, because like that's one thing, it's like I can watch all of these readings, but at the end of the day, the readings kind of sort of don't matter. Because there are so many readings that'll be like, your person is coming this week, or they're coming today, or they're coming tomorrow. But they're all general, right? And just because the rest of the message resonates for your situation doesn't mean the part where they say that your person is coming this week will resonate, right? And I think that's the thing about general readings is that sometimes bits and pieces of it resonate, but we kind of sort of take it as a all or nothing, right? It's like either it all resonates or none of it resonates. And you may be getting caught up on parts of the situation that may not completely resonate for your situation because the rest of it does resonate. Um, and that's why, like, even though I've watched some readings sometimes, I always like compare it to what I already know and what I already feel on the inside. And then sometimes it's like, well, why am I even watching these? Honestly, sometimes it's like I'm bored and I want to kill some time, and this is what I watch on YouTube now. So sometimes it's that simple. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the High Priestess is telling me that it's like you should know. And what was at the bottom of the deck? The Four of Wands. Yeah. Oh, that someone else will give you more than he can and that you deserve more. Hey, well, maybe. What if he was right? Maybe you deserve more because maybe he's not. And again, it may not necessarily be the case of whether he loves you or not, or it may not be like how he feels about you, but it's like, what is he willing to do? Is he willing to do whatever he needs to do to show up and be there for you or not? You know what I mean? And if he's not willing to do that stuff, if he's going to be the type of person who decides to run away from his feelings, regardless of what those feelings are, because he's not yet ready to face everything that he needs to face, then are you going to wait for him? Are you going to put like everything on pause? Um, has he shown himself to you? Has he shown himself to be the type of person who will do that? Or like, do you know either way? Right. Because that's one thing that like, that's one thing that I know about the person that found myself entangled with is that he's the type of person to do the work. It may take a minute. He may, you know, he's a Pisces, so he ain't going to his feelings a little bit. You may procrastinate a little bit. It's like you roll your eyes and you dread the work, but I believe that he's the type of person ultimately at the end of the day, he's going to do it. Now, there's a lot of people who I care for deeply who I like. I don't think they would. I don't think they would do the work to actually do whatever because they're so caught up in their misery that they're not even doing the things that they can already do within their power to make their lives to make their lives better, right? And so it's like if you're not going to do the small things that are more within your power, like because that's something that's well, womp womp. If you see that he's the person to do that work, then it's like, continue to believe in it. But at the same time, it's like, what are you willing to sacrifice? And then it's also to be in the space of you need to be okay with that. Because again, it's like that's a decision and that's that you're making. You're choosing to wait and you're deciding to keep that window open. And so at the end of the day, it's like there's no frustration that you can feel with anyone other than yourself. And that's the space that I've come into. It's like I take responsibility for my own actions and for my own decisions. And like I had to in the past, right? When I was like, I did this and I did that and I did this, and I kind of sort of put some of the things that I could have been focusing on the back burner a little bit because I decided and I chose to show up. And I'm not going to be upset with somebody else because I chose to give my time and energy, right? Regardless of how it ends, I'm not going to be upset with someone else because I made those decisions because it was my decision to do it. Um, and then it's like you just got to be, I don't know, you can't watch the clock, unfortunately, because watching the clock doesn't help. And watching the clock can keep you distracted from the things that you need to do in that time. But again, with that high priestess, it's always how it resonates for your situation. And that's why it's important for us to be more connected to ourselves and more connected to our own internal guidance than like the information that we get from other people. Right. Because without that ability to discern what is for you and what's not for you, like it'll make it even more difficult to know like which parts of the reading are yours and which parts aren't. And at the end of the day, it's like if there is something or someone better for you, I don't know. But again, it's like you would know if there is or if there isn't. The high priestess is basically saying that no information from the outside. Either you already know or you need to get in contact with yourself to know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. And sometimes that's what it is, right? And it's not for you to necessarily like get bitter or to vilify him or someone else. Because I mean, it's because you can probably understand the situation that he's in and the desires that he has and stuff like that. And it's not an easy space to be in. And it's not to treat it as if it is an easy space. And it's not to say that, like, excuse me, well, if I were in your situation, I would have made this decision a long time ago. I would have, blah 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 blah, whatever. It's to be understanding of that, and then to just move on with whatever. And if it comes back, then it comes back. But watching it and doing stuff like that is, I don't know, it's not necessarily helpful. But again, with the high priestess, we know for ourselves. Yeah. And it's like if you're in a space where you can do both, then that's good. But I feel like a lot of people, and I'm not saying I am the type of person who can do both, but I just know that a lot of people aren't the type where they can do both. Focus on themselves and hold space for someone else. Especially depending on the level of work that you need to do, right? And that's why sometimes I'm like, you know what? I need to pull back so I can focus on me, because I know that what I need to do right now, I can't afford to give attention and focus the way I was giving it, because I'm coming up on a part of my path and myself where it's going to require more of my attention. And so sometimes I have to withdraw my attention, right? Sometimes I may get a little quiet, but that's because there's stuff that I'm processing through and working through. And it's not for anybody to be like waiting for a phone call or waiting for this or waiting for that. Right. Oops. Sorry. But yeah, with the high priestess, it's all about your own internal guidance. And it's like it's interesting and it's tricky whenever we sort of involve other people, because especially people that we have such a deep desire to connect with, because then it's like, are your hopes and dreams and wishes and desires sort of influencing things, right? Yeah. It's a lot of it is it's a tricky business. It's very tricky. But yeah. That's why, like, for a while, I don't want to say it's the same, but like, if I didn't meet the person that I met, hearing everything that I've heard, even though I found out most of that stuff, or I didn't, it was like about the time I met that person, or like slightly after I met that person, even before we got as close as we um, did later. When I started looking at all of the information about like, this is your person, that's your person, I would have said that Nathan is my person. Like, hands down, he would have been my person. The way that we mirrored each other, the way that we had all these common experiences, um, all of this other stuff, the familiarity, the back and forth, the everything. Like, I would have, like, he would have been it if I didn't meet the person I met. That's why I was like, I thought it was somebody else. But a lot of times we do this humaning thing where we attribute what we feel. And like I said, it was like there were things that I began to feel because it's like I was already beginning to react to that person being in my life before that person was even in my life. But the person I was attaching all of that to didn't end up being the person. So, yeah. And then again, it's like, if people aren't going to show up, then I don't know. But yeah, strength be with you. I know it's not easy. And again, I feel like it's not something that someone else can necessarily tell you or validate for you. It's all about having that knowing and knowledge within the self. But yeah, I'm gonna shut this down here. It's been 9 hours and 5 minutes. I'm gonna comment the timestamps. And then I'm gonna go to bed. This was a lot. I did not expect to be on this long. That's my whole day or my whole evening. And I'm gonna be up in like 2 hours anyway because I don't sleep anymore. It's mildly annoying, but it is what it is. Actually, I'm gonna go over to the Leo King, watch the Deep Love Tarot for this week, and see if I feel like it resonates for me. I love how he talks about Pisces sometimes. I love how he talks about a lot of people sometimes. But Pisces and Taurus are my big too, so. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Good luck with the rest of the cakes. Much love to you and the family and to Zaya. And I will catch you later. Now you know where to find me. So Yeah. Have a great evening. Maybe. I think it's the evening.